All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. This is Professor Lon. We're going to dive into a really interesting question. Really, I think the reason why we're all here, actually, to defend our lineage. It's good to see you, family. The question of the day is, do we know our history? Now, I'm in the preliminary stages of writing a book to prove the origins of our lineage. So please forgive me if I talk around some very groundbreaking scholarship I recently acquired. But I got some real hot shit for you guys. I just don't want to give up my sources quite yet until my book is published. But so let's get to it. Do FBA history? Is it rooted in West Africa? Well, our dear sister Wani said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wani, you hit me with a term I was familiar with, but I wasn't really familiar with. The term was Austronesian. Is that correct?
That is a term that I use. It's actually
Oh,
proto
go ahead.
proto Austronesians populated
Ooh.
an area called Sundaland, which is Southeast Asia. It's an old term for Southeast Asia. And we'll go from there. Yeah, they populated that area and they were called Negritos, but the term Austronesian, those people came from these people. They want them to be ghost people. Okay. This is a
Yes.
political stunt by scientists. They want them to be ghost
Yes.
people. So when you start saying, well, who are they? Oh, they're Negritos. Oh, okay, that's their name. Oh, well, that's an offensive name. Okay, well, what's their name? Oh, they're Adamese people. They're Sentinelese people. Yeah, but what's their collective name? Like, what are they? Oh, well, they're what the Austronesians came from after they got mixed up with other types of Asians. Actually, just East Asians. Uh, they are proto Austronesians, and they have been in those islands a long time, all of Southeast Asia, and then they moved down to um, the Pacific Islands. But they like to tell you the Austronesians moved to the Pacific Islands and created Polynesian and Micronesian culture. But in fact, the proto Austronesians moved there first and laid down the foundation for all of those Melanesian people. That's actually another name that they use for them when they go down to the Pacific Islands. So let's go into it.
Oh, let's go into it.
Before you all get
Wani,
started, Wayne, what are
go
we?
ahead.
Can you tell me, are we Austronesians?
I'm not claiming that, but we do have that lineage. And like I said, it's a ghost lineage. They don't want to claim it over here. They like to play around. Oh, yeah, we found some Austronesian in, they were making the same canoes, and some of those Amazon people have that DNA. Wink, wink, wink. But it doesn't exist. And so, okay, let's dig up some corpses of those people. Okay, we found some of them and we recreated the faces. They look like, guess who? Black people.
You know, I've come to a conclusion that the schools of, I've said this before, but academic canon is formed to support narrative, and archaeology is a cult, basically. And they have this little narrative floating through their head, and to get the PhD in archaeology, even to get a master's degree in archaeology, you got to agree with their little cult narrative. And if you find something outside of that narrative, it's your duty in the cult to suppress those findings, or you'll be ostracized, um, like Graham Hancock was last year. You had a whole department head of archaeology just trying to say anything to discredit Graham Hancock's findings, calling Hancock a racist, just going on a smear campaign. What are they hiding? Wani was touching on it. I'm not going to reveal the scholars yet because I don't want anybody to steal my research, but according to a very wonderful source, quote, um, what was missed, a couple scholars argue, was nothing less than the fingerprints of a lost lineage. Hello. A second founding of a population of the Americas. It is very old. In their view, and almost all traces of it have been overridden almost everywhere later genetic noise. That's what Wani was talking about. That we still detect it at all amongst isolated people in the Amazon is probably because their genomes have been subject to less admixture and integration than most. The investigators have given their putative ancient Native American lineage a name, Population Y, after Upikera, which means ancestor in the Tupi language family. And they've come to a very clear, if tantalizing, conclusion: a population Y that had ancestry from a lineage more closely related to present day, wait for it, drum roll, Australasians than present day East Asians and Siberians contributed to the DNA of Native Americans from the Amazonia and central Brazilian plateau. So the core, the base racial group for America was those Austronesian, Australasian, Aboriginal people. What I'm starting to discover, the secrets is the secret to any the clues are always in the language. You have to look at the word aboriginal. Who created that word? Europeans, right? That's their word, right? The people who took over the land um, created that word. So let's break down that word because there is intent. I would argue criminal intent in that word. What does it mean to abhor something?
Detested.
Not like it.
Fucking hate it, right? So hate, and what's the other part of aboriginal? Hate the original. Hello,
The original
they
Homo
telling you what it
sapien.
means. They hate them. They hate them because it ain't them, right? And they don't want that this scholarship to come out. Um, the author further posits, how then and where did this contribution occur? One possibly that two scholars consider is a pattern of genomic variation to the present day Amazonians. I'm gonna stop right there and let's go to Dr. Howard Zinn in his People's History of America. We're talking about America. He says on page 53 there was little chance that whites and Indians would combine in North America. You see these little words? There goes the Indian word again. Um, as they were doing in South and Central America, where shortage of women and use of the Indians on plantations led to daily contact. Only in Georgia and South Carolina, where white women were scarce, was there some sexual mixing of white men and Indian women. So my neck of the woods, the Georgia Corporation, which used to include Alabama, was the reason why I kind of look the way I look. I'm doing research on myself and my family, and that's why we look the way we look. We're at my mom's side of the family was Aboriginal, and they would, like Dr. Zen just pointed out, they were raped. Well, he puts it really nice. He says some sexual mixing
Hmm.
of white. Well, that's a nice way of putting it. Of white men and
I
Indian
say
women.
forced admixing in some cases. It depends on the situation. On the plantation, it was definitely forced and coerced. I wanted to clarify Austro-Asiatics is not um, Negritos. It's a sister to Austronesians, and that's the Khmer people. That's Cambodians, Thai, Laotian, Vietnamese. That's their area, and they branched off into Australo-Asiatics, and they're related, but they fight you really hard. On the most they'll say is it's a sister to Austronesians. So when you said they abhor, it's not just white people that abhor. All of these groups resist that,
Right.
that group. Those little Negritos are just causing a fuss in the world of genetics because they're all in everybody's business. They're the foundations of all of these things, and people don't like it because they just look so simple and innocent and small and quiet. And they go about their business, and people just hate that they have to pay homage to them.
That's very fascinating because not only does that go back to Egyptian mythology you ever heard of the god Bes? The little bitty basically before I get in a long diatribe, Bes was a Twa. So I hear you saying like again we're all going back to the Twa people, right? Is that where I'm wanting?
Yep.
Yep, can't avoid them. Can't avoid them. And in ancient, and this I'm about to say some I'm about to fucking drop a nuclear weapon. When you go back to the Memphite theology, the original um I saw Haru, the original Christ, the original story of the Charis. It wasn't Christ, it was Charis, the bringer of gifts. The story of God. God was who? Ptah. Ptah was who? Atwa. The story of Star Wars gives Ptah homage by saying by making you know who Ptah was in Star Wars? Ptah was Yoda, a little bitty person, green, which really meant black, with all these powers that was so despised. We're cooking on someone.
I agree.
So the real question is, go ahead.
No, go ahead. When Andy asked me if I was Proto-Austronesian, if I am a Negrito, no, I'm not. I have that ancestry. A lot of Black Americans do, and it comes under the heading of Austronesian, and it's tucked under your indigenous DNA here in America. That's how it shows up. The irony of it is so funny. One of the people that hated the idea of an Austronesian, of a black Indian here, and called everyone pretendians, which I was not one of the ones that was called a pretendian, but she called everyone pretendians and created a very nasty rip. She posted her DNA and it literally said Austronesian on it after all of that. She literally had that on her DNA profile. That's the funny part.
No, Wani, I was asking when I asked you, are you Austronesian? I'm asking for like, us combined, not just like one person. I wouldn't dare point out somebody and say, "Oh, look, you're this and I'm that." I'm talking about like
We have that
collectively.
ancestry. We have that
Okay.
ancestry, and we have it deeply. We have a lot of old lineages in us. Uh, and that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Who are we and our ties to this land? I already know, but I want everyone to know. That's why I'm here.
I think it's hilarious when they call us pretendians. I have told people numerous times. I know the red Indians that I come from. We started doing our lineage. My aunt went to talk to my her first cousin, her and my mother's first cousin, and we started all we got thus far from Oklahoma was a bunch of red Indians. And I said, "Ooh, I don't want to hear this shit no more." So we've got to dig further than that. I know my people from Louisiana. I know, their African part, and I know the Scottish part, the slave owners, and obviously it was mixed with it. So I'm agreeing with you. I really, really want to figure out, which group of people that we are, sans the red Indians, sans the African, because it doesn't seem like, it's a lot of African, which I find to be kind of, this surprising.
Now, I want to add one thing. This Austronesian, amazingly could come from more than one source, which is another way they get away with pretending it doesn't exist here in America. There were 17 slave ships that came here from Madagascar, and one of my ancestors was on it, just like Muhammad Ali and the Wayans brothers. So you could get it from there. You could get, they had Austronesians there. And so you could get it because someone snatched someone out of the South Pacific Islands, which they did. They didn't have rules. And now I heard that when they got desperate and could not get Africans anymore, that they just went there because people look the same. If you go, we're not talking about Polynesians and Hawaiians. We're talking about people that are Melanesian, that have full blown afros. And you can find them on Papua New Guinea. You can find them in Fiji and different places, Solomon Islands. They were snatching them up and throwing them over here. Here's another way you could get it. Yeah, there's a lot. And the reason there's so many ways you can be an Austronesian or a Proto-Austronesian is because they were covering the whole planet. That's why there's
Yeah,
so many what reasons you could get it. Another way is that there's a thing called the Manila Men. Ever heard of them? I hadn't heard of them till a couple of years ago. Manila Men were over here.
or Melanesian.
No, Manila Men
That's something
are
else. Okay.
from the Philippines. Philippines people are Austronesian. They have those Negritos over there. So they have that ancestry within them. So when they came over here from Manila to fish in Louisiana, they married local women, and they were Roman Catholics here, and they married local women, black women, white women, and any other kinds. And those women got tired and didn't want to live with fishermen in that setting, so they basically just broke up and took their children other places. So somebody's great great granddaddy could be a full blown Filipino man, and you could show up and have that Austronesian genetic because of that.
Oh yeah, well that's very interesting. So many like branches on this tree are starting to grow out this conversation, but I want to address one right quick when you're talking about the Negrito, the Philippine lineage. During what's the guy's name? McKinley, President McKinley, who got assassinated. Um, President McKinley was asked to kind of expanded the Monroe Doctrine and went till shit basically. And he went to the Philippines under the guise of helping to save their soul. He sent the military to the Philippines rather, under the guise of saving their soul and educate them. But we got to watch these words of education and salvation. But he sent the fucking Marines in. No offense, Andy. But he sent in the Marines, and a lot of black men were allowed to sign up. This is right before Woodrow Wilson banned black men from military service. So black men signed up in droves to go to the Philippines. The Philippines was a big fucking finesse. We went down there. The United States went down there to steal rubber and trees. And I mean, I could find. I'm looking for a goddamn. Oh, did I find it? Um, yeah, here it is. It says the end. I found it by accident. It must be meant to be. According to Dr. Howard Zinn, the Anti-Imperialist League published the letters of soldiers during the duty in the Philippines. A captain from Kansas wrote, Caloocan was supposed to contain 17,000 inhabitants. The 12th Kansas swept through it. That's the army. And now the Caloocan contains not one living native. They went through there fucking just wiping people out. A private from the same outfit said he had, with my own hand, set fire to over 50 houses of Filipinos after the victory in Caloocan. Excuse me. Women and children were wounded by our fire. A volunteer from the state of Washington wrote, "Our our fighting blood was set up, and all we wanted to do was kill niggers. This shooting, you heard what I just said? This shooting human beings beats rabbit hunting all to pieces. Stop right there. They're in the Philippines. And what did this um uh reservist white army reservist say he wanted to do? He said, I'm gonna say it, slow it down. He said, quote, our fighting blood was up, and all we wanted to do was kill niggers. So you had a drove of white men who went under Monroe Doctrine, who received orders under the McKinley administration to just fucking kill everybody in Philippines. Why? Because they wanted the rubber, they wanted the resources. Now, why did I bring that up? Do y'all know that black men were sent, a regiment of black servicemen, Army and Marines were sent to the Philippines? And what history don't tell y'all is that a lot of those black men got down there and never returned to America. They didn't kill now, like my grandma used to say, they didn't kill nail child, no nail woman. They went down there and said, I'm not killing any of my brothers and sisters. They saw what they viewed as their as black people down there. And a lot of black men, servicemen, Marines and soldiers defected and just fucking left the government. And they're still there. Like they're basically their genetics are still in the Philippines. Lastly, Dr. Howard Zinn says, quote, the Filipinos were brown skinned, like Wani said, physically identifiable. What does that mean? Big nose, big lips. Strange speaking and strange looking to Americans. The to the usual indiscriminate brutality of war was thus added factor of racial hostility. The white boys signed up to kill niggas, and the actual black men went down there and said, "Fuck this, I'm not leaving. I don't experience racism. I'm not going back to the states." But I digress. So Wani brought up something really interesting. She was talking. From a mystery source. I'm gonna say, quote. We've already done the groundwork on the 1200, I mean, sorry, 12,000, big distinction, 12,600-year-old Clovis associated genome. So let's stop right there. Wani, I had a question. Is a Clovis genome the same thing as a Clovis falsum? Or am I getting it confused?
I don't know. Let me look that up.
Yeah, because I
Um,
want to put some of that in the comments so that people could have something to reference to.
Clovis genome versus Folsom.
Yeah. Yeah, the Clovis people. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, aren't the Clovis people like the similar to the Folsom people? Because it's a group of it's referred to as North American Clovis culture.
Yes, I know. I
Clovis.
know what you're speaking about. We've looked that up. It's a net. What it is, it's the next group over. They're trying to uh separate it into two groups.
Are the Clovis people melanated or more Asian? That's my confusion.
Well, here's the deal. Um, None of these people are white or light. Okay,
Right.
because those complexions and things don't didn't exist, and neither did straight hair at some of these points that we're talking about. So even if they had the flattened face that we were discussing before that gave you an Asian appearance, they still were dark skinned with afros because the straight hair and the white skin didn't exist. But what they do is, and this is getting annoying because if you are killed in a crime, they're going to take your body, and if they don't know who you are, they're going to look at your skull and they're going to say that's a black guy, and they're going to put out something and say, hey, whose child is this, whose son is this, whose daughter is this, or whatever, and they're going to know what race you are. But the moment that you start talking about prehistoric people, they know they're going to be black, so they won't admit it. They'll just say, "Oh, race didn't exist." And this is literally coming out of scientists' mouths. These are the same people
Yes.
that take skulls and tell you what the person looks like. So when they reconstruct the skull, you'll notice that they'll say it has Negro features, like they did with all of these over here. They'll say, well, this person doesn't look like the Native Americans. Well, of course not. It's different people. They came over the Bering Strait, and they're even shortening the time, making them younger and younger, and coming over to this land, even as short as 13,000 years ago.
They're not honest, Wani. Like, I'm losing faith in academia. I heard a fucking tenured professor, PhD, I think at Southern Methodist University. I'm pretty sure that's where that fucker is. I heard him. He was confronted about the Olmec heads, the Olmec heads rather, that I've seen in touch with my in both
Me too.
Mexico and in Costa Rica. I'm not breaking up, am I?
No, but
Oh,
they
okay,
are the
and this
ones who
this
brought it up. We
yes, and
didn't
this
bring
fucker
that
that
up. They said the features are very suggestive that they're from West African descent or African descent. They said that. We black Americans didn't bring that into academia. They're the first ones to say this. They're the first ones to
right, and
say that these people have negroid skulls. We didn't say it. We weren't even examining Grimaldi finds.
the insanity is running rampant. I saw this PhD. Somebody confronted him and said, "Doesn't that look like a negroid face and nose and lips to you?" And he said, "Oh, in my scholarship, I don't apply race to anything." I'm like, "Fuck
Yes,
you,
you do.
dude!" Like, right? If it's a crime, he would,
Then they say they can't attach race to a skull, but you do it every day all over the globe when you're solving crimes. So
line up,
yes,
right?
so that's the problem. If we start doing if we start trying to apply race to early Homo sapiens, early humans, they're not going to be white, and everybody's mad because we know Fred Flintstone was white, right? Well, that wasn't right. Fred Flintstone couldn't be white with straight hair. That's impossible. Those things didn't exist.
One, he said something earlier I wanted to hit with some scholarship. According to my source, South Americans, notably in the Amazon rainforest, share ancestry with the Australasian and Melanesian populations not seen in the Mesoamericas or North Americas.
Correct.
And I got a map. But how is that possible? It must have been the boats, right?
Check this out. They wear grass skirts, nose bones, and earplugs. Hmm. Where did they get that stuff from?
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, that my mystery source also says, in other words, congregating the original Northeast Asian, that is a Siberian. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a Siberian, and Wani, correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't my area of direct expertise. Siberian is that red, that's that red Native American, isn't it?
At a point.
Right.
At a point. Tell me the year. At a point it is. If you go back further, no, because they didn't have red. Everybody had an afro and was brown. So it depends on the year. 20
So he
it's
says,
older than 20,000 years. Yeah, they started to look like brown Inuit people.
so 12,000,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
13,000,
they're starting to
12.6.
round up to look like what we see.
Okay, so he says the Northeast Asian, that is Siberian melting pot, where we have been now being asked to envisage not only people with European genes and people with East Asian genes, but also people with Australasian genes. Neanderthals were part of the mix too, interbreeding vigorously with Homo sapiens. And there were people carrying Denisovian genes and, of course, Denisovians themselves. We asked to see these groups essentially divided into separate from one another, despite the obvious evidence of their liaisons, and were asked to accept that they remain divided and separate, already conveniently prearranging themselves in what will become the NA and SA lineages as they trekked across the Berling Land Bridge. Basically, what he's saying is the quote unquote um, the Indian that we've been force fed, or Native American, the red native, the one that looks in between white, Puerto Rican, and Asian in the movies. We've been force fed the idea that those are the Indians. That they're not. They came later, and my one of my sources argues that they came much later.
Well,
So like Wani,
I
go
wouldn't say we were force fed. I think that the white man is very stupid and called a whole lot of people Indians because they don't know what they're talking about as usual. They called the people West Indians. They called the other people Indians. They called people over here Black Indians. They called some other people Indians. That's a lot of Indians. Why don't they come up with a
ahead.
new word?
So you saying I'm giving them too much credit?
They could have been their word for immigrants or alien or something like that. I think that's what Lonnie is saying. Is that kind of what you're saying? That that's their word for like immigrants? That's
No, it's their word for anybody who they can't figure out, anybody tan with straighter hair or anybody who's tan that's not in Africa, they're subject to call them black or black Indian or something else because they know they're not in Africa.
just just like a late, you mean like a lazy brain? I don't know what he is. Just
Lazy.
call him Indian.
Right, it's lazy is what it is.
Prove it if I find my
That's why
book.
they keep
I got
coming
a
up with BIPOC. That's a way to just say all those other people but us. That's lazy, and people just lap it up, lick it up like a cat on some cream. What? You're being dismissed.
yep. I got a quote on when I was doing scholarship for my book, and I found my first book, and I found a quote from Columbus. I'm gonna paraphrase him, but I'll find it momentarily. But he said, I didn't use and this motherfucker bragging. I didn't use intelligence, nor I didn't use maps, nor intelligence. Like this son of a bitch is bragging on being a dummy.
It says
Talk for a second.
it says someone.
Talk for a second, Wani. I'm gonna find a quote.
Okay, it says someone's trying to come up. Okay, so anyway, did Khan want to say something? Are you related to Genghis Khan? I've been studying your relative. His grandson did a lot of things that are really bad. Care to share?
you got 5 seconds, Fatima.
Fatima, do not put any gay porn on the stage, please. I'm not in the mood to remove it.
When they sit up here this long, they could be doing some type of hacking stuff. So
Okay.
yeah, just remove.
Fatima,
I
uh,
can't remove her.
talk or get off the pot, basically. Five, four,
Fatima, you
three,
got it.
two, one. Now,
I blocked her and removed her. I'm not in the mood for porn. But
I can't
yeah.
tell what
So
she was doing. I don't know what she was doing.
Jamal, what you got, bro?
What up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's
All
up?
right, I got a question. All right, me and Sister Sexy Rob been up in here cooking these panties. So I got a question for on the spot, Nikki, Professor. We've been talking about this damn hoodoo, and when you research it, they love to talk about it was made here in America, this, that, and the third, but it was influenced by West and Central African whatever. Then when you go to look at the source of it, you can't find nan tribe that it come from, none of that. So do y'all have any sources showing that hoodoo is truly influenced by West or Central African, practices and beliefs?
Let me check it out right now.
Because so far, one guy dropped this book that some guy wrote about, Stucky. I looked it up. The damn guy ain't never even been to Africa. And then it said that he interviewed some children and grandchildren of a former slave. Well, I looked up the years. The book came out in 1987. Slavery stopped in 1865. That's 122 years.
I have some good sources that say this is homegrown. It's actually Black American, Native American, and European practices. I don't know how they got
So,
in on it.
yeah, they wouldn't stop, and me and Sexy just kept debunking them. They refused to tell us which tribe. One guy said the Bakongo, but you can't even source that.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Africans.
Nah, they and something
I
I've
think
been.
they
This
just
is
made up their own thing over
yep.
here.
And this is for the room. I want y'all to know when y'all research our history, and a lot of times they tie it to Africa, they always are general with it. And they'll say West African this, West
Mhm.
African that. But all you got to do is dig deeper, and they never tell you what part of West Africa, because it's
All you
stupid to
have to
think
do is
all of
ask
West
for a
Africa.
book. Just ask for
Exactly.
a book showing it, and they won't have a book. So that'll be
Yep.
the end of the conversation. They have no cookbooks showing that they were cooking anything at all that has anything to do with their present cuisine, our present cuisine, or anybody's cuisine. Because they didn't have a cuisine. They were eating grubs and catching bush meat and doing things like that, right, Dan? Dan, you always come in when I'm pretty much setting Africans on fire.
I quickly I put the quote on check really check that out in the Jumbotron. Look at Columbus's quote. I mean, that says a lot about the mindset. Um, but to answer your question, brother, yeah, I spent the last uh, 11, 12 years of my life in Memphis, Tennessee, and I've read scholarship to indicate that hoodoo actually came from the whole Mississippi Delta region for the most part. So, and I do have a book on that in the house somewhere. I'll look for it momentarily. But go ahead, Dan.
I just want to
Yeah,
say before, could
yeah,
I
go
say
ahead.
something real quick, Dan? Sorry, I someone else tell Jamal something. Um, the thing with the white people is that they actually have a shamanic background, but they got away from it. They actually have a shaman in the steppe region, but
Yep.
they moved away from the steppe region, so they're not as in touch with it. But they have the same medicine woman, healers, herbalists, and stuff.
Ancestor
It's
worship.
all of that.
Yeah, I
That's
told that fool in there.
animism.
I
Yep.
told him that because he tried to attribute. That's what they do. They try to be attributing ancestor worship. I told him that's not native to Africa.
No,
Everything
that's what
that,
everyone all over the world was doing
yeah,
animism and, and ancestor worship,
exactly.
as they should.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what people were doing. Like people think that everything done under the sun it has an African origin. No, nigga.
It doesn't. It That's something that everyone in the whole world said we should look at the celestial bodies and worship those and bury our dead, our loved ones, and do rituals and ceremonies to celebrate them. And they manifested in different ways, but that was not just Africa. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I want to greet everybody. I want to be respectful in this conversation. I'm hearing some of the things that you guys are saying. Um, I'm not gonna get into whether I agree or disagree. You guys are just sharing your knowledge and everything. So I just want to share what I know. I could be wrong, I could be right, but I'm just gonna share. So, regarding your question about hoodoo and um its equivalent in Africa or what people it may come from. It's according to research that I have done, it's from the Ewe people in Togo, Benin. They still call it Vodun. Vodun means spirit. So it's not a religion, it's spirituality. That's that phrase that
And you're
people say,
saying
I'm
that's
not
what hoodoo
religious, I'm
is?
spiritual. Um that's the
Yeah, hoodoo
alleged
and voodoo
that's
are
Exactly.
the
they're totally different
yeah,
things.
that's the alleged origin. But you see, in that region, I would say Ghana, Togo, Benin, even some parts of Nigeria, we have a lot of herbal medicine. So, like, people who were medicine men were often spiritualists also. Like, there would be tales of, these medicine men being abducted by dwarfs or spirits for like 6 months and stuff like that to like learn um, how to deal with herbs and make medicine and things like that. And then they would come back to, the world of the living to be medicine men,
Is
basically,
this in the
like kind of
West?
like
Is
doctors.
this West Africa?
Yeah.
Why do you in West Africa feel that everybody is rooted in you?
I
When
don't
you
I don't feel that way. Like I said, I'm
okay,
just
because I
sharing,
I
you know.
can show you how that's not true.
Okay, you're
Because
welcome to do that.
you guys are new to West Africa. So just imagine this. You've got
Can I share
some
one last thing about hoodoo before you continue?
we
Because
weren't talking
it's
about you were talking
He
about
came in here to
voodoo.
teach us.
no, I'm
He came
saying
in here to
hoodoo,
teach us
hoodoo.
about hoodoo.
But you
Another origin
you
that
were
I heard
talking
for
about
hoodoo is
voodoo
that
though.
it means scary people in a Native American language. I've forgotten which one. Or red painted
Can
faced
can you
people
put
or
some
something like that.
sources in the chat so we can learn?
I don't remember where I heard that. Maybe it was
Uh-huh.
from Darvid and I had seen it and
You
it turned
learned it
out to
from
be true.
Darvid. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Darvid and I are cool.
That's not even the same thing we're talking about though.
Weren't you guys talking
I
about
like
hoodoo?
Darvid as well, but that's
What
not what we
wait,
were talking about.
weren't you guys talking about hoodoo?
Hmm. So if let's go by actual things that DNA shows, okay?
Mhm.
So if you have some Khoisan and some pygmies hanging around Central and South Africa, right?
Mhm.
And they start foraging and becoming different groups,
Mhm.
right? And one group goes over to West Africa and does a whole bunch of new things. And another group leaves Africa and goes over to Eurasia on the steppe. How are you the roots of everybody? If you have gone somewhere and started something new and they went somewhere and neither one of you are the root of it, you're a branch off of something else, just like they are.
Mhm.
The
Have you heard
root,
me say anything like
no,
that though?
but
Okay.
no, but that's the general spiel is that
Mhm.
we have to somehow listen to what West Africans are saying, like they're the root of something. They don't have any more
Yeah, I
standing
don't.
than other
I
people
feel
that,
like that's arrogant. I never speak that way. I see
yes, and you're
cultures
making me
more
arrogant.
so.
Now I'm arrogant
Do
when I wasn't before.
do I sound arrogant?
Well,
No, I do.
well, Dan, you can't come in here and educate without sources. You can't do
I
that.
mean,
It don't work that
I
way.
can give sources for voodoo meaning spirit and all the stuff that I'm saying. It's pretty easy to
No,
prove.
sources to back up your argument, sir.
Which one?
The argument
You
that you were
can
positing.
see
You
it.
can't come in here and say you can't say that this came from here and that came from there and
No,
listen to
I'm
what this is
saying
without backing it
which
up.
argument.
He's speaking of Vodun, which is not what we're speaking about, Dan.
That's what I'm
We're not
trying to
talking
say.
about Vodun, Dan. That's a whole separate thing, bro. We're talking about
Yeah,
hoodoo.
hoodoo and voodoo are totally different things.
Okay, I'm just saying what I heard, me personally, and I said I could be wrong, so I think that's just it.
And what
He's
I
just
was
looking to troll. He's just trolling. He's the time wasting tether. Let's just
I'm not
keep it
even in
Oh,
real.
the
That's all.
mood,
That's
wow.
though.
all
Come
he's
on,
doing.
man.
And you get
Dan, do you
ripped.
know what hoodoo is?
Yeah,
Hoodoo, not voodoo. Hoodoo,
y-
spelled with
y-
an H.
yes, I do.
What is it?
In short,
See?
I would just say it's
See?
holistic healing.
See
That's
what
the
I'm
best way I
saying?
would put it. It's her. It's
no, not at all.
okay. Yeah, that's the gist of how I would define it, though.
I read that hoodoo, and we're gonna deviate from this because this is take wasting time. But hoodoo, to kind of uh, debunk your argument that it came from voodoo. I read that it didn't come from voodoo because the enslaved foundational Black Americans who did have African lineage were not allowed to keep their spiritual practices. So hoodoo was a whole new thing. All right, moving on. Next.
Okay, Professor, check this out. I just came out of another space. It was by Smoothie. The issue I had in that space, it was titled, basically Florida is doomed to gone. Basically, I'm in Florida, right? We got a large population of Black Americans in Florida. The dude, brother Ben. he basically said, "Well, the hell with Florida. He hope it's get wiped out, right?" And so the thing is, I got parents here, children here, and this and that. So I definitely had to speak against that, and he tried to stand 10 toes down. You see what I'm saying? And I got somebody throwing thumbs down right
You
now.
mean with the
No, I'm
hurricane
agreeing
or
with you,
something?
brother. I'm agreeing with.
And
I'm saying thumbs down for what he's saying.
You mean
yeah,
with the
I'm in
hurricane?
Florida
yeah,
with you,
with
bro.
the hurricane, right? And
Yeah, I
so
wish we would stop doing that because black Americans are being killed in these hurricanes.
right. And see, we supposed to be family. And the reality is see, I'm a true black American for real, really standing on business. See, he sound like he's somewhat college educated. That shit don't mean nothing. You feel me? Ain't no nigga bulletproof. Your family ain't none of that shit. The president can be hit all that. I don't know what's wrong with niggas. Why they feel like it's just easy like that with anybody. Just to be honest. You feel me? We got real issues.
Hold on, hold on. Hey, bro, I missed some context. Who's saying
No,
this?
it was brother Ben, and the thing is, you're saying the hell
Oh,
with
okay.
Black Americans, right? And you don't care because the reason is he's saying it's a lot of immigrants here. Okay, it may be a lot of immigrants here, but we got a lot of history here. We got a lot of geniuses here. We got a lot of people here, and we not doing that to none of us. You feel me? Because I'm not doing that to people in New York or California. I'm not. I love all y'all, right? I'm not saying you feel me. Okay, even if you feel like that, nigga, don't vocalize it. You feel me? Because now you just created an enemy, nigga. You just waged war against me. How you think I feel about you and whatever the fuck y'all got going on? You think it's gonna be different, nigga? I'm just being honest. You feel me? So we got to work on that shit. And that's this ain't no snitch shit. I see nigga at any time to be honest. I ain't worrying about this shit. But at the end of the day, that ain't how we need to move. You feel me? We need to be building unity. I know what the space title is something about ancestral history. Well, we got to remember our goddamn history. Remember that we won. You feel me? Niggas forgetting. You feel me? And saying the hell with the other group because there's a benefit. You
Wait a minute.
what the fuck wrong with
When you said unite, when you say unity, are you talking about flat blackness? Are you talking about
no
all
black
F like
Americans? Black American. We got a lot of
oh,
black Americans here. You feel me? We don't
Mm-hmm.
say the hell with our people because there's gonna be you see another benefit to it. Okay, well, yeah, we're gonna lose them as collateral damage, but they gonna be gone. But guess what? The problem still gonna exist, nigga.
What
You feel
area
me?
do most of the black Americans live?
I don't. Excuse me. What you said?
Which area do you feel like most of the black Americans live? Because we always get the impression that it's all Cubans and it's all Haitians and it's all
I
this
got
and
the
this.
answers for that one.
I
Okay.
know I'm in Florida and I'm in Tampa, Florida, and I tell you, we heavy here, like real Black Americans for real, with similar background. You know what I'm saying? Really here. You know what I'm saying? And we see what's going on as far as the infiltration. The ethnocide, the genocide. We see what's going on with the immigrate. We see how our shit been literally taken over, like literally. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, we not fine with that. A lot of our people sleep. You feel me? They don't know what's going on. You feel me? But at the end of the day, to have any of our people to speak down on us in Florida, you feel me? Because they feel that there's some benefit. That's an issue. That's a problematic, and that's how you wage war. We talking about you feel me? Us coming together, delineating, nigga. He just delineated against us, against the Floridians. You know what I'm saying? What you think? So that's some oppish behavior to me. We don't do shit like that. You feel me? And as a leader, to be honest, to be a business owner, to have actually got this shit out the mud with no fucking college degree, no high school diploma, nigga, really get his money, even make that shit legit type shit. You feel me? I ain't got time for no nigga who think because they went in some fucking university and they use a fucking certain verbiage or whatnot, think they running some shit, bro. No, nigga, this is my life on the line, nigga. And I take your pussy ass out about this type of shit, boy.
Who
Ain't
is
shit gonna
this
stop
guy
me
Well,
but
that
enemy,
Ben?
boy.
that's that's the danger of what this gentleman is saying is a danger of the ideology that W. Du Bois put in our midst. Like it's okay to get you a degree, but you don't get to look down on your brother and sister who doesn't. Actually, be honest with you, I tell you as a goddamn scholar, and I hate to say this, but it's the truth. um, Degrees are not necessarily a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of obedience. Now, I'm for education, but that's one of our problems is elitism. That whole talented 10th ideology is poisonous. But what were you saying, Wani?
No, I said, who is this guy Ben? I don't know. I don't know if I know that person. Not Ben.
Are you talking about Ben
Not Ben
Ben?
Ben. Because Ben Ben is in Florida, right?
I'm just assuming it was Ben Ben. Undefeated. What's the guy Ben? Who is this? I don't know who that is.
Honestly, I didn't read. I didn't click on his profile to read the whole name and shit like that. But I could find it for sure. I could definitely find it. But
Could
I just
you
know it.
please do and send it to me if you would like?
I definitely will. It's funny.
Yeah,
It's problematic. And I know, see, I know you, Professor. I'm just being honest. You're a good man. You're a good guy. One of you too. I'm just being very honest about this, and that's why I brought this to y'all because
Well, no, brother, that pisses me off because we need each other. Like, scholar don't mean a goddamn thing without people on the ground. You know who had that right? Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington said, "For you go to college, you need to learn a trade." Because by everybody learning a trade, that brings money to the community. And look how the communities looked upon their Booker T. Washington's industrial education plan. We had Black Wall Street because you did down upon people who did real shit. And guess what? The people who do real shit pay those lawyer fees. They pay those goddamn doctor bills. You know what I'm saying? So talented tenth, that's a goddamn, it's a virus, man. And our community is really sick with it. You see it with these little elite groups. I'm a member of this. You got a couple letters now. You think you better than everybody. Now everybody don't think that way in the Greek communities, but I've seen it like I seen it. Like I'm better than you looking down. I'm this, I'm that. That shit is destroying us. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of touches me. But yeah, don't let it dissuade you, bro. And a degree don't mean shit. Real talk, a lot of people got degrees, ain't doing shit with them. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, go ahead, Jamal.
All right, I just for the brother undefeated, I wasn't thumbing down with you what you were saying. I was thumbing down what they said. I'm in Florida with you, so by all means, I don't want Florida to get knocked off. Hell no, I'm right here in the O. To touch on what Wani said, so I was doing the research and the math on this the other day because I get so sick and tired of people talking about Florida and these Caribbeans. It's only 800,000 of them down here. What he was saying, it's like 2.2 million of us here, bro. It's so many FBAs down here. People don't. This ain't no New York City. They primarily concentrated down there in that damn Miami. And what has happened is our FBAs in Miami have assimilated into their culture. When you get your ass out of that South Florida, we FBA out all the way, especially in Jacksonville. Tampa and Jacksonville both got 1 million people, respectively, in those cities. They got a bigger population than Miami, contrary to what most people think. Miami only has 500,000 people. Tampa and Jacksonville both got 1 million people per city. And Orlando is right up under Miami. So when people be talking about all this Caribbean stuff, that stuff is down there in South Florida, specifically Miami area. When you come up out of there, you talking a whole bunch of black Americans. And by no means do our whole state need to be getting knocked off. I'm gonna tell you from a strategic point, I be hearing people talk about, nation building. But if you give up Florida, you giving that land to all your enemies to just invade you, and you giving up all that strategic port land too. Florida is a peninsula. You giving up all that Portland and just gonna let all your enemies just come from behind you. You can't hold Georgia, you can't hold Alabama, you can't hold Louisiana, and you just gonna let Florida, a big ass state, where your enemy could just come on through there. So if you're gonna hold the South, you gotta hold Florida.
So undefeated, you said you got Seminole lineage.
yes, sir.
I heard it in your voice, man. You ready to fight? I ain't mess you, brother. Seminoles wasn't fuck with.
No, it's all about respect. You know what I'm saying? We get our money.
It
We
is.
need our respect. You know what I'm saying? It's just about respect, and I come on these spaces to build with brothers and to learn new things. And to actually, develop a better consciousness about my people. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been lied to, and to see things like it's divisive and it hurt. Let me know. This is why MLK was killed. You feel me? Malcolm was killed. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't need that, bro. Like we don't need none of that negative shit, bro. Because we here for real. We're alive and well. Old boy just gave the statistics. He gave the numbers about the population and whatnot, and he in the O. I'm here in Florida, bro. We here, we alive and well, and a lot of us, bro, we ready to fight for real. Like what I'm saying, niggas. A lot of us ain't gonna lie. When the last time we did the Million Man March, Florida came on that bitch heavy. When they said the or else, I forgot what the first part was, but when Minister Louis Farrakhan said or else, we came down there with fire. I'm just being honest. And so niggas was really disappointed from Florida. Just let y'all know that ain't shit pop off, right? Even Barack Obama, we believe he was a black American at that time. All that nigga had to do was say go. I'm just being honest. I'm one of the ones that will go, even with having children. You feel me? So at the end of the day, I'm tired. You feel me? And but at the end of the day, I know where we stand. I know what's what's against us. But I just feel like we got to move. We got to have something on the ground. And I ain't saying go, by way of blood. We just have to have something on the ground because we pushing it by pen. We doing bills. We running for office, but we got to have something so mean on the motherfucking ground that's gonna show the image of our pain, show we truly stand. That shit can't happen for just a week. You feel me? We talking about marketing. Any marketing geniuses? We as a Black American people, unlike other groups of people, it's different for us. We gonna have to take different routes. We can't do what everybody else do. Obviously, we see that. We don't even get what everybody get. They ain't put in shit. The reality is we gonna have to make sure motherfuckers know where we truly stand and how we truly feel about this, our issues, our reparations, everything, our pain, our suffering, but we gonna have to show it by weight on the ground. I swear that. So if we can't successfully get our ground shit together, as far as get our numbers on the ground, get people really out there moving, whether we in red shirts, yellow shirts, making that shit go national, shutting shit down regularly, like really making sure we're a problem legally, right? Well, you may go to jail for some disturbance or something, but the reality is, if we really want this to happen, we gonna have to stand up for this shit for real. And y'all, I don't know why we think we could just get this shit done by way of paper. Oh well, we gonna say
Well, our brother Tariq really hit on what the way it should look. You need both and like what I was saying earlier with Booker T. Washington. You need brothers in the street. I was watching an episode of Tariq, and Tariq was talking about the civil rights. We from the same place, Birmingham, Alabama, where that shit popped off. And he was right. Nobody, the history books don't talk about it. What happened in Birmingham is you had psychopaths killing children and shit, but it was, you know what I'm saying? We had the black lawyers and doctors. We had Dr. King. He was a pastor with a PhD, but we also had brothers on the street. And guess what? We had love and respect for the brothers on the street. Somewhere along the lines, since then, Negroes have gone to college and thought that and came out thinking that they were better than people. I see it, man. I've seen it once. I've seen it 1,000 times, and that's why we having this problem we're having right now. It's because we're not unified with our brothers and sisters on the street. My aunt June, who raised me, was a nurse practitioner. She's one of the first black nurse practitioners in the state of Alabama. And June, I looked up to her, and she would always on Saturday come get me, and we go get something to eat in the projects. And I didn't really know why she was doing that. As I got older, I knew. Oh, I was like, oh, that's why she was doing that, because she needed them little boys and them girls on the corner to see her in her brand new E-Class Benz. She needed them to see her giving, you know what I'm saying, the lady on the street $1, $20, saying, baby, get yourself together, spreading that love. That's the power. If we're connected with the academic class, the educated class, who, by the way, has fucking failed the black community. We are a failure. We failed you. You know what I'm saying? But we need a combination between the academic class and the blue collar class, man. Anyway, I digress.
We have a blueprint that works, but we just need to use it. A lot of people are not motivated, and the last time that I saw, white people just don't care. They riot over the Canucks losing, right? Two times. Massive riots. Really? And then the riots before that, it was just because they were hatefully jealous of us. And then the other riot was the Boston Tea Party. That's the only one they got right. Boston Tea Party. All the other shit, they need to. If I showed you, did you see that list, Professor, that I sent you of all those riots they did? Thousands of riots against us. Thousands.
Ridiculousness, yes.
Over nothing. Just out of pure
I was watching.
jealousy.
I mean, it's like we're the new Twa or some shit. Like, or maybe that's in our maybe that's the whole problem in the first place is we have that gene sequence. But I was watching the other day. The issue is so embarrassing to see this shit at Harvard. Like I'm gonna be kind of ambiguous. A certain community is starting to get angry at the black community because their rates of acceptance in the Ivy League is dropped. I'm like, that's not us. That's not our problem. The reason why your rates of acceptance in the Ivy League, that's because of legacy admission, which is mostly Caucasian people. You know what I'm saying? But we become. My point is, we become the focal point of all anger and all disdain, and like really like the brother undefeated was kind of making us aware of. We need to go ahead and we need to get back up in that hood, man.
Hmm.
We need to be back
These
up in that hood.
Africans are gonna get these other people, and let me put it bluntly, fucked up. Because if Asians think they're gonna come over here and put their foot down, they're gonna find out whose foot is gonna go down. You're not doing nothing over here. Nothing. And whining and bitching and moaning and yelling and saying that we're hitting you when 90% of the people that slapped you upside your face were white. That ain't gonna work either. Because you're really gonna get slapped upside the face for lying. And you just keep dragging your face up to the camera and whining about black Americans, thinking you're gonna start flogging motherfuckers like you do over in Africa, and you're gonna find out what's going on. Okay, you ain't in Kansas no more.
No cap. Twizzle, talk to us.
Hey, happy Manic Monday, everybody. How y'all doing? What's going on? It's not about me, it's about we. I got a question to ask Professor. I got a question to ask Nikki the God. And I got a question to ask Block, 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 Sister Wani. And I got a question to ask Andy. Professor, where you from?
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay. Darling Nikki, where you from? Is she on?
I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. We know Sister Wani is from SoCal. I'm from NoCal. And Andy, where you from?
Oklahoma.
Okay, and we know where the Midwest is from. I just want to say shout out to everybody, man, because 3 years ago I didn't know none of y'all and I didn't know nothing about this. And ever since I came on this thing, I wanted to build with people from across the country. And look where we are right now today in 2024 going to 2025. So I don't care what nobody say. We are making progress, whether it is slow or minimum. One thing about progress, you can slow it down, but you can't stop it. And we are making progress. So I just came in here to give a shout out to everybody. And not only that, give thanks and praise because it's a privilege to know all y'all. Because, like I say, in the beginning of 2022, I didn't know none of y'all. But right now, where we at right now, we are building a major coalition to where I think this is what we need to get everything we need to get going. Because as they always say, every fire start with a spark, and I think our spark is the brightest. So I just want to thank everybody, and let's keep doing this shit. And I'm just gonna fall back to listening, man. I want to give everybody their flowers, their stripes, and their praises. Shout out to
Thank
everybody.
you. You're more than welcome to stay up here, Twizzle. You know, you're part of
Oh,
the
I'm gonna
family.
stay in, but I just came on, so I don't know. So I'm about to listen so I can catch up. It's just like double dutch. I'm gonna catch my rhythm, sit back, and then when it's going, I'm gonna hop on in. You know what I mean?
Come on with it, Art.
Yeah, I don't know where that talking point is that FBA's ancestral histories in West Africa, but I put in a jumbotron. West Africans aren't even from West Africa, a large percentage of them. So they like constantly beat that dead horse is just like annoying to me. Cause like even if you did your little DNA shit, you're from where the West Africans say they're from, which would be the Middle Eastern countries, which makes kind of sense because I would argue that you're closer related to the Negrito than you are any West African, like native West African, not the actual people who are there now. Um,
Yeah, you missed the beginning, Art. That's what we were saying. We're like more Melanesian. We're Austronesian. That's the whole point. But yeah, that's all I was saying. You missed the beginning.
and I also want to say that anybody that's doing this DNA shit, that's Nazi rhetoric. I want to do a whole
No, it's
breakdown.
not.
Okay, I put
It's
in a
used
jumble. Okay,
globally. That's
okay,
how
all right.
people find their
Okay, can
parents
I at
and
least
their.
land my plane? Like,
Can you not
Hey,
lie?
Art. That's just Art. Come on, be cool, Art. That's one.
Yeah,
Be
like
cool, Art.
I
Yeah.
don't I don't come up here.
It's okay to disagree. Just
Art. We know how you move, man. But just go ahead, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Art.
go ahead and land. It's all love, Art. Go ahead and land your plane.
I bet you if they try to use that,
You're not arguing with me. No.
I bet if they wanted to use that get out of jail free card, and use some DNA to get somebody out of jail, they believe in it. That's why I just like the. I don't want to even hear about it.
Okay, so
I really
okay,
don't want to
so
know.
okay, cool. I just was putting it out here because
There are
it's
problems with
answers.
DNA. That's not the issue.
Okay, I would like to just get it out. Okay, again, when I talk, the difference between me and other people, I don't have an opinion. As far as I'm concerned, we come from fucking Mars. Okay, that's my opinion. I'm a firm believer of outer space theory. We're all made of stardust. Okay, that's my belief.
There is some
When
scholarship.
I
There's
say
some
something,
scholarship to back that up.
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
not.
Hey, let me ask Art a question.
but when I say my
Art, quick
stuff,
question. Do you believe in the serious series, the serious mystery, where the Dugans say that we
I
come
don't
from outer
believe in
space?
nothing, bro. All this shit is
You
pseudo
just
babble
said
to
that you
me.
believe in
But
outer space dust. So that's why I
yeah, but
asked you, do
as in that's
you?
the highest probability of being
And that's what
true.
the
Like
Dugans say, that we come from another planet, outer space. We come from a whole nother serious system. So that's why I asked
That's
you, do
what a
you
yeah, but
lot
I
of
believe in
don't want
people
to
that?
get
say.
sidetracked
That's
with the
what a
Yes,
lot
DNA
of
thing.
people
yes.
say.
So that's why
Almost
I'm asking
everyone
Art
says we
that.
come from somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm asking Art that.
Yeah, I'm not I'm never set in stone in my beliefs. So let's just put it that way. Let's leave it at that. Okay, but I'm favoring outer space theory. I got outer volcano theory. Like
You
we
hella
all come from
stupid. You hella
volcanoes,
fucking
right?
stupid.
But no, seriously, that's a higher
Out of
probability
volcano.
than that whole outer continent theory bullshit. But anyway, and you can use Bayes theory to calculate the odds on that. But that aside, when it comes to this DNA shit, I'm not saying this. Like the stuff that I'm saying here, I would like to see people debate these scholars that I cite. Like this one thing is called uncloaking a lost cause, decolonizing ancestry estimation in the United States, particularly going after ancestry. There's another thing I'm gonna post, or did already post. I'm not quite sure. No, I posted a year over thing. I'm gonna post this thing. I did think I put in the comments about the 8,000 geneticists that says please stop using their work for anything involving race or the construct of race or
Well,
ancestry
of
and all
course
that
they
other
did
babble.
because they're angry that their work is being used to uh, prove that white people are not in the position that they're in. I could see them being
Yeah,
angry
but it's
because they said the Grimaldis were Negroid, and then when they said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 wait a minute,"
I
the
can't stand
implications
you.
of that.
I
I
can't
somehow don't
stand
think
you. Why
all
did you
eight
have to do that,
thousand.
Wani? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Well,
Whoa,
whoa.
eight
I
whoa,
can't
thousand.
whoa,
stand
whoa,
her.
whoa. They
Yeah, I
said,
can't
wait a
stand
minute.
her.
The implications of the Grimaldis being not white is going to crash us. So then they had to walk it back. Oh, we can't do race construction on a skull that old. They're just it's a ghost race. It's just a homo sapien. It's a hunter gatherer. That's the race. The
Madness.
race is
Absolute
hunter
madness.
gatherer. That's not a race.
So yeah, I can cite over 100 studies saying that trying to come up with ethnicity or any kind of like social construct based in some kind of DNA. To be very clear, DNA measures
Not
relations for
DNA,
about six.
skulls we were talking
Um,
about.
okay, yeah, that's skeletal morphology. I'm not. That's completely racist. Uh, didn't Joanne Blumenbach have sex with skulls because he was so lunatic? This is the forefather
That's not what we were
that shit.
talking about.
You
So
kind
like,
of going, you kind
anyway,
of
yeah,
batting
we're
Not
left
dealing with
gonna
field
Fruit
have
now.
Loops.
Yeah,
I
sex
just
with
want you guys
you
to know
skulls.
what
batting
Fruit
left
Loops
field
we're dealing
now,
with.
Art. Yeah, you
That's
I
all
batting
don't
left
date
field
I'm
now,
putting it out
bro.
skulls.
there. Dude, you can look this up. I'm
But
not
I
I
making
want to
this
don't
up.
say
want to
one
look
thing
up
though.
having
The
sex with
dude is a
skulls.
I
lunatic,
want to say this though.
and he disagreed with
All right,
himself. On
I
top of
gotta
that,
say this though,
Blumenbach
Art.
disagreed with his own shit.
You know how we was just talking about, and this is my biggest question, and I wish if somebody can answer this, and I'm not saying correct me, or I'm just gonna say and educate me on this, how we was just talking about outer space theory. I kind of believe that, and I kind of have a, you know what I'm saying, understanding on that. But it's just one thing that just really have me questioning it because as us being human beings, and especially my black queens, my black sisters, how come every mineral in this planet that we find when we dig, we can find the same minerals inside black women? You know, like copper, gold, zinc, platinum. You know what
It's
I'm
in
saying?
everybody.
Onyx. Yes,
But check this
it's not.
out.
No, it's not
There's a
everybody. Some people don't possess them, but not
but
like a black
listen,
woman. Go ahead.
there's a scientist now that has said that the way that our DNA has been produced, it's older than the earth. So we all have to have come from somewhere because our the way that we have developed, there would not be enough time for that on the earth. And he's going against the grain and everybody wants to throw him under the bus, but he has the numbers to back it up.
But just my that's my
That's why
question though.
that's why I was saying earlier with Art, like when he was, I think Art was just kind of joking around with the, or maybe he was serious about from Mars.
Art is a good brother. That's my brother.
No, yeah, no, that's my dude. He's real smart. But I was just saying that there's been scholarship to prove to show, not prove, to show that the human circadian rhythms are more aligned with Mars than with planet Earth, and that's very interesting.
And
Well, that
I just want to land on this point. Most people, at least for in my case, can go back at least 5, 6 generations. DNA only measures like what 7, maybe max 10 generations before your DNA no longer matches the person who's
Yeah, they
that
said
ancestor.
200 years. I do see 500 years on mine. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we need
So
I have used some better things in commercial DNA and it's pretty consistent with
even
the
if I gave
tests.
even if I gave 1,000 years, it wouldn't match migrations, right? For millennia, right? So even if I gave you the benefit of the doubt and said 500, which is like double with the averages that I see in most of these studies, and then I doubled what that was, which was already an absurd number, it still wouldn't be able to trace back migrations over millennia. So that's absurd. That's pseudoscience. There's nothing you can't trace back
All right, quick
millennia
question. You talking
in
about
your
people
DNA.
or family? What are you talking about when you see them?
I'm talking about, you know how they try to say that you they can tell where these
I've
people
heard of that,
migrated.
Art.
You can't tell any
I
Yeah,
form
heard of
of
that.
you're
migration
right. I agree with you
millennia
on
of
that.
fucking
Yeah,
go.
I agree
Yeah,
with you
you
on
can
that.
tell. So when people say that bogus talking point, oh well, you could tell paternity test. Yeah, that's 1 generation back.
Right.
Congratulations. Try going back 30 generations. It's a completely different
Yes,
story.
it
Like
is.
we're talking about something completely
I'm
different.
doing that
So
now. I'm
like
working on that now and it's like a tangled web. Uh but it can't well, you can find what you're looking for, but it's very difficult right now. They may improve in the future.
you're talking a million. What is it? 20 generations. You're talking like a million grandparents. Good luck.
No, I mean,
At
we're
30, it's
talking
like what?
about
I don't even know how
if they're
many 30
talking
would be.
about
Like that's
people coming out of Africa 100,000 years ago, I don't know how many generations that is.
you couldn't tell that. I'd put
You
money on
can't.
it. I'd put no,
You can get
you literally
general
can't.
ideas about where people went based on their DNA profile, but um, yeah, it's tough. It really is because it's such a long time.
and ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the whole point. Is the point is we are indigenous to this land. We're Australasian, Austronesian, Melanesian, whatever you want to call it, but we're indigenous to this land, and the evidence is overwhelming. All you have to do is dig, find a place to dig, and keep digging until you get some bones and test the DNA on the bones, and you come to a conclusion that they were us. So, a hell of a whole lot of effort is being pushed to say, no, 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 you're not from this land, you're from over there, to try to separate our birthright, our land based identity. Now here goes the fucked up part. That shit would have worked on me. It would have, but for um nowhere in this place I'm supposed to be from called Africa offering me dual citizenship. I used to follow John Henry Clark, and I've never been a Pan Africanist, but I kind of vibe with that. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm from Africa. You know what I'm saying? But when I start going to Africa, I was like, man, these folk ain't offering me shit. You know what I'm saying? They want my money. So I knew that was a finesse. But the point of the matter is, this is our home, and some of us are going to do research to prove that this is our home. I think Midwest had a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chaotic,
Undefeated.
chaotic says he wants to speak, but uh, undefeated had his hand up first. So after him, I don't know why chaotic isn't able to put his hand up.
Hmm.
So, Professor, what you just stated actually was a perfect segue into what I'm about to say. Back in 2012, I believe that's the exact date. I went into a store in a black community in the inner city ghetto, and I purchased something typical, the what we call it, the stereotype, Heineken and a pack of Dutch Masters. The lady behind the counter literally was an actual Indian from India, not this side where we, they,
Shit, I can't hear undefeated. I'm about to drop.
right? Can you hear me?
I'll bring you right back. Go ahead. I hear you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, and so she actually asked me to my face. She said, "Are you Indian?" I'm just being very honest and frank with y'all. The lady, now she got a dot on her head, so that's why I say it's a perfect segue. She got a dot on her head, and I know she wasn't confusing me for them because you in the hood, and in my mind, I swear I was so confused because I'm like, I know I'm a nigga, like you feel me, like that's what you in the hood, like y'all might not want to hear, but nigga, that's what it is. That's what I know, right? And so even it's documented, you feel me? So you know where you at. But why would you say that, right? So, but I wasn't smart enough at that time to even question that. I told her no. I told her I was an African American because honestly, at that time I was a Pan African. But but that's what I told her. But it's still. So when you said what you said, you're right because my mom always told me. She told me that I think it was my third great granddaddy and my fourth great granddaddy. He was a full blooded Indian. You feel me? Type shit. You know what I'm saying? And we had Indian in us, and we was not the only Black American family on our block or that went to my school like that I actually associated with from my experience that said that everybody said they had Indian in them, right? And so, I actually had a friend during this time where I was, Pan African, and he was on this Indian shit, like for real, like, well, not saying Indian stuff, but he was on this indigenous stuff, right? Like for real, saying that this was our land. He was sending me all kind of stuff, and I was kind of like, pushing it to the side, like, no, bro, like we gotta be united. You know what I'm saying? You divisive, And so I was on that kind of time. You know what I'm saying? I was really standing heavy on just being unified. But anyways, I come to the realization after the lady told me that, and then running into Dan Calloway, and then like coming to the realization that we really don't have any friends, and how it's really parasitic. And I came to my own conclusion, like, hold on, this shit really ain't working. You know what I'm saying? And then I ran into other people who felt the same way. You know what I'm saying? But that's my actual experience. So when you say, do FBAs know their ancestral history? I feel like 50-50. And the reason I say that is because a lot of us have some knowledge of it, but it really isn't like 100% clear. You know what I'm saying? And so they know of some history, but they don't know that they are the people that they think they have mixture with, right? They think that they have some Indian in them or some indigenous or aboriginal DNA. They don't know that they are the true aboriginal. You see what I'm saying? They don't know that this is their land. They don't know the difference.
Well, because when they go to school, they open those fucking school books and see the Indians, and the Indians look in between a white person and an Asian person. So right away, the child, like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing identified, the brain computer says, "Well, oh, I guess I'm not an Indian." Just like the brain computer sees that white Jesus and say, "Oh, well, I guess I'm not a god." This shit is psychological warfare, bro. But go ahead and this is good stuff. Land your plane.
Thank you, bro. And as far as is it rooted in West Africa, a lot of our people believe it's rooted in West Africa, not only West Africa, but other places based on spit DNA and things like that, because they actually believe in that. And I'm not saying everybody do. I'm just saying that some do, and which makes it problematic. But so the question was, do So the thing is, there are some that do. The goal for us is to get those that do to see it the other way and to actually come aboard this train and actually reach the so-called freedom that we want because we want a different world, we want a different society, we really want to feel safe. As far as a man, to be honest, I don't really truly feel like the man I need to be, even though I have a woman and children, this and that, only because I really can't protect them in such a way that is necessary if, somebody decide to push a button or, press the gas, just to be very.
Bro, thank you for that honesty. Thank you for that, because real talk, my nigga. All of us feel, I feel that way, and it's this goddamn system. This system is putting so much time and money into trying to make you feel like you're not a man. You can have you're a business owner. You're successful. You know what I'm saying? I done jumped through all these hoops, but this this system constantly tells you that you're not a man, and also this system plays our women against us by giving them opportunities um, and making them propagandizing them into thinking that we're less than. But that's a whole nother space, bro.
So this guy chaotic, he likes white women and stuff.
uh, he
Wants
likes
to
he eats
come up
pork.
and yeah, he
He
thinks we're
eats
jealous
pork.
of
He
he's
likes playing in the snow.
yeah, that's fine, but why are you in this room? That's what I want to know.
Well, I saw the title. Salute
Uh,
to you. Positivity is definitely
You
coming your way.
go play in a white woman's room. Go play in a white woman's underwear. Why are you wasting time in here?
I think he need to go to the valley for that. I think he need to go
Is
to
it
90210 for
Valley,
that.
they ain't got no goddamn white women in the
is it
valley.
possible to address the?
They got a lot of Mexicans. Oh, you want some Mexicans? There's
Yeah,
plenty of them.
let's bring him up and let's address it. Yeah, let's ask him what
Yes.
is his
What
desire
what
for
do
the
you want?
so-called white women.
Well, I
Cause it
No,
bring back hold on, it bring back to the space you had the other day the symbolizations of beauty or how they were saying the white women were that. So let's dig up. Oh,
Which they're not.
I don't need
But
to
yeah,
yeah.
fight. I don't need
uh,
to fight him on that. I just want to know why he's in the room.
uh,
He can like white women. I want him
white
to like
women.
white women so he doesn't make another photocopy of his ugly ass. So if I can hook you up with a white
Arwani, is this
woman,
still
you
up
can
with
blend
you?
your ass.
Wani, is this still up?
What?
Wani,
He
it's
saw that
been up
Asian
with you since you came back. Is this still
he
up?
saw that Asian chick that got on stage, and that's why he came in because that was the closest to white that he could get.
You could have put a pork chop up there and he'd have been excited behind that. But Sister Wani, is this still up? You still beefing? You still want smoke?
I am beefing. I don't know what I'm
Okay, all right. I
talking
just want to know. Okay, so,
about. I'm
when y'all bring
beefing.
y'all people in, make sure y'all got a woman because Wani needs some fresh meat to chew on, y'all. So let's get this shit popping. Bring the gentleman up, man. Let's get his opinion on
What
why
did he?
white women are so, you
Well,
know what I mean, to him.
he may not have wanted to talk about that. Did you? What did you want to discuss?
I was under the assumption that I could broach the topic. Thought we were talking about.
Of what? Yeah. Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay, so I have been a strong proponent on the idea that a lot of history has been largely manufactured. I have done shows about the fact that I believe that the transatlantic slave trade was bullshit, and I introduced logistics, for example. It would have taken an enormous amount of wood. It would have taken an enormous amount of wood to build the boats. It would have taken an enormous amount of employment. You know, we're talking about captains, navigators. We're talking about people who actually would have to go onto the continent itself. There was a risk of disease, etc. And I largely believe that African Americans or FBAs are indeed
Okay, can I ask you a quick question?
Jesus
Hold on,
Christ.
hold on, hold on,
Okay,
All right,
I'm
Twizzle.
all
I'm gonna
right,
go on mute. I'm gonna
Twizzle,
go on
go
hold
mute.
on.
I'm
ahead.
gonna go on mute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, listen. I largely believe that the foundational Black Americans or Black Americans or quote unquote Black Americans of slave descent were indeed indigenous to this land. To be honest with you, I've always thought that, and truth be told, there is a difference. There's a difference in terms of behavior. You know, Africans generally are, they're not really an impressive people. And mind you, it's thousands of different ethnic groups. They're not that really impressive. They don't really have a global effect that the Black American has. And what I'm saying is that when you think of Black people, you don't think of Fela Kuti, right? You think of
Well, I have a
okay. What's the
question for
question,
you.
sir? I can
Yeah,
give
because I
I,
got lost too.
First and foremost, could you identify your specific lineage, or what's your
I'm a
Yeah,
lineage?
who you are and where you from.
I
I'm a
got it,
Black
Twizzle. I got
American,
it.
sir.
Where's your mom from? What's her lineage, and what's your father's lineage?
My mom and dad are from Africa, sir. They're from Nigeria, sir.
So so
That
so
is
so
nasty.
And you would be correct,
You
and you
should
would
that.
burn it with
and you would
fire.
be
Burn it
correct,
with
and you
fire.
would be correct. I mean, Nigeria's.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I have a
Heavenly
What's
legitimate
what's
question.
the
brother
question?
body.
Hey, Twizzle, stop, please. My question is: given the fact that both of your parents are from Africa, and your lineage is not FBA, why do you care about this title?
Well,
What's it to you? Like my grandmother would
because
say.
I've always have believed that Black Americans were the superior. Um,
Mm,
can
I don't
I
want to
may
hear
I
this.
finish or am I going to keep
Oh
getting cut
no,
off?
it
Okay, I'm going to go on mute.
hurts. It really hurts to listen to you. Number one, we know that you love white women
But
because
what
you
does
are
that have to do with the
inferior.
topic, man?
I really don't
I mean,
care,
you.
but
I didn't even bring that up.
stop.
But
I know, but this is why we already knew this information about you. Because you're an inferior group, you lust after everybody but your own. And it's just painful to listen to you submit like this. As much as I want you under my heel, I just don't want to hear all this lusting over our group. Yes, we're better than you.
yes,
You guys have no music
yes,
genres. You have no sports legends. And the only little thing that was sent over here from South Africa has to sing our music genre because they don't have any music genres in South
correct.
Africa. And they're never going to have any. No one wants to hear anything anyone else has to say.
So, if I can continue my point, um,
Ugh,
to
yes, go ahead.
yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Yes.
Could you cash at me over it because it hurts?
Well, currently I'm in the homeless shelter, ma'am. I don't have any. I don't have a dollar to my name. Now here goes the thing.
But you can be respectful though, man. Go ahead.
I haven't been respectful. I thought
You
I.
can go. No, just go ahead.
Oh,
Finish
okay.
your
I've
point.
been respectful,
Yeah.
sir. I mean,
So finish your point, bro.
Oh,
Come on.
yes,
But
yes,
hey, Twizzle,
yes,
Twizzle, stop.
yes, sir.
I'm being cool, professor. I just saying be
Okay,
respectful.
so
You know.
I want to hear his submission.
I want to hear it
again,
too.
I will say it and I will keep saying it. Black Americans have been instrumental in the creation and the development and the continued posterity of the United States of America, which is the greatest country on the planet. I have always said that, and so that's why when I saw the title, I thought it was interesting because a lot of people that I've known throughout my life, they've always said, "Why do Africans look down upon Black Americans?" I'm like, well, why do you care if a person who is one generation away from being a hunter gatherer care? What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
No, whoa, 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 hang tight, hang tight. I've always came to the defense of foundational Black Americans. To be honest with you, I said, how can you, a person who literally their grandmother had a plate in their lip? Why do you care what they think? They had to come over here to the
I
land.
have to stop you.
Oh, why are you stopping me, man? I'm trying to answer.
It hurts.
What hurts about it? Are you in disagreement or what are you talking about?
It's not nice for you to say hunter gatherer in public.
Well, what's wrong with me telling the truth about Africans? They were hunters and gatherers just a generation ago.
They're they're doing it
Oh
now.
yeah, that's true. Some of them are now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, colonization has brought these Stone Age
Now,
primate.
what's the problem with hunting and gathering? It's
It's
nice.
not. It's not.
I like the toy son.
No.
I like the
No,
pygmy. They're hunting and
ma'am,
gathering.
I like skyscrapers. I like paved roads. I like the no,
I like the
no,
Siberians.
no,
They hunt and
no,
gather.
no, no,
You don't
no,
like chasing reindeer? What, you got a
no,
problem with
no,
that?
no, no.
You don't like
I
the
like
cold?
ordering
You
off
don't like
I
igloos?
like Instacart. I like ordering from grocery stores, ma'am. No, 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 no. I don't want to live like that. And that's why I say African Americans or black or FBA.
Don't you want a nice woman to make a
No,
nice woven
no,
basket and gather
no.
some things?
With dirty feet, ugh, no, no, no. I like
You don't like
beautiful.
women carrying baskets on their
Oh,
heads
that
with
is
their titties out?
no, 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 no. I like foundational Black American women. I'm married to one, by the way.
What type of foundational Black American women do you like, or I should say, are your preference?
Well, my wife is foundational Black American. She's dark skinned. Her parents are from the deep South. She can trace her lineage back hundreds of years. Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I've primarily dated only.
I have a question.
I've oh
Chaotic. I
no.
have a question for
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes,
I
sir.
heard you on another space the other day
Yes, sir.
positing that white women, Caucasian women, set the standard of beauty.
Yes, they do.
Explain that
Oh my God,
point
y'all
of
want to
view.
hear this?
Well, let's be honest, man. When we talk about symmetry, when we talk about other aspects of
Oh,
facial.
Symmetry is on everybody. Either they are
Okay, so I
asymmetrical or
can't
they're
answer
not.
the question, or are
They
we?
don't own
Wani,
Ooh,
symmetry.
Wani,
ooh,
Wani.
all right.
Can I get him, Wani? Can I
I
handle
need
this,
I
Wani?
can't
no.
answer. I barely got three
Wait a
words out.
minute.
I can't answer the
I
question, or
but you said something that I've actually studied
yeah.
this.
But I would like to answer the question.
Symmetry is something that it does make people attractive,
Yeah, which
having
a
both
lot of
sides of
black
your
women
face.
don't. A lot of black women look like Esther Roll, man. Well,
that's
that's
not
my
true.
opinion.
Okay.
That's
That's
not
my
true.
opinion. That's my perspective.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. You look like
Yes,
Esther
a lot
Roll.
of women
Got
look
it.
like
Come
me.
on.
That's your lack of
Esther Roll is
experience,
Caribbean, by the way,
and
but
that's your
whatever.
lack of experience.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree. Can agree to disagree on the spot. Yes. But no, Professor, to answer your question, when white women have a level of diversity that is just magical. Blonde hair.
How?
Well, let me
How?
Well,
let me
well, hold on.
answer you,
Stop right there.
Professor. Let me,
Stop
sir.
right
Can
there.
I
Stop right there.
answer the question?
Well, first and foremost, the most diverse group of women on the planet are foundational Black American women. They go from chocolate to light skin with blue eyes. So, I'll let you, give your submission, but I won't let you outright lie. I mean, it's a common known fact that foundational Black American women can have all different grades of hair, all different types of eyes, all types of skin. So, by saying that white women are the most biodiverse, that's not
They're
really
all
true.
white,
I'm
number
trying,
one. They're all the same
right?
tone, which is white. So how are they all
Yeah,
diverse?
I'm entertaining this gentleman because I'm analyzing him. I'm psychoanalyzing him. I'm trying to
But
figure
it
out what I'm dealing with.
hurts. I'm
Yeah.
feeling literal
Carry on,
pain.
chaotic.
As
Literal pain.
I'm trying to answer your question, but I keep getting cut off.
Just
I
don't
mean,
say hunter gatherer again
okay,
in
I won't say
public.
that anymore, ma'am. But here goes the thing. To answer your question, Professor, blonde hair, brunette, red hair, blue eyes, green eyes, white women are magical.
And they could
You
only wear their hair one way. Their hair
And can
falls.
I
and
Hold on,
ma'am,
Yeah.
Twizzle. Hold
ma'am,
on.
I mean,
I need
Ladies and gentlemen, this is dangerous. Let's let him
I
finish. We need to,
wanted
this is a
to
teachable
put
moment.
something in. Remember yesterday when I said that only 5% of white women have blonde hair? They're not diverse.
Yep.
They just keep dyeing their hair. But go ahead.
you could put a room, if you condense the population down. Let's say you have 10 white women. 7 out of 10 are going to look like Margot Robbie. 2 out of that
That's
10.
not true.
May
You're
I
out of
finish
your
on the
you
spot?
no, because you're lying.
And you making excuses.
You're lying out of your ass. They don't look good. They look fat, actually, and dumpy and ugly.
Ladies
Unfortunately,
and gentlemen, I
Americans
think,
have issues right now.
ladies and gentlemen, I think I got the gentleman's MO, and his screen name is very honest. I think he's coming in here to sow dissension and create chaos.
Yeah.
And that's because what he's saying is just not true. But just be respectful. I'm gonna give him last words, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Cause starting not take him seriously. Go ahead, chaotic.
You
So
guys,
your
you
chaos.
guys brought that up about the white woman. I said nothing. I didn't bring it up.
I didn't hear your first comments. I mean, I
But
knew
you
that you
are a
wouldn't
white
say
I
woman
that.
brought it
lover,
up.
though.
You went to
You
my
No,
are
page
I
and
a
brought
brought
it
white
it.
up.
woman. Hold
I
on,
On
hold
the
brought
on.
it up
You are a
secondarily.
white woman lover,
on
bro.
the spot,
You brought
you
up
brought it
white
up. You
women
went to my
talking
page
about
and said,
white
"Oh, he
women
likes
are
white
the
women." I never brought
symbolizations
it
of the
up.
women of beauty, which they are not.
What?
You don't
You?
have no
I never
argument.
came here
You
bringing
don't
that
have
up.
no stance, and you don't
I
have
didn't,
nothing. Not only
Professor.
that, you are a tether. You were
What?
born
I
in
didn't come here.
Africa.
Yeah. So, Twizzle, y'all are kind of feeding into his stick. He's
Yeah,
trying to dissent. That's the thing. He's trying to get a rise. It's the wrong space because we're psychoanalysts in
yeah.
this
Let's
space. I'm not.
let's
I'm not
go
even
on.
rising. I got him. I
Let's
got his
go on
chess
to
game down.
let's go on to
Yeah.
something else after this. But that's not what happened. Someone told me that you were in the room causing chaos, and you were tweeting against Nikki regarding Pamela Anderson not wearing makeup. That's how I heard about you. I did bring it up, but I didn't even know that was you when you asked to speak. So this isn't a pet peeve for me. I don't really care.
I will say this has been for room. This has been a teachable moment. That's my primary objective on X is to educate and to learn. Moreover, but this has been a really a good teachable moment in how we need to be careful about letting people um, come into our spaces and say incendiary things that get a rise. I think the gentleman's intention was to get us to like start acting all crazy and wanting to fight and stuff like that. So he could probably put that on his YouTube page or whatnot. But that's the wrong type of space. But I will identify that this is very dangerous. His sentiment is coming from. I actually kind of feel sorry for him. It's coming from a place of jealousy and whoever you are, you need to love every bit of yourself. If you're from, I'm not from Africa, I love every bit of me. If you do have African lineage, you need to love it. And I'm gonna hit you with what my mom used to say: how are you gonna love somebody else if you don't love yourself? And if you have people in your circle who disdain their own blood, how in the fuck could you trust them? I'm gonna give the gentleman 10 seconds. Please don't interrupt him. I'm gonna let him conclude, and then we'll move on. Chaotic, go ahead and give me your
The
conclusion.
white woman is the queen of the universe.
All right, didn't get a rise out of me. Have a nice day, sir. Next.
When he was saying set the standard for beauty, that's why I wanted to go back and forth a bit. There's like billions being spent on lips, suntans, hair coloring, perms, butts, and everything else. So if they're setting a standard, they seem to be deviating away from their natural flat asses, thin lips, pale skin, and brown hair. So they can't be the standard of beauty if they're changing everything to something else, which I don't blame women for doing. If they want to alter and fix their hair a different way, wear makeup or whatever the hell, I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying if you are just straight up beautiful, then you don't have to do any of those things. You just walk out the door and your natural look is the thing. Who is next?
Well, I wanted to quickly add on to that. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing basically posited that the state of quote unquote whiteness is a genetic, according to Dr. Welsing, the genetic deficiency called albinism. So what you're dealing with the chaotic dude, if he believes what he's saying, because some part of me says that he's thought through a routine of I'm gonna think of the most incendiary thing to say, cause a fire, and then put it on YouTube, whatever, and say, "Hey y'all, see what I did?" Like the age old adage of the little girl that burns down the house and then goes sits in the crowd and watches it burn. That may be a possibility, although maybe I'm giving him too much credit. If that's not the possibility, then what we're looking at is somebody who has been affected by the white likeness of an almighty God. So the gentleman said that both his parents were from Nigeria, I think, West Africa. I spent a good bit of time in West Africa, and some of you already know there are pictures of a white, stringy haired Jesus all over the place. They think God looks like somebody outside of themselves. According to Dr. Wells, and if I may paraphrase her, if you think that the highest being is not you, how can you love yourself? So that association of a Jesus being a white, quote unquote, to quote Wani, a Bee Gees, a member of the Bee Gees, of course he's going to think white women are beautiful because his parents have told him that Jesus is white. Um, I think we're gonna go with Midwest, and then Stacia.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, just
You
for the
heard me, brother.
record,
Midwest.
I'll date anybody if they got like they have a certain build. But looking
Oh,
at Baywatch,
can y'all hear me?
can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor.
Okay.
I can hear him too.
All right. Looking at
Oh,
Baywatch.
he's talking. Okay,
Okay,
I can't
sorry.
hear him.
Looking at Baywatch, the hottest woman there was Tracy Binkman. That was a sister. You know, if you want to be objective, kind of. I know that's kind of impossible, like you say, Professor, but it was Tracy Bingham. The hottest Spice Girl was Scary Spice. So I don't know how he's saying
No, I don't. Who cares? I mean, I don't care what a Nigerian thinks.
that.
I
Yeah.
don't blame them for not liking their women or them. I mean, goodbye.
All right. Yeah, and
Wash yourself out. Enjoy it.
yeah, and I think you are bringing up the neighborhood, how I guess the more.
Hey, Midwest, do me a favor. Drop down and come right back. I can't hear you.
All
Oh
right, got you.
man. So the people that feel that you can't build boats, did you ask the Vikings what they thought about that? Because they built a whole lot of wooden boats and they sailed a whole bunch of places. And a lot of people wrote about the fact that they got their asses whipped by some guys with horned hats on. Actually, they didn't have on horned hats, but we made that part up. And
Not
it's
only that, they rewrote the Bible because of them. Go ahead, Wani.
they took everybody's money, kicked them in the ass, and got back on those ships. And those ships are over there right now. Not all of them, but some of them. After they used ships for slavery, which they did, and I have two pictures. Yeah, pictures of people on slave ships being shipped on slave ships, little boys. So don't say people did not get put on slave ships because somebody said on YouTube that they didn't. I have images of these, actual pictures, photographs. This is a thing, been going on forever before the trans Saharan slave trade. They've been selling people, they sold them on the Silk Route, they sold them on the trans Saharan slave trade, they sold them on the transatlantic slave trade, and my ancestors came off of some of those ships. So, yes, that did happen. And what they would do is they take the ship and repurpose it for something else. So when they said slavery's over, you can't sell slaves, they simply just made it into a cargo ship. And then they simply just got rid of it, turned it into firewood when it got too old, like they do every ship. So what is this nonsense about there's no ships? What is this nonsense about they can't sail a wooden ship? What kind of stupidity is that? Of course they can sail a wooden ship. How the hell do you think people got to the places that they got? How do you think the
It's into
Vikings came over here and made a settlement here before the European came? I mean, before the Englishmen and the Frenchmen and the Spanishmen came over here. How do you think that happened? You think that they skateboarded over here? Use your fucking brain.
and those of you who need evidence of that, go buy a book by Lerone Bennett called "The Shaping of Black America." In the book, he has damn near bills of lading that shows that proves that the ships actually came over. But I think that the gentleman was saying that comment again to he's calculating what could he say to piss people off. You know what I'm saying? Saying a certain group of women aren't beautiful when my room's full of those type of women. Saying that slavery didn't exist when obviously it's full of the translated slave trade didn't happen when it full of foundational Black American. Those are calculated risk to try to get a rise. Then once you get a rise, you kind of keep it going. He knew what he was doing. He wasn't really good at it. He needs to work on it a little bit more. But I got his game down pat. I was getting bored with it. Stacia.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and how did he think that, the British? How do you think that the British colonized them? It's like you think
How did
they
the
flew British.
Mayflower get here?
How did they Brit? How I mean, did they fly British Airways? Is that how they
Yep.
got to Africa?
Yes, they did.
um, but yeah, it's like I don't. It's like it's one thing to pop up in the space and say that you're coming respectful, but if you've heard him speak, especially in Tariq's space the other night, it started out respectful, but then it turned into white woman worship. It turned into talking about the inferiority of Black children. It turned into just the disrespecting of Black people, calling Black people inferior altogether. And so when you have that kind of perspective, you have an adversarial disposition when you come into the space, regardless of what you said, this time around. um, and so, yeah, I think that you handled that very well. He's definitely hungry for content on his channel. I think he was so giddy by getting to talk to Tariq for like 20 minutes or whatever. And he's like made an 8-hour video based on that. But as far as the topic goes, As far as our ancestral history being rooted in West Africa, I just honestly, even going over there, it's like they tell you that you're home, but you really don't feel like you belong. I didn't feel like I belonged. I felt like an outsider, 100%. It's like regardless of how
Remind us where you went again.
I
Which
went
place?
to Ghana, Senegal, Kenya, Tanzania. It just it's like yes, it's like we do have like a similar like skin tone. They do know how to braid your hair. That's one thing I can say as far as like hair products, certain skin products, things like that. We can share that in common, but at the end of the day, you do not get the vibe that you're home and you are an outsider and you will be treated as such. So at the end of the day, I think it's important to respect and learn more about your own history, our own history and culture here, or different cultures, even, because of course there are subcultures even within our group. But, regardless of where my ancestors came from, however long ago, I don't feel like our culture is really rooted in West Africa, and I'll land there.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. I was while you were talking about the character that came in here, I was reading Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's article on inferioralization. She says inferioralization. Well, quote Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says, "quote Inferioralization is the process is the conscious, deliberate, and systematic process utilized specifically by a white supremacy social system as conducted through all its major and minor institutions, including the institution of the family, to mold specific people within that system into functional inferiors." Now, look at that. It said functional inferiors. So chaotic, like I remember I telling y'all, I kind of started feeling sorry for him. He's been molded probably by his parents and him. He mentioned that he was in a fraternity. He probably got around like some FBAs who had money and power. He got molded into a functional inferior. Dr. Weldon says, in spite of their true genetic potential for functioning under the white supremacy system, I'm sorry, the more melanin pigmentation present in the skin, and thus the darker the individual, the greater the inferioralization pressure imposed on the racist system. Thus, like I said, I bet you some of his line brothers were light skinned. Thus, amongst all non white people, blacks are most victimized by this process. Particularly darker black people receive extreme victimization amongst even amongst black people themselves. Exactly. This skin coloration code established by the global white collective other methods of black subjugation is essential to genetic white survival. So chaotic and without knowing it is what the CIA would call an unwitting agent. He's an agent of white supremacy and isn't even aware of it. Dr. Wells finally says this same code causes black people to say, don't marry anyone darker than yourself, preferring light skinned persons as mates. Such socially imposed patterns of thinking yield black infant in first direct experience with rejection and negation by the racist social system he or she is born into. This negation will continue for their entire lifespan. So, dude has been made into a functional inferior and thereby an agent, an unwitting agent of white supremacy. Well, at least he found out a way to make money off of
Just
it, huh?
like the rest of the immigrants, so he's right in line.
Yep, typical. That's why I was saying I was getting bored with it. On let's see, Jamal.
I was just gonna say it's actually a historical fact that the modern day pale woman's beauty standards are based off of the melanated woman. That's a historical fact.
Yep, yep. Yeah, we had a picture in there the other day about the what's it called? Wanting
The
to bustle.
bustle, yeah. When Hottentot came
Yeah,
around. You're breaking
that
up.
shit was so capped that. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Here we go. Okay, that shit he was saying was so capped that I'm gonna put a picture in there of a white lady with a bustle on. The Europeans in Europe created a butt. like they made a little wire butt on their dress to try to compete with black women. So
But
really,
now,
in a okay,
no, go ahead.
go ahead.
I I was
Oh, I was
gonna
just,
go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say I'm about to put in on jumbotron a picture of a bustle, which was common practice all over Europe, France, England, because white women knew that black women stood for the standard of beauty with those hips, and they couldn't, they couldn't manufacture those hips on their body. Therefore, they did it on their dresses. So, in the jumbotron, you will find evidence that black women set the standard of beauty and sensuality in Europe, for Christ's sake, during the medieval ages. Go ahead, Wani.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they tried to set the standard, and the way that they tried was they didn't just outright say, "I'm better looking than you," but they acted like we didn't exist, and they told us to get rid of our hair and to do something with ourselves and to fix ourselves, that we were broken. Imagine people with multiple mutations. The mutants are telling others how they don't look right. Their mutations are all over the place, and they're telling non-mutated people that they don't look right. That's really insane.
Well, that reminds me, Wani, of a study that biologists did in the ocean. They took a fish. You know how fish swim in these gigantic schools in the ocean. They took a fish and lobotomized it. Basically, messed his brain up to where it was swimming erratically. They lobotomized a fish and then dropped it in the ocean amongst a school of fish. And what did they do? They followed it around. So that's the system of white supremacy. It's insanity, and it's what Talib Nasheed. There's a beautiful book I might have to have a space on called Black Swan. I don't know if anybody here has read Black Swan. He wrote two great books, Black Swan and Anti Fragile. But in Black Swan, Dr. Nasheed talked about the concept of a black swan. So in Europe, all swans were white, and it was just common practice that people would say, "Oh, swans are white, honey. They're white for like 1,000 years or something. Swans are white." Until one day, a swan had a black swan. So that one instance kind of changed public opinion. So basically, going back to this space and the beginning of this space, in the beginning on planet Earth, everybody was melanated. Everybody was Africoid, if you will, Melanesian, Austronesian, whatever you want to call it. But we had noses like and dark skin and afros. That was the norm until it wasn't. So white supremacy was a black swan, and I put that in my book. It was a white supremacy came out of nowhere. Nobody knew the concept of race, and the Europeans capitalized on it. Now, how did they know to capitalize on it? I'm glad you asked. That leads back to Plato's strategic evil racist ass. Plato came up with all this ideology that this divisive rhetoric of white supremacy. So where did Plato get it from? That's the interesting part. Plato was had an uncle named Solon. I like that name, Solon. Solon. And Solon, as history reports, actually spent time with survivors of the Atlantean culture. Who you think that was? That was us. And Solon was so freaked out. So he said that the Atlanteans were so perfect and so dangerous and precise that he trained his nephew Plato to make sure that these people shall never rise again. Does that sound familiar? Knights of the Golden Circle, the fraternity, the blacks shall never rise again. We're looking at something a lot bigger than we understand, people. And the sad part is they've co-opted people who look like us to be agents of their chaos. And one of them's name is fucking chaotic. Um, I saw another hand. Oh, men's, what up, dude?
Men's had his hand up all night and was asleep. Are you letting me sleep again? Men's asleep again. No, no, he's not.
Come on, man.
Yo,
Remember?
that's so crazy because I promise y'all, last night, I think that was yesterday you talking about, I damn sure
Yep.
did. And when I woke up, like I was waiting massively long. And then I woke up and I was hoping that I said something. I was trying to remember this morning. I was like, Dad, did I speak about all right. Well, This is a good question, man. Y'all are on a freaking streak, man. This is like what? I don't know. Y'all going 2 weeks in with these good titles, good topics. Literally, this is something that I've thought about. Because as we know, as you get past, deeper into your lineage, when you're doing your genealogy, that you have more lineages to do. It's like one becomes two, two becomes four, but each one of those individuals become two and becomes four again and again and again, and it branches out, mother and father side, and grandparents and grandmother side. So anyway, y'all understand that. Now look, I've found I haven't found nobody from West Africa. Like, what I'm saying. However, I have found slave schedules, which I'm sure a lot of us get to, and that's where we reach that hard point. And I've gotten only one individual's selling papers, but it doesn't actually say where they were from as far as what country in West Africa. It just says where they were transferred from, which one of the slaves was transferred from New York into the South. And this is a long time ago. I can't give you the exact date right now, so don't give me the lie. Now, everyone else, my grandmother's side, her, she has Gullah Geechee, which is Newberry, South Carolina. And my father, he has, Louisiana and South Carolina, Charrow County. My mother is North Carolina, South Carolina, like I said, Newberry and Littleton. And then of course at some points there's Georgia on my grandmother's side on my dad's side. So I've always asked, y'all know the ethnicity breakdown. That's what really caused my curiosity because it always shows like a good bulk of. I even have my parents who did the ethnicity breakdown when they did the spin into the ancestry. Maybe I gave my DNA away to some sinister stuff, or I didn't. But what I do know, it does connect you with other people who I did find in my trees, and it did help me. Um, However, I question at what point did West Africans, what I'm saying, come because I know there's a lot of us who have slaves in our ancestry, and and I do believe this transatlantic slave trade exists. So shame on anybody who says it didn't. We have definitive proof that it did. If you ever been to Nigeria, Lagos, they had the wall of no return. There's a place in Ghana. There's so much evidence. I even have a book that's signed from when I was it was given to me when I was young. But I have a book when I went to Ghana that talks about everything that happened in the slavery in Ghana as far as the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade. Um, so when you have that, I can't deny that. However, the question I do ask myself time to time is one, was there Africans that traveled here before the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes.
Right. And
Negritos,
then
Africans,
because
all kind of people.
yeah, see the
Even
Negritos.
Chinese
But
people
the
were here,
craziest
believe it or not.
well that y'all see now I was gonna go into the
There was a
second one.
Chinese
We
anchor
was
found off of the coast of of the Pacific. Yeah, yeah. Other people were here for sure.
no. So when it comes down to this, right? We was talking the other day, Juan, and you had asked me something about Siberians, and you had me break down like that whole, how Siberians came out of Asia, but earlier in time, like generations and many generations prior, they migrated out of sub-Saharan Africa through the
Eurasia.
what they now call the desert. Yeah, now what they call the desert, which Afghanistan and Iraq and all that stuff, the Middle East is Africa. It's just the desert of Africa. You don't have to cross any water to get there. And then from there you get to Europe and then Asia. Now, the question is, if Siberians did a DNA test of the ethnicity, would majority of their breakdown be West African or North African or et cetera, et
No.
cetera? Hmm. Even okay.
Hey, Minch,
So
they did a test
who's
on the
that?
Siberians, and a lot of them ain't even related to the Russians and all that either.
Yeah, we know that. We know they're not related to Russians, because Siberian, the people that travel here to America, they travel through from Siberia, but the reason why I asked that question, Wani, is that's what are you saying their mitochondria DNA wouldn't test back to or date back to any parts of Africa either?
Mans, I got like an answer for you. I don't know if it will be satisfactory, but the haplogroup D, I think the Andamanese people, and I think
Oh, was somebody talking?
some of the New Guineans as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan Quay or Don
Yeah.
Quay.
They're
Okay, I can't hear him.
Okay, let me drop and come back then.
And I only ask myself these questions because of a lot of stuff that I've come across, and y'all know the stuff on that y'all seen the PDFs with the pictures of boats and hieroglyphs and everything that sailboats and everything that existed, and then you also know about the Bering Strait. So I kind of
they.
asked, like, if we traveled,
What
if
happened is
yeah,
they.
if Africans travel to Asia, then why not travel to all the way into the Americas as well?
Okay,
So that's the only question I have, man.
okay,
Well,
so
well,
okay.
quickly about the transatlantic slave trade. I posted some pictures I've never really shared with y'all before, but I just wanted to prove that it happened. If you look in the jumbotron, what you're looking at, I want to take a moment to show y'all something. That's Elmina Castle, the slave auction house, one of the main ones. The room you see with the lady with the purple poncho walking in, notice has a skull and crossbones ahead of it. That is a room where they would throw black, African in who tried to protect. They would, they used rape. They would every morning they would pick the slave girl they wanted to rape, often a young girl, with intent of getting them pregnant. They wanted to get her pregnant to have a mixed baby that would then be used as a weapon to sow dissension amongst. How the fuck are we still standing? I don't know. But that room right there, if every once in a while enslaved man would try to protect them or stage a coup, they would throw them in that skull and crossbone room. That's important because I want to let y'all know that the concept of the hole, in jail, the hole, that shit came from there. So jails are a modern day extension of the slave trade. So, and which is confirmed in the 13th Amendment. Lastly, if you look at the second picture, it looks like nothing. It's just a wall with little indentations. What I want everybody to do is click on it and magnify it because that's the inside of that room, the original hole, right? And what you'll see, this is real graphic, but you'll see fucking nail marks in the concrete from men trying to scratch their way, losing their mind, trying to scratch their way out of it. There are nail marks in that concrete. And lastly, you see I think that's the point of no return. So
Mm.
don't let that chaotic guy upset you. It's tactical. He was coming in here with a business plan. I wonder, was he a business major? Because that was a whole
Wait,
psychological. Yeah, well, yeah, man. You see what I'm saying? That was like a business model. I felt a business model running. I was like, okay, incite
yeah,
them.
I,
Yeah.
I wanted to comment, but I know how your spaces run, and I don't like to go against the grain. Yo, did you go over? All right, you went to Ghana for? Did you go to the wall of no return in Ghana?
Yeah, I went there. Yeah,
Okay, did you go to the tour? Did they bring you through the different rooms?
yeah, I went through
And
all that. Yeah.
so it like basically there was like slots in the wall, and you couldn't go through that to that door unless you could fit. And then there was
Yep.
a whole nother room, and
Yep.
and then you couldn't get to the next door until you could fit. And then there was another room, and so you asked that question: how the hell did someone make it? Like, just through that process, starvation, basically starving to death, and to so they could fit you into the ship. You know what I'm saying? So you weighed the right amount. And you got people with the nerve to try to deny that this stuff happened.
That's very,
You know what I'm
very
saying? You got
insulting, and I can't stand it because it did happen, very much so, and it's happening now. Like it's not like they ever stopped. They just stopped selling to Europeans.
Yeah, man, I'm back. I
yeah,
wanted
man.
to get back to what you were saying about the Siberians and whatnot.
Trying to
So,
tell it, but everybody keeps talking. Ancient East
but-
Asians branched off 44,000 years ago.
oh yeah, Wani, you don't know what I'm about to
Uh,
say, but
Okay, go ahead.
basically, they've found some fossils in South America that had the haplogroup D. Now the haplogroup D is present in New Guinea as well. So like those are
Yeah, we
like
know.
the
Can you post it?
Melanesians,
We know
but it's
that. Can you
also
post it?
present. Oh, hold on, it's also present in the indigenous people of Japan, the Ainu people. But it's also present in the Andamanese
They're
island
all
off the coast of India.
negritos. That's
But
why.
no, those are not negritos.
Which ones?
Mm, okay, and that haplogroup is also present
Some of them
in
you
Africa
mentioned
and
were.
Nigeria. Excuse me.
You don't. You're not You're not negritos in Nigeria.
I did not say it as negritos. I'm saying the haplogroup
Uh,
D is present
okay.
in Nigeria as well.
We're not
So
going by that though.
I'm not saying we should go by that, but he was asking about, the migration from out
I
of
was trying to
Africa to
explain to
Asia.
him what happened after they went from Africa. It's like
Hmm.
they branched into one of the groups, said, we're going to go up. No, I don't know why they said this. We're going to go up north and herd reindeers and make igloos forever. They became adapted to this. So it's not like you or I going up to Siberia and doing it. They're
But
adapted to
those
it.
people don't have the same haplogroup though. So
I'm
those
not
are
talking
different
about the
people.
haplo. Oh my God, I'm not talking about haplogroups.
Hmm.
We were just talking about Native Americans.
Okay, I'm talking about the
I'm not.
melanated ones
I'm
right
not
now.
talking about them right now. I'm
Okay,
talking about Native Americans.
okay.
Okay. So, is it okay?
I want to point out something right
Yeah,
quick,
sure.
and no offense, Dan, but I keep hearing you take the conversation and taking it to Africa, like you were talking about Nigeria, like the room we're talking
He
about
asked that question though.
FBA. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I missed a question. That's possible. Go ahead, one.
So, one of the branches went up, and those are the people that are reindeer herders. They make igloos, they have summer houses that are tents covered in animal fur, and they eat seal blubber. The other group, yeah, they forked off. It was weird. And the other group went across the Bering Strait uh, about 15,000 years ago. They're lowering that number because they used to say, oh, this happened, 25,000 years ago. That number is getting lower based on genetic studies. Anyway, they were called Proto-Indigenous Americans. They crossed over into the Bering Strait. Well, you can look at their face and see that they've been through Central Asia. They have Turkic features. They sometimes can have a very prominent nose, which is something that Inuit people don't have. So they picked up some genetics from them, and so that's it. It branched off of a group called Basal East Asians and ancient North Siberians. So that's what they're about.
So basically, you're saying that there was two waves of people that went into the Americas through the Bering
Oh,
Strait, and
multiple
that
ways,
is the
but
second wave.
multiple ways. But the main wave, no, I said that the other ones went to uh, Siberia and the North Pole, and they adapted to that climate, while the other ones went across the Bering Strait. But there's more than one wave. We're just speaking generally. A large number of people made these branches off of the main group. So,
Yeah, yeah. Archaeologist David Wright says there's a strong working model in archaeology and genetics, which have been proponent that most Native Americans, Dave, today extended from a single pulse or expansion. So basically, like what we've been taught is just like one big push during the Bering Strait. That's cap. They've been there a very long time. That was just one group of I think those were the Siberians coming across the. Would you
Yeah,
agree with
the
that?
Siberians did
Yeah.
go, and their language is shared along with the with some of the Inuit people, and I wrote down the names of the groups that they share it with. Now, the all of these Negritos, aka Proto-Austronesians, aka Melanesians, and they gave a combo name for Papua New Guineas. Here, let me try to clear this up. This is kind of confusion. Okay, so the people we know as Native Australians, they actually came over as one group, but Australia was um, one landmass with Tanzania and Papua New Guinea, right? It was a chunk.
Pangea,
It
right?
was a chunk.
Tanzania?
Yes.
No, it was a chunk. It was called the shawl or something.
Oh,
And
are you talking about Tasmania?
I just said Tasmania, Papua New
I heard
Guinea,
Tanzania. Sorry.
Tasmania, sorry. Tasmania, like the Tasmanian devil, got it. Papua New Guinea and Australia were one chunk of land, and they skipped across these islands because they had the ability to make a boat good enough to do that. They supposedly left Taiwan, skipped across these islands, and then they were able to get to this landmass, which we now know is three different places, but before it was one place. But when the water rose, then Papua New Guinea became its own place, Tasmania became its own place, and but before that, and Australia became its own place before that, they were all one group and they actually populated other things in the Pacific before those waters rose, and now they're on their own lands and they're on their own islands. But then another wave came tens of thousands of years later of Austronesians, not Proto-Austronesians, Austronesians, but they had another admixture that made them lighter skinned, like the Maori um, in New Zealand, the Hawaiians that we see now. Hawaiians used to be very dark skinned if you look back in the history, but now they're lighter skinned because they have an infusion of people that are lighter skinned. But it's still the same group, but they have an admixture of lighter skin. Anyway, they came and then they started populating some of the islands that they call Polynesian islands. So we're getting what's happened is that mm, uh, Austronesian people have been in the Americas. Negritos, aka Proto Austronesian people, have been in the Americas. Chinese people have been in the Americas. Africans with boats that sailed over here have been in the Americas. The Olmec came from somewhere. Everybody's been in the Americas, but in high numbers is what we're talking about. Go ahead, man.
Before, before men's goes, my mute kind of went crazy for a second. Before men's goes, and the to support what Wani just said, I put some interesting scholarship in the jumbotron. If you look at those black dots on South America and Australia, and the black dots on the islands of Manoa and Tongan, and even in Central America, all these pieces fit together like a puzzle, and those black dots represent the Australasian people. So and the Melanesian. I left out Melanesian, but these were all people that look like us. Everything fit together like a puzzle. Go ahead, man. I think it was men's, right? Is somebody talking?
I can't hear anyone.
Oh, okay. Just making sure my thing ain't messed up.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay. My apologies, guys. I actually posted in the jumbotron because this is why I was asking. I just want to make sure y'all understand why I'm so intrigued in this particular question and reasoning is because Ronnie, I spoke to you a long time about this. I remember you was telling me like how like that 1% is like significant for the indigenous Americas North.
Mm-hmm.
My mother has indigenous American South, but it doesn't show up in mine. So I guess it dropped off. I guess it's not detectable at this point because it's under 1%. So this is my breakdown. And um, what I know is that I found like slaves, in my ancestry on both sides. Obviously, I think all Black Americans do. But as you go, if you make it to, if you're lucky and you make it past the 18, around the 1850s, 40s, and you make at least one pass, whether that's because you found documents or something like that, because you're not going to find it on the census, right? Or slave schedules, which you really don't find. That even gets hard because if some slave schedules just has a marker, it just has one or five slaves and stuff like that. But some slave plantations kept documentation and records, and some even have books, like actual book of the names of people that were there. Um, I was lucky to get that one time, but everything else is a mystery. So when you say everything is a mystery, I'm saying that other than the tribes that I found that goes way back, like the tribes have records because some of them marry white folks. I had an Indian tribal, great great grandparent that married a Scottish person. But from what I understand, that they did that to, I guess, try to white their lineage. I don't know, man. It's a power thing. Um, and then I have a whole bunch of English because they go back all the way to daggone 14. I got English lineage that go to like 1400s, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like all the way back to England, and but they were here like in the 1600s. Um, all over, all the way up the East Coast. Same thing with Irish. Irish, I have people that goes all the way to around the 1700s before you see anything any other record. And I got all of these not flags. What do they call it? Crests. I got crests. You know what I'm saying? Family crest. Do y'all see those in y'all lineage too? So when you
No,
when you ask the question, y'all don't have crest in y'all
I
lineage?
didn't see any.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I got crest. I got a few crests, and I'll post those momentarily. But I just want to say, when you ask that second question, which I didn't get to, is it rooted in West Africa? Is my ancestry rooted in West Africa? I would have to say no, because it's only because that would be only partially true.
Mm-hmm. And they don't have any roots, which is what the issue is. If everybody dispersed
Facts.
out of South and East Africa and went to other places, including West Africans, Bantu expansion, that's why my haplogroup says East Africa. And do I have a light bulb head? No.
Hell no. Like Somali heads, man. Yo, you crazy. Oh man. I just thought about South Park, man. I thought about
Mm. My my
that
haplogroup predates these people's movements. You understand? You're not older than my haplogroup. So you're not my roots. If I want to say someone's my roots, I'll go talk to some pygmies and some Khoisan people and them alone. Those are the only roots that I am going to acknowledge. Because those are the only people that I can say I sprung from, that they are part of my ancestry or my historical ancestry that went all over the place. Just like those people that keep running their mouths and telling us that they created our food. Yeah, Nigerians created soul food, but at the same time, white people created Southern cooking. How does that work? We're being pulled apart like a chicken bone.
Let her
all over
cook.
the place, man. All over the place. I just had a conversation today. Man, I'm so happy. Yo, Wani, if you was there, your head would explode because I know how you feel when they talk about hip hop. But there's this guy. He says he was Black American from the Bronx, so you already know what's up. His family from the South, and he literally tried to say that Puerto Ricans were already here. And I was like, and I had to like literally break down all of the history about the 1920s, 1940s, these different points of inception and different bills that was passed.
What do you mean already here
And
in the
he,
country?
no, he was saying they were already here, like when they was living in New York, like when they
How
came,
old is
like
he?
I
20
was
years
trying to tell
old?
him that no, that's the crazy thing. He just made the baby boomer. He just made the cut for a
How
baby
do you
boomer, so they was telling me take it easy on
how do
him.
you
But he was cursing me
of
out,
course
man.
they do. These baby boomers need to be stomped down under my heel. They
He was
can't
cursing
pull
me out,
rank on me.
man.
No, 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 no. Don't even try to lie. These people are all new. They just started coming over here when the getting was good. When they found out that they wouldn't be swung on a rope. You know, they were swinging people on a rope. So that John Lugamo, I can't say his name, and I don't really want to. He can't, he wasn't lying. They were lynching Asians in the West Coast, lynching Mexicans in the West Coast. So they wouldn't bring their little scary butts over here. They didn't want none of that. They waited till the getting was good. They waited till everything was smoothed over and calmed down. And then they started creeping over here. You ain't going to see that many of those people over here. They didn't want to fight wars. They didn't want to get lynched. They didn't want to be anything but leeches. But the leeches that they are, they can't help it. Who's this?
So
Go ahead.
have you ever heard of the Jones Act and then what followed after during World War II?
Remind me of it.
Something called the Operation Bootstrap. So the Jones Act granted U.S. citizenship to Puerto Ricans, allowing them to travel to and from the United States without a passport. This led to a larger migration of Puerto Ricans to the United States, with New York City becoming their largest base. That was in 1917, and in 19 and in the war during World War II. After the war, the U.S. needed more workers in growing cities, which is funny because remember the Windrush in England and
Yeah.
in Europe, the Windrush, which followed after the war, and they needed workers. Well,
Mhm.
it's like this same thing happened here. After the war, the U.S. needed more
Let him
workers in its
cook,
growing
y'all. Let
cities,
that nigga
while
cook.
farms while farms in the Midwest and Northeast also needed labor. Puerto Rico's economic recovery plan, Operation Bootstrap, left many workers unemployed, so the island actively encouraged migration. During the period, up to
Mhm.
50,000 new migrants arrived in New York City each year.
They
You
came
know,
over
so
here talking
so when
about
people
they
ask like,
Spanish. Y'all ain't
yeah,
Spanish.
so when people ask like, how did that happen in New York? Like that's how that happened. 50,000 a year
Oh,
just flooded
goodness.
into our areas of like this is like these weren't areas that like because New York was segregated. You know, and the Irish had their place, the Dutch even was there, the Scottish and Italians, they all had their areas, the Jewish as well. And when they started like when they needed workers and stuff, like really cheap laborers, they basically did that just like they did with the Irish and the Irish and the Italians. You know, during the 1800s, it's no
Thanks
different. They
for
did the
letting me
same
know.
thing
I
with
missed that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yo. So
Dr. Howard
mm,
Zinn on page 227 in his book says, how could these new, and let me give you a year. This is in 1860, no, I'm sorry, 1847. Dr. Zen says, quote, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathizers with the black slave, who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country? Indeed, the most working class activists at this time ignored the plight of blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. Racial hostility became an easy substitution for class frustration. So this shit, that's what Men's is talking about. That's the name of the game. Racial hostility becoming a distractor for the fact that you're from a homeland that's falling to pieces. Focus on the blacks. Focus on the blacks. That's the name of the game, and we ain't having it no more.
Nope. Keep looking at
yeah,
me.
and
You're going to
and
get
I
punched in the face. That's how it's going to go down. No, I'm not
I
playing
agree.
anymore. Collectively, you're going to get punched in the face. You better go look at somebody else.
I can't wait until that bullhorn goes off. But in my apologies, I'm going to bring it back to y'all conversation because I'm really interested in this conversation that y'all are having. I've really juggled because a lot of these foreign people, black people who look like us, like racially black, I really just want to say melanated and
Yeah,
stuff,
they're
but it's
not
safer for
racially
everyone to
black,
understand.
they're African.
It's accurately to say melanated,
Yeah,
actually.
uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
So
we're
I'll
not
say,
the same
yeah.
race. We're
So I'll say
multiple.
Africans and
Yeah,
Caribbeans.
they have
They
multiple
tell
lives.
us they tell us that they call they try to show some level of like we know Wani and Professor, we know that when they smile in our face and they call us brother and sister, they only saying that to like be a little sinister and sneaky to put our guard down, disarm us. But it really bothers me because when they do come in these spaces and even in person, and I tell them that I'm not you, whatever. And I've gotten into arguments like with these folks many times because I'm not one to stand down. I'm just as vocal and loud in person as I am on this app. And they were arguing tooth and nail that like you don't know your ancestry. Then I dropped that line like, okay, so my family was here 400 years ago. Where was your family at? You know what I'm saying? And they go blank. Or hey, my great grandfather and my great great grandfather and my great great grandfather was all in North Carolina and South Carolina on both sides in Louisiana at some point. Where was your great great grandfather at? Oh, I don't know who my great grandfather. Oh, okay, you don't keep records. You don't have any documentation, any stones, no nothing, no walls, no hieroglyphics. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
So the reason why I get so bothered though is not even them. It's really that the number that they played on all of us collectively, there is a mystery, but that mystery wasn't done solely by white people. It was done by these Africans, the Africans at that time. Is the reason why there's a gap of where there's a mystery. You know what I'm saying? So do we know definitively that every person that was a slave in our ancestors came through at some point, whether they through their great 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 parents or great grandparents, their lineages came off this slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, or do we know definitively that some of them came off the Atlantic slave trade, which I believe that's the case. But where and what's the story for the others? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the story? It's like they tell us that you're from Africa. I think that you're just as best as putting a blindfold on, spinning a globe with just the African continent, and you just pointing anywhere and just picking a
Facts.
place. Because if you think about Africa, everybody in Africa has migrated and there's something called migration patterns. So it's like they could say yes. If you look at this ethnic breakdown, you can say yes. Okay, it says 22% Cameroon, Congo, Western Bantu peoples, 20% Nigeria. But on the tree, you will see no connection to any of those places. Those African places. And when you look at the place, if you think about this time, number one, these places weren't there. But even worse than that, the migration patterns.
Yep,
The people that's there today were not the same people that was there 400 years ago. Let alone your tribe probably doesn't even
it
exist.
doesn't.
If your tribe got dismantled,
Just like the Knox
it's like
civilization, when you look at the Knox civilization, those people that made that civilization in West Africa, that is not even a tribe. That's not Yoruba people. It's part of a group that still existed we never heard of. Just like that Great Zimbabwe Wall, that's a part of a group that we don't talk to. That's not part. Remember that guy Elvis that comes in? He's from Zimbabwe, and his group didn't build that wall. He's a hunter gatherer, as Chaos said. Okay, so I want to let I am speak, and I also wanted to clarify. Someone was saying that um, Mexicans inflated the statistics of them being lynched by just claiming any white person with a Latino name. They also claim they're doing the same thing, claim they were in the military as well. Oh, we fought in every war. No, some white guy with a Spanish name did. Because again, they think that they're Spanish. They have lost their minds. Okay? We're dealing with a confused group of individuals. I am, can you go ahead? If you're not asleep, I am.
I am. Can you hear?
Where is love? I am. Speaking of I am.
I don't know. I hadn't seen her today. I am Cabell. Can you hear us?
The tether don't want to talk, bro.
I am Cabell. Going one more time. I'm about to remove you from the room. Oh well, too late.
Well, uh, man, none of them tethers, man. We ain't got no ties to none of them tethers, man. We been over here the whole time, dog. They know that. They know just as well as we know. We been over here the whole time. We ain't got no ties to them tethers. They, I don't even know what the fuck their purpose is. No way. Of trying to, leech on to us, man. What the fuck their purpose is, bro? I'm just be honest, man. I, man, I, man, you was cooking, my boy. I ain't gonna even lie. One, hey, on the spot, you were cooking too, Professor. You know your ass be cooking, but man, we been here. We the only real tribe. They can't show us no slave ship, man. They can show us barbarian ships, but what a slave ship is. You can show us a picture.
Yeah, they had slave ships.
Yes, they did have slave
You mean a
ships.
picture of a slave ship, but but you can't
But
actually
No,
what
show us like
they
an
had
actual
slave
picture of a
ships.
slave ship, bro. You know what I'm saying?
They had
So
slave
but
ships.
yes.
I ain't buying it, man.
And one of
Not
them was
buying
named the
what?
good ship Jesus.
Not buying what? You're saying they didn't have ships?
I'm saying that we've been here the whole time. We was already here, bro. We
No,
we
yeah,
Okay,
ain't
yeah,
got.
yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
had people here, but they still had slave ships.
Captain, it's both, and that's the confusing thing is they did have slave ships, but you are correct in you're saying that the majority of us were here in the first. We were here already, but they did have because my dad, we linked my dad's dad to a corporate. Of course, I say corporation. That's a Freudian slip, isn't it? A plantation in North Carolina. So it did exist, but it wasn't as widespread as they say it is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, either way it go, they still tethers though. I'm gonna just be honest with
Mm, the ignorant.
Um, you also have to remember that after a while, they stopped bringing folks by ship and just relied on having breeding farms like we were cattle or livestock too. So you have to keep that in mind.
you. Oh yeah, with the breeding process too. Yeah.
Wani,
The only
you brought up a moment ago from our space. My days are blurring together. I think it was yesterday where we talked about if Dominicans are Spanish and FBAs must be English.
Mm-hmm.
Um, well, it's mental illness. Dr. Welsing said, "quote All these patterns of self and group negating behavior, in addition to many others, become the invisible chains and shackles around the necks and ankles of the black oppressed, holding all of us in continuously destructive enslavement. With full justification, we can call all of these behaviors mental illness since they imply self and group destruction. These behaviors prevent group unity and efficient group effort. When parents, teachers, and other adults practice these behaviors towards one another, they teach children how to practice them also. Black children learn that black people do not respect each other, which also means black people do not and should not respect themselves. The children, in turn, will teach the following generations how to disrespect themselves and each other, and thus how to remain oppressed. So that dude that was in here on Chaotic, he fits right into that paradigm of Dr. Wells, and um, he's an agent, unwitting agent, and he's trying to teach us um, not to respect ourselves because he's been taught not to respect himself.
Is he up in here
I,
now?
I understand that
Nah.
people might feel ashamed of being enslaved at some point and they don't want to admit that slavery happened, but I'm not. I'm proud that my people went through such an ordeal and got out of it and have a better mindset than people that were never enslaved. That's something to say. We made everybody proud on the earth. We gave them some window to feel good about their skin color. You know how many brown people there are on this planet? We're not talking about Africa. Outside of Africa, we make people proud of their skin color and we don't even know about it. Aboriginals, South Indians, people in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, we make them feel good about themselves, even if they want to hate our guts, even if they want to talk shit. They have a window where they can say, well, look at that guy. He thinks he's cute. He's rich. He's balling. And I kind of have the same skin color as him. We gave them an opening. If it wasn't for us, there would be nobody on the planet saying that being black was good. Nobody. Nobody
You
said
know
that.
the educational psychologists call that self-efficacy, wanting like if basically if he can do it, he looks like me, well I can do it. It's a motivationary factor. We motivated the whole world.
I agree with you, man.
Yeah, I wanted to
Go ahead, miss.
when you spoke, yeah, when you spoke on self hate, and or like you know I thought about this whole thing about people being upset with Black Americans not latching on to the African identity and calling themselves Africans, or saying that we are by any shape or form place your country here. Um, I think that that is as much self hate as calling yourself Irish because you may have some percentage of Irish lineage. I think it's as much self hate as calling yourself Scottish, Dutch, British, and everything else. I think that anything other than calling yourself Black American, um, or American is self hate, because all of those things are just as much equally, and this, just listen clearly to this, they're equally dismissible than the other. In other words, the same way a Scottish person could tell you that you're not Scottish is the same way a Nigerian could tell you you're not Nigerian, even though you may have roots or some way or another traces back to some portion of West Africa. These people could tell you you're not them, and make the same claim. And that's the same thing. And no offense, but that's the same thing with the people who say that they're, these Siberian Indians. Um, yes, you have a percentage. I think there's a good portion of us that does, and we do. We I think we do have a claim. I think we have a claim to that just as much you have a claim to saying that you're Irish and Scottish. But ultimately, collectively, you are a Black American. That is the experience. That is the history of a Black American. Is that you are an amalgamation? Amalgamation. A collective of many different lineages from many different areas, and some of them are mysterious because some of them don't exist anymore. As far as any group of people to really truly trace back to, you don't have a name for it. You know what I'm saying? You know they were great. They had to be great because you're made of greatness. I mean, it's kind of crazy to me, like how we have dominated everything, and I'm like, Dak, man, we must have came from like, you know, I was about to say God, but I would be actually
That's
right.
what, but
We
man,
are the chosen people.
that's what. Hold on, let me put a pin in that. That's what Bobby Hemmett used to say. He said we're the primordial substance that created that was the Almighty God. And going back to in the beginning of our discussion on this page, Wani identified that basically we're the first people on the planet were the Twa, the little pygmy people. The pygmy is pejorative. I know better than to say that. The Twa, the Batwa people, the little small people. Well, if you go back to Egyptian spiritual system, their god, the creator, named Ptah. Ptah is viewed as a little person. So I think we're stumbling onto something.
Give us war, we'll create peace. Give us air, we'll create music. Give us anything tangible, man. We'll build the most state of the art design, whatever state of the art is. Like, you give us time. We have the brilliant, most innovative ideas imaginable. We are the foundation of all of it, man. And it just kind of brings questions like, if you look at everything around the world and what they've contributed, what have they contributed that has been absent of our involvement to some degree? And what have they contributed that has outshined or has been more useful than what we have done and what we contributed? Not just the labor, but just the workings. It's just crazy to me, and I just really do think that whatever these mysterious lineages are, I call them mysterious lineages because they're just there's a cutoff after mid 1800s, and sometimes you can get to the early 1800s, but there's a cutoff to some of these lineages, and you just really do beg, you do ask yourself the question many times. I'm sure all of us have gone through that until we give up, and then we end up going right back into it, like I'm doing tonight. Is who are these people? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just one person you're asking about. You're asking about one person that came from two people that came from four that came from 8, 16, 32. You're asking about an entire branch that in several generations is thousands. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where do they all come from? And you just don't have that, but they probably do know. They probably do know. They probably have this right there in the Vatican. It's probably right there in the Vatican. That's how mysterious that shit is. It's probably like,
Oh,
and
I'm
they
sure it's
know,
there.
and
Yeah, they have a lot of
like,
stuff. I said, why do you have all this pagan art? Oh, we pagan art. We're gonna, we prize pagan things. Where am I? You're praying to the Pachamama. You got pagan art all around. Little boys are not safe. What is this place? Can't take a picture of the ceiling either because the Japanese people own the ceiling at the Vatican.
And
Yeah,
by the
don't
and by the
ask.
way, their telescope is named Lucifer.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't.
I
That
just want to say, man, like we, sorry to interrupt anybody, but we really do know like where everybody came from. I've been to England. I've been to those libraries. I've seen those ship logs. Like there are like we know. We know like we don't know, but somebody knows. And if you have the ability, the money, the wherewithal, the fortitude to carry yourself through that journey, you can find out exactly what village you came from.
Hold on, stop right there.
no, I don't think
Then,
so.
then, dude, what's your
oh man,
lineage?
I've been in America for 9 generations.
Oh,
My family's been in
Where
America
your?
for nine
That's not what I'm
generations.
asking, son, sir. I'm asking where your parents
Where
from.
we where are my parents
Yeah,
from? Kentucky. My
what's your racial makeup? Your lineage.
yeah, I'm black.
can I ask you a
I might not
question?
sound black enough
Okay,
for you,
here's the
but that
problem with what
doesn't
you said. There's no. How are we gonna find a village we came from? What? I
because
have
those white
38.
people
I
mapped all
have
that. I'm
38
telling you.
African countries. What fucking village did 38 people come from?
When they first mapped
Are you
Africa, there wasn't
crazy?
when they first
It
mapped
doesn't
Africa, those
matter. It
the
would be a
vast
lot.
majority of
It would be a
Africa was
lot
the
of regions.
Songhai Empire.
It would be a
Hold
lot,
on,
okay?
hold on. What? When they who?
Have you ever heard of the Songhai Empire?
Yeah.
Sir, I teach this stuff. Like,
Okay,
hold on. I
okay,
want to see what you're talking
so
about.
please.
Who was they who first mapped Africa? What are you talking about?
In terms of well, I mean, if you want to ask me gotcha questions to
This
play
is not
games,
a
go
gotcha
by all
question.
means, go ahead,
Listen,
Professor.
this is not a gotcha question.
I kicked his ass off my stage. He don't know what he talking about. He babbling.
But I do want to answer the question.
oh man, that was a small fish
I
right
wanted to answer the question for the audience. That is not
there.
true. You cannot find a village where you came from. These people can't get it out of their head. There's no one village. Get
That's a
it in your
fact.
head. It's multiple places.
And
Point
he was,
blank.
and furthermore, he was just saying stuff. He said when they first mapped Africa, who you talking about? He said it was a Songhai
There's
Empire. No, it's a
many.
Shanghai Empire. And no, Shanghai Empire was only one empire. There were many empires. So we got to be really careful, ladies and
Many. You want me
gentlemen.
to read them?
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. I'm not
We
ready.
got we got to be careful for careful letting people come and sometimes people want to hear themselves talk and they want to sound intelligent. But the dangerous thing,
All the time. That's all the time. All the time. All the
the
Okay,
dangerous,
here.
all the
the
time.
dangerous thing about that is there are people like me who really want to know, and if you have like a younger person in the, you can get false information, and that slows us down. So let's be careful with
Here's
that.
some of the empires. Ghana. How did you pronounce it?
I was taught it was Shanghai.
Okay,
Shanghai.
Shanghai, Mali, um, Kingdom of the Congo. Then you had Wolof, Dahomey, Boni, uh, Ndingo, Matambo. That was Queen Nzinga's empires, and she got credited for fighting the Portuguese when in reality she just didn't want them to take her people, but then made a bankroll off of selling other people from other places. And
That's a
then
fact.
the Bum Bum Bamana and Oyo, and they were all just trading human beings, gold, salt, ivory, and it seemed like they got along that Niger River and just started from there, like from the beginning. It's just like, hey, let's just set up. You want to buy a fish? Sure. I've got some salt. You want to buy that? Oh, I grew some what were they growing over there? Oh, what was that? Some grain. You want to
I
buy
don't.
some of that? And they just been selling people the whole time for thousands of years. The people were part of the things, the livestock, grains, whatever they had. And it just grew from there. Those empires grew from just selling things.
Yeah, yeah, and we're supposed to have an allegiance with that group of people. According to Dr. Snyder, um, they had fucking fairs where they sold people. Like Wani was saying, not just where they at the port selling people. Check, listen to this. According to Dr. Snyder, quote, the slaves are bought by black traders at fairs, which are held for that purpose at the distance upward of 200 miles from the sea coast, and these fares are said to be supplied from the interior part of the country. Many Negroes have asserted that they traveled several moons. That's like a while. Quote, free Africans as a group by no means objected. Enslavement did not offend their moral sense. That's what they said in the book. So,
And it doesn't today.
right.
It doesn't, uh, rape does not offend a lot of these countries' moral sense, enslaving people and taking their liberty, which rape is a form of, taking your liberty away, whether it's temporary or not. It they don't have that idea that that's wrong, and they can't get it. They're not gonna have that idea. That takes generations and generations. People just don't move like that. Did you want to say something, Dan? Yeah, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to say different things, but now I have something else to ask.
Okay, go ahead and tell
Um,
us.
everything you're saying, I can't dispute it, even though I'm African. But do you apply that same level of scrutiny to
Yes.
the other people in your
Asian
makeup? So
people?
like the Indians,
Yes,
no,
we
I'm saying
do.
like the
Absolutely.
American Indians.
Asian
I
people, I
don't
will
hear
throw
it
them under the
often.
bus. Okay, well, you want me to say it? They're over here suing.
I'm talking about American Indians, not
Oh, what about them?
Asian Indians.
Well, yeah,
Like, do
American.
you apply that same
Sure,
level of scrutiny to them?
absolutely, absolutely. The red American native is no friend of ours. They're the ones that betrayed us. And furthermore, what people don't realize is the red American native Indian had slaves. So hell
Good
yeah, I
morning.
apply that level of
I'm
scrutiny to.
talking about the ones in your makeup, like the Melanesian
Good morning.
kind that you were talking about earlier on.
Good morning.
I'm always very these are one of the people that I was telling you about earlier. This
Oh,
guy, I was waiting for it. Yeah, he's one of the people I was telling y'all about.
oh.
The people that Dan Quay, Don Quay.
Let's let
I
this
haven't pronounced
guy,
that.
I am. He's been trying to talk for a long time and he keeps getting, if he doesn't talk now, let's go to Sage.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Hello.
Um, yeah, like what I want to say, like, um, I'm in Nigeria, so like, I'm home cleaning. I clean home. Like, I try to make people understand my professional. Like, I'm into cleaning service. Like, I'm just trying to push on this business. That's what I do for a living. Like,
It's very noisy in your background. What are you doing?
yeah,
Trading slaves over there?
I'm into laundering. Like, I clean
Mm-hmm.
home
How much are they?
service.
How much do you charge for each human being?
Yeah, like, I just need you people's support in this my business. Like, I don't know how you can
Your
support me.
business to sell them for $20?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just I'm just trying to open it,
Open
just to
what?
make my business.
I don't care.
That's
Why are
my
you telling us?
like, I need a supporting hand from each
Oh,
and
you're
everyone.
supporting him.
He running a scam.
So you're asking for money?
I know I didn't just listen
Why
to
don't
this.
why don't you call Aliko Dangote? He has like $12 billion. Why don't you ask him to help you with your business?
Hmm. Okay, Sage, hey, how you doing?
Hey,
What's
how's
up,
everybody
bro? Long
doing?
time
What's
no
up?
see.
Yeah, man, how's everybody doing? What's up, Wani? What's up, Professor? Man, shout out to the host. Everybody in the room, you know. I was gonna say, because when Dan you came up here trying to get into the American Indian, like you gotta understand, there's more than one type of American Indian, and there's a different type of history based off of them. Like when you talk about the Red Indian, they're really they've always went to war with us. I mean, there are instances, of course, where they intermarried and cohabitated. I mean, it's a spectrum of reality when you're talking about life that was going on in the 16, 1700s, 1500s and stuff like that. So like I don't think most people who even have the red Indian in them really kind of champions it as much. You can see that mostly with like the Cherokees, descendants of Cherokees, the ones that are enrolled, or Cherokee freedmen. There's usually some form of tension there. However, when you're talking about American Indians like Eastern Woodlands, stuff like that, the real dark skinned American Indians, it's a completely different dynamic, because a lot of them were put into slavery as well, and multiple times throughout like the 15, 16, and 1700s. So you know it's a very different dynamic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's real complex.
That's absolutely true. Totally different groups of indigenous people here, unrelated, different waves. It's just a lot. And every time white people try to do good science, a bigger group of white people comes and gets rid of it because it disrupts those countries. It makes those Mexicans feel nervous when you start talking about the Olmec. Literally, they said from the very beginning, who are these people? These people are the foundation of this society, and these other places where these other empires are built on top of them, but they
Facts.
don't look like those people. And they said it's very, their features are very suggestive that that's not them. They said everything that they should have said as scientists, but they were overshadowed by some other white loudmouths who just want to play games and say everybody's Asian, but we can't go by their skulls to judge what race they are. You see, that's what we're up against. They'll pull a skull out of the ground and they'll say, "Oh, this looks like a Negroid." And then some other white group will come along and say, "Wait a minute, you can't say that. That's going to upset the Mexicans. That's going to upset the Native Americans. They can't pull anything out of the ground here up." Have you noticed that we don't do a lot of excavating up
Right.
here? Because if we do, that's going to upset the red Native Americans.
Well,
And
well,
they're
re-
not trying to hear that.
well, really, Wani, what you're saying is it's going to upset the power structure, the system of white supremacy, the narrative. The system of white supremacy is so fragile. I equate it to like I had a BMW M2 years ago. One of the worst decisions. It was faster than a motherfucker, but I equate the system of white supremacy to a fancy BMW. It, it goes real fast. It's very powerful. But if one thing breaks, it's all going to hell. So it's a very high maintenance system. Andy,
Yeah, the problem I have with people like Denquay and other Africans is their inability to be able to correlate slavery. There are so many different types of enslavement in Africa that for him to ask us whether or not we give other groups the same amount of scrutiny as we would um, dispelling the African myth that we may originate from there, it's ignorant. He's well aware that you can't hardly find an African and ask him where they're from. And it's not 10, 15, 20 different changes throughout history, not just tribal, but nations, and nations renaming themselves, and borders being removed, and new ones being created. So it's amazing to me that they can't grasp um, human chaos, human migration, because of enslavement. And so I find it really odd that they're so concerned about Black Americans and us really digging in to where we come from. And no, we don't all originate in Africa. We've said this before, and I don't understand how you can't understand this either. We're mixed with Africans versus being Africans in America. Some kind of way. I don't know if it's hubris or ignorance that won't let them grasp that not all of us originated with them and we're not 100% African. So I just wanted to speak to that for a bit.
Okay. I appreciate your comment. I don't think I said at any point in time that you guys were Africans in America.
But you did
I
send
think
me
the
that list of
consensus is that you
food.
guys
Didn't
are
you send me that
an
list?
amalgamation.
Didn't you send me that list of food that said that all of our
Hmm.
food had a African equivalent?
No, I didn't say that. You asked me
Okay, then
if
find the
there
African
was
that did.
rice dishes
Everybody
in
has
Africa, and I
rice
sent you a list
dishes.
of that.
What are we doing here?
You asked me for it.
No,
You
I
said that
didn't.
we didn't
We're
invent
having an
those.
argument. Sorry.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
kind of warned y'all
there's no
already, man.
argument.
That's one of those guys.
I'm just saying that I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm just sharing knowledge. I'm just learning, and
Do
that's
you
it. I'm
believe
not here
that
to argue with
our
anybody.
food originated on the west coast of Africa?
No,
Okay,
I
conflict.
in fact
No more.
I
That's
say
good
it.
enough. Thank y'all.
Okay, sure.
So,
I don't want to hear any more sentences because it's going to lead to yes.
I
all right,
mean,
I'll leave it alone
we're
then.
not disagreeing about anything. That's just my point.
all right. We got a new
I
speaker.
don't know where you guys get on me.
We got a new speaker on the stage. Welcome aboard, Amore. What's your contribution?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. You guys are so funny. I'm sorry, I was chuckling at that last comment, but I wanted to say that I just recently found out that my ancestor was, I guess, a major slave owner back in the 1800s, and so I just dropped a list of the names of some of the slaves that in the comments, and I just found it strange that, of course, with all of us being shipped over here, sometimes they would transport us to different areas. And so I guess my relative, who one of the slaves who was on there, I believe the name of the ship actually was called the James Monroe of 1826. And so that ship left from Norfolk, Virginia to New Orleans. And it's funny because my family reunion was just in New Orleans. And so it's like basically they just stripped all of the Africans whose ages were like all under 30, and they stripped us from our names and everything that we knew and gave us the slave owner's name. And his name was Austin Woolfolk. Sorry, Woolfolk. And so basically we just had to start over from scratch and just kind of like rebuild our lineage. And I guess that's kind of why FBAs or ADOS, whichever, tend to just like create our own culture and just kind of have pride in what we've built over here, because we really don't know where a lot of us have come from, because we were mixed and we were scattered and, stripped. And so I just wanted to add that little piece, and that's it.
Thanks. Now, if we were not stripped, I just want to point this out.
Okay.
If we were not stripped and I came over, I would be a master basket weaver, wouldn't I? I wouldn't be going to NASA.
Some Gullah Geechees are.
If I hear,
I'm not
I
lying.
am Gullah Geechee. I would have mastered the art of basket weaving. Well, my great grandfather came from Bluffton, South Carolina. So he didn't want to be Gullah Geechee like that. He didn't want to tell my grandmother to weave baskets. He told her to go to college. So he made a choice about what he wanted his child to do. And he was an enslaved individual who was liberated from a plantation in Bluffton. And he joined the army, the Union Army, after they liberated him. And he was 11 years old. He joined the army at 11, and he was an orderly. And he was auxiliary. So that's how he got to Ohio from South Carolina. And he met a family of people that had already been freed and married the lady of the house.
I have a quick question. If we are so like allegedly, like so close or rooted in West Africa, how come we don't carry things like the women, especially? We don't see us carrying things on our heads, and that is very, very, very common there. It's very basic. It's not something that requires a lot of education. You never see us doing that, and you have no evidence of us seeing that in any images and anything. So, you know, I mean, I just find that interesting.
And we
Hey, I be
It's
carrying some stuff in my
what
head, man. Shit.
we wouldn't have been stopped of doing that either, because they wouldn't have said, "Hey, you can't carry that basket of rice and stuff on your head." That would be helpful to the slave owner, but we didn't seem to do it.
Right.
I just don't carry. I don't carry like food and water on my head, but I've carried some stuff in
Why
my head.
not?
I I think most of us men, y'all know what I'm talking about. I can't speak on the women, right? But when we carry stuff up the stairs and stuff, we try to make it one trip. So we
No,
have
but I'm
everything. But I got you. I wanted to say I just wanted to say that I just wanted to address the last person before we move to further into the conversation. Please, everyone, Black Americans, FBA, ADOS, freedmen, Negroes, African American, if y'all know what that really means, Black, whatever y'all want to call yourself, please don't say that we don't know where we came from. We know more about where we came
Yes,
from
we
than
do.
every daggone group. The threshold to know where you came from every single group is much shorter than ours. We know more about where we came from than a person who came here from Ireland in the 1800s, than the person that came in from Italy in the 1800s. We know more where we came from than almost any group of people. I would say the only people we probably would contest with us is, I would say, questionably Chinese and not even American Indians, because they don't, they like most of the American
Their
Indians you speak
records
to.
is jacked up too.
Yeah.
They ain't got
And
no
they,
good records. Remember, they were mad and on the reservation. They don't have any
yeah.
good records.
Hey,
They
quick.
keep they keep
PJ,
Hold
on
on, hold on
destroying
one
our
$5.
second, man.
Don't,
records. They keep on
don't forget.
destroying our records. Like they'll
Yeah, that
destroy our lands. They built America over ancient America. So a lot of that shit
It's
just got
intentional.
destroyed.
I would like to land real quick. Then you have the $5, the portion of the $5 Indians. You have the Walter Pleckers, and it's not just Walter Plecker. This was a practice in many places. The records are screwed for them and stuff. So, like I was just saying, like, man, because I hate when they tell us that, and I'm like, where are they getting this from? And I'm not saying her. It'd be an older person, and they'd be like, See, us black folk, we don't know where we came from. And I'd be like, what? Like, wait, like whose grandma are you? Whose grandfather are you? Because my grandparents knew where they came from. You know what I'm saying? Like that notion is just jacked up to me. I just don't want us to keep emphasizing that shit.
Let me
It's just not true.
clarify that. Let me clarify that. There was a time when we did not know all of the places that we came from. And people would make up pseudo stories. Oh, we were all kings and queens and we all did this. We were all, whatever, and make up something. But the truth is that now, today, we do know. We have access to our genealogy, number one. We have access to everything to find out your individual story. We have multiple ways to check our genetics. You don't have to use a $99 thing. You can do a local research and they'll do your genealogy professionally. You can say you don't believe in it, but they have, found out the backgrounds of all those people that went up to the Appalachian and all over this country. All those people that they said, "Oh, we're Portuguese, we're this, we're Moors, we're all that." They gave themselves all these names to hide out from being enslaved and caught by the slave owner. They know the backgrounds of all of those people now because of DNA, the one you don't believe in, because of checking the ones you don't believe in. Anyway, you can find out your background, and it's not going to be one tribe. So, anybody telling you, oh, go do African ancestry, that's idiotic. You don't have one African to look up. Like I said, because I have four grandparents from four different parts of the country, I have 38 African countries listed on my profile and a whole lot of other stuff too. 38. There is no tribe to go to.
Hey, Wani
Yeah.
and Nikki, could y'all let my thing won't let me let P Ray them up.
It's
So could y'all let
probably
them
too
up?
many people on the stage.
Oh, okay.
I'll drop down.
I wanted to
You can let me know.
I wanted to point out something that I just noticed in Doctor Snyder's book. Um, Doctor Snyder says Indians enslaved Indians. Let me say that shit again. Indians enslaved Indians. Stop right there. Well, how would they get away with doing that? They would get away doing that because some Indians were Siberian, the red Indian, and a lot of the Indians look like us. Dr. Snyder then says, then to gain honor and preserve order, not to benefit by the labor, even those nations that practice agriculture farmed on a small scale for which the women sufficed as labor. Before the whites came, Indians did not buy or sell slaves, for their cultures were not built on the market economy, but a tribe might better slaves to placate an unfriendly neighboring tribe or in exchange for its captured member. So basically, the ideology that they adopted from Europeans influenced them. But I just really wanted to point out the whole Indian enslaved Indians thing because what Dr. Snyder left out is that a lot of Indians look just like us. We're gonna go to P. Ray.
Hey, thank you so much for having me in the space. This is something I love talking about from a linguistic standpoint. But before I get into that, I want to respond to what the woman said that she's never seen pictures of us holding things on our head. I just encourage you to look again. They have pictures as recently as 1956 of our ancestors in the South carrying baskets on their heads. When we left the South and came to the North, a lot of the customs that we were doing, people discarded as country, and so we stopped doing it, carrying stuff on our heads, eating with our hands. You know how people eat their greens and their cornbread and they smash it all together? That's not seen as a proper way to eat.
And it's so good, P. Ray.
I know. We know it's better to pinch your food and pop it in your mouth. But when you move up north and you're more sophisticated, you have to use your fork and your spoon, right? Or your fork and your knife. So we have a lot of African artifacts that we still hold on to culturally. And I'm not just speaking out my butt, but I actually lived in Senegal for 2 years. I speak Wolof, I speak French, had a business, lived amongst the people, so on and so forth. From a linguistic standpoint, when I was living in Senegal, I was able to pick up the local language. Wolof very quickly, very, very quickly. And people around me be like, "How you know Wolof so fast?" I'm like, "Because this is the same as Ebonics. Wolof and Ebonics are the same language grammatically."
No, it's not.
Okay, as I was saying, I studied this, ma'am. I got a whole master's
Wow.
degree in this.
I don't
Language
care.
literacy. It's okay. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to
I
believe me.
don't.
It's okay. As I was saying, so they're linguistically the same, and I'll give you an example of that. So if you're saying in, you could say, "Man, my head be hurting," and Wolof, that some of both be metty. Some of my both head be metty hurting. Some of both be metty, my head be hurting. So the way that we use the verb to be as be, it is used the same way in Wolof. We also have evidence of there being lots of Wolof speakers in the U.S. during the slave period because the word okay. Okay is an American English word. That's not a British word. And the word okay is actually a Wolof word that was adopted into the American lexicon, as is the word gumbo, which is okra.
No, don't go
You
there. You're
can
going to
look
get
it up. Look it.
embarrassed.
All I can do
I
is give you
already
the
looked it
Well,
facts.
well,
up.
I studied this.
I
I
will say
already
I
looked
something
it
studied
up.
very.
this. I
I
studied
have
this.
I would
too.
say
Okay.
I will tell you something very interesting. What I noticed is was it doggone it, who was it? Oh, was it Jay Rogers? I think Jay Rogers pointed out that Wolof is like similar, like damn near identical to ancient Egyptian.
Sheikh
So
Job said that. Yes, he did a lot of studying
okay.
about the just how we started off in that area and then people branched off. And again, you can see that through the Pular people, but that's a whole other conversation. My point is this: there's linguistic evidence of us being African people, West African people, through our grammatical structure. Ebonics is a language of a very specific grammatical structure that only we use as the Negro people on the North American continent, in the country of the United States of America. That is based in West African grammatical structures, which is something that me and the professor talk about all the time in doing this Ebonics based ESL, which is again a whole other issue. But just know that there are a
Well,
whole. I'm sorry.
this is this is where the sparks fly because and this is an old like kind of like battle that started with Frederick Douglass and Martin Delany. They were best friends, but they disagreed on the origins because Frederick Douglass didn't think that he had African origin. He was mixed with white actually. However, Martin Delany, a full-blooded foundational Black American, could trace his lineage back to I forgot what part of West Africa, but he was Gullah Geechee, whatever that is. So that's a conflict that we need to resolve within the foundational Black American community. The conflict being that some of us don't have African lineage. Some of us are pure indigenous, like Crispus Attucks was indigenous. I myself, my mom is indigenous, but my dad, we've linked him to West Africa through the plantation that his dad's family was sold from in North Carolina. So we're a mix of different things. Nobody's wrong, but it's very interesting. I saw the Great have his thumb down. What was the thumb down? What was that about? The Great, the Great.
I don't know.
It
Someone
was probably
posted
a late
something that said I
reaction.
was lying, and that I think it was Jamam. Sorry, he said that Wolof and Ebonics are not the same. Obviously, they're not the same language.
They're not.
Grammatically, they are. They are. Do
No,
you
they're
speak Wolof,
not.
ma'am?
And the same thing,
Do you speak it?
as Africans claiming that they've named things, and it's really Portuguese people and French people saying things and bringing it over here. They don't have anything. They did. If you do speak Wolof, then say this for me.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't create Jollof rice.
They
Go sit
it's
down
Jollof
somewhere.
literally means Wolof. That's
They
their
didn't
dish.
create
That
Jollof
so
rice.
who made it?
And Jollof is
The
called
It's called
French.
Cheboujen
Cheboujen.
in
Hey, now you
The
Senegal.
have some of
French.
wine. Yes, it's called Cheboujen. It's literally the Wolof.
The French
It's called
created it.
Jollof rice.
The
It's
French
called
created
Jollof
it.
because it comes
Thank you
from the
very
Jola
much.
people who are the
No,
Wolof
it's
people of
not.
Senegal.
No, no, it's not. It's called that because they don't have a dish
And the white man had
Period.
to go over there and get them something
The
to eat.
white man gave
That's
them dummies some
ridiculous.
food
That's
because
ridiculous. How dare you elevate?
they don't even have a
How dare you
goddamn
elevate the
cookbook
European
to
like that?
prove it.
That's
They don't even
disgusting.
have a goddamn cookbook to prove it.
But
And
so because the white man wrote it down,
it
that's
is what is proved,
You,
what is proved is what I'm
ridiculous.
about to
It's
read right
ridiculous.
now. What is proved is, and you're going to listen to it or
No,
leave.
I wasn't done. I didn't even
You're
land
going
my
to listen
plane. I
to it
didn't
or
even
leave.
land. And
Well,
then you
I'm going to
came on here
land it
trying to
for
say
you.
whatever. And again, you didn't
I'm going to
study what
land
I
it for
studied.
you because I'm
You,
not
I
going
don't
to
care. You
have
don't have to listen. I
Africans.
didn't come here to
I'm
talk.
not going to have Africans credited
I
for
came here to talk to the
anything else.
professor. I told
Well, you're
from
not
my
going to
study.
overtalk
That's it.
me.
That's it. And that's it. Then we can keep doing this. I just came to share what I studied with the group. I
Well,
didn't
you're
come here for
wrong.
your
I,
validation.
Did you
I
say
don't
that
care.
un,
I didn't come
did you
here for
say
your
they created
ladies,
validation.
Jollof
I
rice?
didn't come here for your
Did
validation.
they
I
create
came to
Jollof
share
rice?
the
Answer yes
information.
or no.
No,
Yes or
I don't
no.
believe it. I don't
Yes
believe
or
it.
ladies,
no.
I've
ladies.
never met a Senegalese who said that the French had to give them their national dish. They've been
Now,
eating
here
fish
they
and rice
go.
since the white,
Here we
way
go.
before the white man.
Here we
Now
go.
That's
the
ridiculous.
messed up part about this is I don't have enough scholarship to
Oh, I
argue
do.
either
I'm
way.
I do
ready
as
to go.
well. I do as well.
In
You're not
French,
more educated than me in this subject. You know what
here we
you
go.
know. You know
Here
what
we
you
go.
study. You don't know what
Here
I
we
studied.
go.
How
Well,
dare
I
you
know
try
the
to
lady
invalidate
who
what I'm
made the
saying?
rice.
It's
The lady who made the
ridiculous.
rice talked
So they
about
never
it.
had rice and fish.
The lady who made the rice
They never
discussed
had
it.
rice and fish before the white man showed.
Shut up. The lady who made the rice spoke, and her name was Pinda, Mbay. And she prepared this rice out of, she used rice because she was using barley and they ran out of barley. And she said, well, I don't know how to make it anymore. And they said, well, here's what you're going to do. First of all, West Africa has no tomatoes. So they're not making any kind of rice with a tomato base. They were making a barley dish. And the French colonizers said, use rice and told her how to make it. Her name is Penda, Pendaye. They didn't have that dish. Then the French started importing rice from Indochina. That's how they got the
They
dish.
don't harvest their own rice in West Africa. Do you know that they brought Africans to this?
Be
We were
quiet.
expert rice.
She
No,
was
you be
eating
quiet. You don't tell.
she was eating
No, they were.
barley.
They've been. They
They
were
have a
eating.
very poor quality of
They
rice and it
harvest
was not
rice.
popular. They had to get the rice
You're
from China. They
ridiculous.
used
You're
a species.
ridiculous.
No, I don't. No, 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 no. If you can't take facts, deal with it. Here's another issue. They have an inferior rice species, and they had to replace it with the Chinese rice species.
It's inferior in what terms?
Well,
It's more
it was called
nutritious. It has more
Indochina. Okay,
protein.
listen.
It has
Shut
more
up.
nutrients.
In the 1860s, the French imported broken rice from Indochina into Africa to replace Oroza glaberina, an inferior species, with the rice that the Chinese.
So a
Shut
white person
up.
wrote inferior
No,
species.
you replaced it. That's the rice you grow now. You can't lie out of
We
it.
don't. We
Yes,
don't.
it is.
We still grow African rice.
Shut up. Anyway, they replaced the rice because it wasn't good and they had to improve their species. At the time when this woman was making this dish, the rice was nasty over there and they wouldn't even use it. That's why she was making things with barley because it was more tender. The whole dish was made under a French colonist telling this bimbo what to cook. They don't have a national dish. The French just left. They don't care about a rice dish. So they let those little jungle bunnies run around, running up and down West Africa, claiming they made something. These people have no cookbook, they have nothing prior to colonization. They have no proof that they didn't do anything but eat grubs and bush meat. And they want to claim that rice dish because it makes them civilized. They don't have any food. They don't have a cookbook. We do. We have a cookbook that we made in 1848 and others that followed. They don't. They don't have a cookbook prior to the French people telling them what to cook. French people are not eating all that garbage. Well, actually, that's a lie. They do eat a lot of garbage in France, but they weren't eating what they were eating, and they told them what to make. And that's that. And you take it. That's a story written by the woman herself, and you're not going to
Bullshit.
overtalk me and tell me what happened when they've already said what happened.
Bullshit.
God knows, motherfuckers.
Can I go now, Professor? Hi, everybody.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna let P Ray land her plane and
Oh, Lord.
P Ray.
Please don't.
Okay. 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 Who said who was that saying can I go? Who
This is
was
One
that?
Love.
Was-
Hey, Nikki and
Go
one
go ahead, one love.
Professor. Shout out to the space. I just was listening, and it's so interesting because this topic is, so insightful. And honestly, you know, there needs to be more research and funding in this area in ethnogenesis with all of these groups. And so listening to P. Ray even speak of, having the affinity of going to Africa and living in Africa and maybe having African kids, who the hell knows? And whole relationship and love with people in Africa. And I want to say this. Senegal was occupied by Portugal, Netherlands, France, and Great Britain. So when she said that certain terms weren't American, it's interesting because the people who are quote unquote founding fathers were English, Britain. They were people from generals from France, and they were slave owners. So the Americas was, or United States prior to the Americas, was carved up into like four slices, by different groups. So you can't have a conversation in absolute, because a lot of information is still maybe unidentified evidence wise. So just because you use the word linguistic doesn't mean anything. It just means you're trying to quantify a term that trying to identify terms that you've learned, I guess, in her studies, as she mentioned. So again, it's not absolute, because if we're being uh, um, you know uh, astute in academia, then we can truly say that this area has not been fleshed out fully, because Aztecs, prior to their enslavement by the Portuguese and their pretty much being wiped out, we really don't know what they actually fully looked like, because the statues versus what the people in Mexico or Latin America say is that, oh, we are the original people, but that's not true, because in writings, I'm sorry, I'm fast forwarding now from Africa to this, because in um information that I did post down below, um Portugal and Spain did also inhabit areas in Asia, and they mixed. When they came over and actually colonized the Aztecs, they were already a different haplogroup of people who enslaved the Aztecs and wiped them out. That's written. So all I'm saying is,
Well, I want to quickly add
sure,
to that.
okay,
What you're saying is really
hmm,
interesting, because what's a little known fact is that the Catholic
yes,
Church, and I'm not dissing anybody's religion, but I'm just giving y'all a fact that during the when Hernando Cortez and the Spaniards went to South America, the Catholic Church burned a lot of those. They would round up all the
and burn them.
books and literature
Hmm.
and burn them. People don't know. People need to know that. So the word missionary really is like a military mission.
And they would hide evidence too. And I wanted people, and shout out to Andy, and definitely Wani, because again, I'm not a we're all uncovering all of these facts, and we should be given room and space to do so. Mexicans and Latinos,
or anybody in the Latin community, Spanish, Portuguese, or otherwise, they don't even know their own history. And I would even equate that to people from the countries of Africa. It's funny how the guy dropped down as soon as I started talking because he never mentioned and um, P. Ray never mentioned the Jollof Empire. So I want to say this. There is, in all of these different groups that we're talking about, these people were going to battles and wars with European countries and Asian countries and stuff like that. And so they were mixing. So when they came over here, as they keep calling themselves, the immigrants and all that stuff, we were talking about people who had amassed military arms, or they had massed uh, 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 a bunch of weaponry to conquer and colonize. They were going around the world doing this. And so when you're talking about the types of food, I even get upset when I hear people talk about, oh, the Italians are the ones that gave black people spaghetti and all this other stuff. And so when I hear that, it just makes me wonder, why weren't we ever given the access money as they do everything else? They give people money to actually go and do deep dives into these different subjects, and I think ethogenesis or haplogroups should get the same treatment. And I didn't appreciate even the young man asking about the reds and equating the reds to us, because um for the indigeneity side, I think of our amalgamation, we deserve the right to hold the space to talk about, why we look a certain way, why we speak a certain way, why do, we have certain traditions and cultures in our food. Like, you're not going to tell me soul food is an African or an African dish when Africa is an entire continent full of countries. You can't even sit and measure it down to which,
It's
country.
not. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do
Right.
with them. They
So
don't have any food.
it just makes me, it annoys, it's very annoying, because it's like people talking absolute because they want so bad to believe that somehow, if we don't attach ourselves and say that we are just African or from African countries, that somehow we're not of royalty or we're not of value. And that's how it comes off. And I do think that's disingenuous, because again, there's so much historical and genealogical data that needs to be done for us that we've never been really given the range to do, because people do take our information, they do take historical information, and they try to dispose of it. Just like, I mean, we've gotten this far because of people wanting to delineate and talk about lineage and talk about genealogy of their own families. So now that we're going even further, we're getting even resistance from people who equate their love for the African continent and their trips to oppose um, factual information that hasn't been uncovered.
Well, I
And I
think
think that's a
I
dangerous. It's
go
a
for it.
dangerous slope. It's a dangerous slope to be on, because we need to be given the range to have these studies and have our own mapping and uncovering with funding behind it, and allow people to do like Wani was able to travel, and allow people to do that and go on discoveries and things like that. Like, that is something we should be doing, because no one should be giving us their narrative any longer. I mean, especially if theory doesn't match with conclusion. I'm just
Well,
gonna leave it there.
well, I'm glad, even though this kind of got incendiary, I could kind of anticipate it, because in our community we have several issues that are unresolved. This issue that we're dealing with right now is a whole Delaney versus um, um, Frederick Douglass. But a issue that's unresolved as well, a big one, is the whole Booker T. Washington, W. Du Bois issue. Um, So
Well, even the Marcus Garvey. I mean, people get mad when I say that, but I mean, people gonna have to hold their own nuts. Excuse my French, or I don't know if that's French or not, but anyway, they're gonna have to hold their own, whatever, because you're not gonna sit here and try to paint this black and red and green, collapse of association, and you have no clue on where those colors came from and why Marcus Garvey chose those colors and why his philosophies were way they were, and why did he pick and choose Booker T. Washington out of everybody to be his anchor, or tie himself to come over to this country and then get involved with the Negro movement, and then take over the UNIA. Like, there, to me, there's so much psychologically that was going on there, and it should be able to be broken down in a way where we now can figure out, okay, this is why he did this and this is why he was trying to identify. Because what I see happening, and it seems like, if you ask me, if we were looking at time repeat itself, other groups seem to take on our identity, but we are not taking on theirs. And if that is happening still, then history is still repeating itself and nothing has changed, because they're still picking up our language, our essence, our culture, our everything that feels good, our music, and the things that we create, and then saying, oh, well, all we have to do is silence them, and then we could say, this came from us. This is what we created. We did this. So how do we know that the originality of nativism did not happen where we are today, in a sense of it being discovered? Now, this is just a theory of mine. I'm just saying, I deserve the right to follow the conclusions of figuring out those points without being chastised.
right,
They
right.
didn't create anything. They made up a bunch of folk tales based on not knowing facts. All of that stuff about braiding rice into your hair before you got on a slave ship. Really? How does that happen? You're minding your own business, somebody snatches you, and all of a sudden you go into a whole tirade of braiding rice into your hair. Do you do that on the way when you're captured and raped, or do you do it in the dungeon when you're waiting for the slave ship? I just want to know, when did all this happen? All of this hiding rice in your hair. I mean, I can't get the story straight. One person says they were breaking your teeth to shove food down your throat. Another person says you're starving on the slave ship, and you are not getting enough food.
Yeah, and it's definitely been used at I've been noticing from my own scholarship, it has been used as psychological warfare to again hide our land-based identity, the fact that this is our land. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna bring P Ray back up so she can conclude because she didn't get a chance to land her plane. P Ray, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds and then we're moving on. Got a lot of speakers. Uh,
Hey! I just
oh,
wanted to
never
drop
mind.
a
I
little
can't
bit
bring
of
you up. There's too
knowledge.
many speakers up here. Who was that?
I'll drop down. I just want to. I just wanted to tell y'all something. I just wanted to give y'all some. I thought it was funny. She said, "Hold your nuts" in French, but to say "hold your nuts" in French is "tente noir."
Oh,
Tente
ten,
Ten
noir.
ten,
That's
Noir.
how you
ten,
say "hold your nuts" in
ten,
French.
ten noir.
Tente noir. Yeah.
Right now, while we wait on the gentleman to drop.
It's actually more like
Hey,
politically.
yo, can I add this real quick? According to current genetic research, 50% of Americans with ancestry prior to the 1800s have indigenous ancestry.
Yep, that's what it is. All right, P. Ray.
Yeah, but professor, real fast,
Go.
when we say indigenous, and so I'm not even questioning you, Sage. I agree. I understand where that's coming from. But when they put those terms together, indigenous ancestry, who are they talking about? And that's the
They're
piece
just
Oh,
that.
oh,
talking about the red people.
Oh, okay,
y-
got you. Because
yeah,
do you
yeah.
understand what I'm saying? Like, do
No,
you understand what
I
I'm saying,
hear what you're saying.
Professor?
We
Okay.
understand.
It's very complicated. Yeah.
Yes.
So check this. Well, look, let me just say it like it is. Academia in America is the Western academia is dishonest, and it lies to support the system. Well, when you say who do they mean, if you're talking about Western academia, like Wani said, they're talking about the red native, right? But when I say indigenous, I'm talking about the original indigenous. So because I would go so far as to say the red Indian is not indigenous because the Melanesian was here before the Austronesian, if I'm saying that right, is was here before then. The Aboriginal person is what I'm referring to, and what I'm on the tip of uncovering, well, what we're on the tip of really uncovering is a friggin' conspiracy to make us believe that the red native was here and indigenous to this land. The red native is, moreover, the quote unquote Indian tribe that's receiving reparations, right? When it should be us. All right, P. Ray, you got 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'll wrap up with this. I've heard a lot of conjecture about me from people that don't know me at all. But I want to leave you with this. The FBA, I don't go by FBA, I go by Negro, which is on my parents' birth certificate. The Negro is a unique hybrid of African, North American, Native, and European bloodlines exclusively found in the United States of America. Honoring every portion of who we are does not mean that you're diminishing any part or elevating another. We can see that we're obviously native people by our heavily corn diet, right? We eat a lot of corn. Other people not don't eat corn like us. No cornbread, no catfish, no grits, none of that. But we love it. We crave it because this is who we are. It's in our blood to have this diet. So we know we belong to multiple people. But again, study it. Look it up. I put it in the jumbotron. Everything that I've said, I put it in the jumbotron, and I'll land with the African had written text long before the European showed up, which is why to this day, this very day, they're trying to burn down the libraries of Timbuktu.
Great.
We
Can you
have,
produce a
excuse me,
cookbook?
I did not talk over you.
Can you produce a cookbook
I did.
from
I don't
West
care. They got them
Africa?
in there. They got all,
Stop talking about Tim fucking
they
Buck
got
Two.
medicine, everything in there.
That's all you motherfuckers
Let
ever
me
say is
land and
some
stop
fucking
playing with the mute button.
Timbuktu because you
Stop
can't
that.
produce
Stop
shit
playing with the
on that
mute button.
West
What's up with that?
Coast.
Let me finish.
Your
I was
loud
landing.
ass,
I was literally
loud and
landing.
wrong. What the
Thank
fuck does
you. I said,
Timbuktu have
let
to
me
do with
land
it?
with this point,
Go
and here
off
you go
rights.
trying to validate what I'm talking about. I didn't come here for your
Validate, I'm
validation. The
invalidating
fuck?
it.
Okay, as I was saying, love every part of yourself, Negro. We are a beautiful people. Everybody in the world want to be us. People tan like us, to people tan to look like us, people bleach to look like us. Of every shade we got, they want everything that we have. The Negro is the world's only superstar, and we are beautiful people. Thank y'all.
Just found out they went over to Timbuktu to burn up a goddamn Nigerian cookbook. What the fuck
No,
is that
not
all
Niger.
about?
It's Timbuktu in Nigeria. That's how I know that you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody would say that
Oh
Timbuktu is in
my god!
Nigeria. It's
I didn't say it
the kingdom
was.
of Mali, the richest
I
man that
know
ever
where
lived.
it is,
Stuff.
dumbass.
You
Why
need
do you
to
keep
read.
bringing it up
You
to
don't
talk
read.
about Senegal,
You don't read, and
dumbass?
you
Don't tell me what I do.
don't.
If I hear Timbuktu again, which is Islamic,
It's in Mali,
good.
love, not
They're
Nigeria.
gonna
It's
burn
very
up
far away from Nigeria.
Timbuktu
That's stupid.
to burn up Timbuktu to
And
get
say
a
that you're
damn
an
cookbook.
anthropologist and you don't know
They
that.
don't
That's
even have.
ridiculous.
Shut up, you loud ass
You shut
liar,
up. You playing
lying
with the mute
ass,
button or put me off the stage
lying
like you
ass.
or you're ignorant. You're an embarrassment to say
I'm
up
gonna
here.
go make me some nachos and some leftover taco meat and put some salsa and cheese on it. And I would like for us to finish having the conversation we were just having.
Anyway,
I was enjoying it.
I really am tired of hearing about Timbuktu. Every time you challenge a West African on their lack of books, they claim the white man burned all the books up and is burning up Timbuktu. It's a museum, okay? What does that have to do with it? Make another book. Make a new book with the recipes in it. Who's stopping you from doing that? Draw it on a, even somebody could have something on a cave wall over there. They have nothing to say what their diet was. You try to look it up, it makes no sense. You can get recipes from the Greco Roman Empire and see what they were cooking. Indians have a curry recipe that's almost 5,000 years old. Other people recorded their food. Why don't they? Because they don't have any. That's why. Because who would record grubs and bushmeat? Nobody. They don't have a cuisine, like I said before, they have a made up cuisine. They don't have a long standing of having a cuisine like the Mediterranean region and other places like India and China. They have a long standing history of developing cuisines, and West Africa does not.
Could I ask a question in regards to that about West Africa not having a cookbook?
Ethiopia does. Ethiopia has a long standing history in their country. They also have a long standing history of having that food, whether you like it or not. It's been around a long time. West Africa does not. You go ahead and tell us about it.
No, there. I don't believe there wasn't a lack of civilization. I believe there was. I don't know specifically about cookbooks, but I know in the same region in East Africa, some of those tribes do have an oral tradition, and they do not write their history. It's because of they used to they would share their history through poetry and
Are
different
you
forms.
speaking about East Africa?
Yeah, in East Africa.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so they would share their history within in forms of poetry on oral narrations through stories. That's how they'd pass down from generation to generation. And it wasn't till like around the 8th century when these histories were started to be written. But afterwards, though, once the colonization period happened, it is true. One of the underlying factors is these colonizers do burn people's history. They do that all the time. They did it through the conquistadors. They did it in the Americas. There's a book. There's an African American and indigenous man called Dr. Abdul Hakim Cook, who writes a book. And I remember the book. It was he has several books. This professor, he has a book called Deeper Roots, which actually proves that there are ancient languages that are of African origin that were spoken in South America and parts of North America. I mean the Caribbeans, and one of the
What
things
were
that
they again? Say that part again.
there's African languages that are still spoken
Mm.
today in parts
Can you
in a
send
part.
us the Can you send us the book showing that?
Yeah, I can definitely send you the
Okay,
book.
great.
Yeah,
We're interested in stuff like that.
I can definitely send you the book. And one of the things that they did notice was there's these people in Cuba that practice Santeria, and those folks made a trip to a place called Nigeria once. And once they went to Nigeria, when they spoke the ancient language of what these people that practice Santeria spoke, they found the people in Nigeria like they cried because they understood what these people were speaking. They were speaking in an ancient form of Yoruba. That's how they understood each other. He speaks about this as well. This is not only one of the cases that this happened. There are different accounts where the Abu Bakr II was said to have traveled to the Americas long before the Europeans got there, and this idea that Columbus and the Americans and the Europeans were the people who brought civilization is not true.
Yeah, we
Americans,
believe that.
cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we agree there. But yeah, there's a lot of rich history in Africa and all around from both coasts, East Coast, South Coast, wherever. There's a lot of interesting history, and it's diverse, and that's the beauty of it.
It could be if white scientists would stop trying to block the information.
I have a question real fast for had Hadam or had man Dan or whatever. How old is Nigeria?
I don't know. I'm not
It
Nigerian,
seems
so I
like,
wouldn't be able to tell you.
oh,
Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you what's It's my mother's older than Nigeria.
Hmm.
Uh,
Nigeria would be like 64 years old.
yep.
Yeah,
You,
these places, they don't have the roots that they want us to think they have, and they've been nomadic. They've been fighting each other. They've been colonized. They've been Arabized. They've been Christianized. They've been Europeanized. They've been everything, and they want us to talk about their roots. You don't
mhm.
have any
Yeah.
fucking roots.
Nigeria was founded in 1960. So to your point, Wani, it's that's why I'm saying like when we have these conversations, you have to talk about, I guess you'd have to first uncover, and this would go for the people who are in Africa, in those countries now. I think they should be doing their own historical work before they even allow, Black Americans who want to practice quote unquote pan globalism um, to even uncover their own identity. Because when you're talking about these countries that are founded in like the 1960s or the 1900s, but you have dynasties and stuff that are older than that, and you're not speaking of what the names were in those particular those particular terms. I think it also muddies the water. So it would probably be helpful to even Nigerians who come over to the United States to even figure out why they colonize the way they all do. Like they colonize just like other warring groups
Hmm.
do, and they need to figure that out. And it's not just Nigeria. I'm just using it as an example because I know down in Texas, Texas has a heavy Nigerian presence for some reason, and they are colonizing. So I'm
Can you explain what you mean? Like
yes,
what, in
yes.
what way?
Yes, ma'am. So they are creating organizations. They are coming and utilizing the civil rights acts that were specifically for Negro people here, or for our people, but they're creating little hubs for themselves, um, organizations, scholarships. They're moving in more like a swarm type way. And I'm wondering why, where does that come from? I know there's different people, and a lot of people do still colonize. People don't think they do, but they do. That's why we have China in America, little China, little this, little like these people are creating their own little hubs inside of a country that has a nationality. And they're using their nationality in a country like that. To me, should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to do that. But at the same time, our government allows it. So all I'm saying is it's a form of colonization. Why are these people still repeating these same habits? And we need to map that back to behaviors that were done from the 1900s and back to, I think, to identify people's haplogroups and ethnicities, even if it's an amalgamation. And I do now, I think Chicago Red said something about amalgamation is only, you know, for the Negro population. That's not true because um, other groups migrated around the world. And as I mentioned, Africa was, of course, colonized, as we know, and they have an amalgamation for to some extent. You just have to figure out which countries do, if you ask me. But I mean, I don't know. What do I know?
Can we switch directions a little bit? Just a tad. Staying on the same subject. Look, it's about this, in my opinion. And actually, I quote, and excuse me if I'm interrupting or cutting anybody off. Dr. Claude Anderson teaches us the doctrine of unequal exchange. I want to harp on this. I want to harp on this for the longest. Look, this is how the white supremacists did it, or the Europeans did it. They went into Africa and said, you know what? These people have exactly what we need. They have minerals. They have resources. Most importantly, they have these slaves. These African tribes have these slaves. Look, we need to resuscitate America. We need to resuscitate North America, the land that was stolen by the indigenous population, which is obviously foundation of Black Americans. Apparently, the red natives, they did not have the game like we had it. They were living up in teepees and things of that nature. They actually transported their teepees. We actually had structures that were you know structured and much structured than the natives, the red natives. We actually taught them how to fight. We were the warrior class. So they said, you know what? How are we going to develop this 30 billion acres of land? How are we going to do that? Okay, let's go ahead and trick these goddamn these Africans. Let's trick them. Let's give them old guns. Let's give them color cloths. Let's give them nigger trinkets, so to speak, with symbolism. But in return, which is the unequal exchange, in return, we want your resources, we want your minerals. Most importantly, because the Europeans, they had to, okay, you have free land in America that you stole, your Europeans. You have free land, but what the hell are you going to do with free land if you don't have someone to till it? If you don't have anyone to build the structure of the land? Okay, fine. Let's use these slaves. As a matter of fact, I want your slaves too, Africans. And Africans willingly sold us over here. Willingly said, no, take them, take them. We want your old guns. We want your bullshit. Take them. Okay. So and then also, okay, because like I told you before, Europe had to be resuscitated. They were going through famine. They were going through diseases. They were going through all these different things that rendered them a failed society. How are they going to be resuscitated? There you go. Africa. Africans. Let's go into African. Let's go into Africa. Take it all. And then let's not even talk about the 1888 when they split everything up. When they split all these damn continents up and you all let them do it, Africans. Let's never talk. And then once we got over there, which was a slight percentage of us, they also used the indigenous population to build up America. Obviously, we understand that. It was a mass population of us already here. So it was a very minimum percentage of people in Africa we in Africa that came and had an ethnogenesis when we came to America. Um, so going to the topic of just us being different. Look, it's the fact of the matter is this, and I feel like I'm jumping all over the place. Give me 1 second. Um, we are totally different. We are totally different. People want to say, okay, go back to the motherland. I've been in Nigeria for 2 weeks, and I experienced the oh Lord, the degeneracy. As soon as you get off that airplane, look, they pull your coattail. Oh, can you do this? Can you do that? Can I have some money? Blah 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 blah. Look, you guys want to talk about us going back to the motherland? Evaluate what mothers should do to their children. Mothers aren't going to abandon their children. Africa, Africans did not send not one vessel, not one boat to get them people that they sold, get us that they sold over here. Not and like I said, we had a whole ethnogenesis. We forgot our culture in Africa. We forgot our traditions. We forgot all the how the way we talk. We said bump We that. didn't forget. Mhm. Yes, ma'am. We did not forget. We have a lot of different lineages, and we were told not to practice any of those things, no matter where they came from. I agree 100%.
Can I ask a question real quick? There's that,
What?
by the way.
Well, I wanted to hear D1's a full
Okay,
thought. I
okay.
was
Yeah,
listening.
let's
I
go
was
ahead.
listening,
Yeah, let's
listening to
continue with
the
D1.
So
Okay.
when we talk about the motherland, you didn't send not one vessel, you didn't send not one boat to say, you know what, let me get these, let's get them back. We sold them. We did wrong. Can we atone? Can we give them some sense of citizenship? Can we give them that? Let's bring them back home. Let's make them feel like that we love them. We miss them because I'm the motherland. I'm the mommy. I'm the motherland. Even though, anyways, I'm the motherland. Let's show them. But no, no, no. We get tethers. We get tethers that flee their countries. They come to America and they disparage the indigenous population, the foundation of Black Americans, who made it possible through the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment for you all to come over here. Remember, white supremacists or white supremacy did not want you over here. Marcus Garvey, obviously, as Tariq Nasheed always says, look, he had trouble. He had trouble. Well, he didn't have trouble when he got to America. He had trouble when he was in his homeland. Look, all I'm saying is we got to identify exactly where we went wrong, foundation of Black American people. We got to go back into history. We got to go back in the past, in which history should be an indicator of what, or should be a truth serum of what we need to do in the future and how we need to heavily delineate. We need to understand who we are because we are very, very, very exceptional people. Very exceptional people. We are unique. We are all these different things. Whereas it makes us encapsulate our majora spirit, and people see it. The world sees it. We are most indeed the moral fiber, the moral capital, not only just United States because this is our homeland, but the world. Period. Everybody looks up to us. Everybody wants to dress like us. Everybody wants to do this. Everybody wants to culture on us. Everybody want to cosplay on us. Africans, Jamaicans, whatever. Look, that's the point I want to bring home, and I land my plane there.
Um, I just want to say I've been trying to look up some extra information about African, West African sailing abilities. And they do say that West African sailors played roles in the transatlantic slave trade, navigating ships and transporting enslaved individuals across the ocean. So I believe that they did have the ability to do that, to come and pick people up if they wanted to,
Mm,
but they never wanted to because they're still doing the same thing now. They're still snatching little boys now
mm.
and throwing them in cobalt mines.
Well, what would be really very freaky is if the whole time, for the most part, it was actually West Africans sailing the ships,
Could be. I mean, they
and
hide out.
the trading
That's
was happening,
wild.
and the trading was happening on the East
It
Coast
could be
of
because
America.
they use different names. Remember Fenda Lawrence? That was African woman living over here that was from Africa, and she just decided I'm going to run my slave selling over here in America, and she changed her name.
Believe it or
I
This
mean,
not,
this is partly true because the
believe it or
navigator. Okay, you can.
believe it or not, what Men's was saying was actually backed up by scholarship. According to Dr. Snyder, the slave quote, the slaver captain had to depend on Africans at every turn when he arrived with his trading goods. He did not leave them unguarded on the beach. He had to hire an African captain of the sand to watch over him until he could hire other Africans to transport them inside the fort. When he bought slaves, he had to employ a captain of the slaves to get them to the beach. Then he had to house them somewhere until he could complete his cargo. He learned that if he loaded immediately, the slaves he first bought ran the risk of having to jump overboard. If he kept them in chains, too many of them will inconveniently get sick and die. So he arranged to send his early purchases to barracoons, or holding pens, in the forts to be guarded and fed by Africans under a captain of the trunk. So you got all these Africans serving as captains to assist in the slave trade. It was complicity all the way around. I
Yeah.
think the great has had his hand up for a long time. The great, have you spoken yet?
No, not yet. What's going
Oh
on?
shit, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
Shout out to everybody in the space. I just wanted to add on. We already know that America is the oldest landmass on Earth. So, and the staple foods of life, like corn, squash, maize, whatever you want to call it, it comes from America. I posted a couple of things in the purple pill when the conquistadors or the missionaries came to America. They depicted them as black people, and this steady trying to get us to claim Africa. It's frustrating because we steady over the centuries since Frederick Douglass we have denied Africa. So I don't even understand why is this even a debate. And we continue. I mean, yes, some of us may be from Africa, but majority of us have always denied African roots. So why is this city being pushed on us? And now it's like it's being forced on us. And it's like, if we don't accept African, then we can't accept nothing else. And it's disrespectful. It's highly disrespectful. It's disrespectful to our elders who telling us their oral history, and people, so-called scholars and so-called education people, keep on telling us, no, your grandparents don't know what they're talking about. Like I'm gonna believe my granny and what her grandparents told her, because we we lived in basically small little villages, because did nobody want to stay around us. We was forced to stay around each other and shit. So it's like it's mind boggling. And now that we really want to separate from everybody, yeah, the panic is noticeable, and it's hilarious at the same time, because when it's finally done, everybody really ain't gonna have no identity except from us. Because when you look at the history of each racial category, it was just a new form or way of saying that they wasn't us. Like Moreno, mulatto, that was just the Spanish calling us niggas, and they changed the Seminoles when the French and Spanish, I mean the English came over and just called us runaways and shit. So it's like every word that you try to describe somebody, when you look at the etymology or the linguistics uh, of it, it goes straight back to niggas. So like, leave us alone. I land there though.
Appreciate it, brother. I think True Station was up next.
Oh, can I just say one thing before that, bro? The what he's referring to, it's in Christopher Columbus's diary, where the doctor I was telling you guys about earlier in Deeper Roots, where Columbus refers to them as black skinned people, who he referred to as
Mhm.
Ethiopians, in
Right.
regards to them that were in the Americas when he arrived.
That's because his reference point was Ethiopia. A lot of times they were calling people places that they had been. If he had gone to Nigeria, he may have called them Nigerians. Who knows?
Yeah.
Absolutely
Uh,
correct.
just one
Well,
thing.
oh,
Something that I was trying to say earlier on is that the navigator on Columbus's ship was actually a black person as well. His name was Pedro Alonso El Nino. They also called him El Negro, and I believe he was half Akan, half Spanish, and
He was African, not a black person.
yeah, sorry, he was half African, half Spanish. So he was a mulatto, and so yeah, um, that's why I was saying that what he was saying was probably
Tragic
true.
mulatto strikes again.
well,
Oh, did I say that out loud?
Damn. I'm just giving information.
Okay.
We already know this, dear. You're not giving us anything. That's why we're in this
Right.
room actually having the conversation. We didn't go
Mm,
to Africans to be educated.
Right.
exactly.
Well, I just want to say, as far as going, there is, of course, absolutely nothing wrong with going to Africa, going to West Africa, going wherever. But a lot of times when you go over there, a lot of people do not keep in mind that those folks have been colonized and moved around. There's been civil wars. For example, a lot of Liberians actually ended up in Ghana in the 80s
I saw it.
because of, yes,
I saw that. Yeah.
and they just consider themselves Ghanaian. And I was like, well, what can you tell me about your Liberian heritage? They really couldn't tell me anything. It's like, how can they tell you what they were eating in 1700, but they can't tell you who their great grandmother is or great great grandmother's name? They can't tell you their birthday. I mean, you have to be, um, you have to be, how can I put it? You have to be very careful. Because a lot of times when you go to these places and they know that you're Black American and they know that you're, of the people or of the, people with the slave history, they try to pull at your heartstrings, making you think that they're giving you something that is a part of you that really isn't, because a lot of things that they have within their culture or within their identity is very new.
Yeah, and to
Yeah.
piggyback off what she just said, it was true. When I went to Ghana in 2023, we drove through Accra, and we drove through like a refugee. It was weird. Like their clothing was different. Everybody had on different clothing. I'm talking about from a square mile, and it was tents everywhere. And we are like, well, who are these people? And they're like, oh, these are Liberians. So apparently, several years ago, Liberia had a civil war, and the UN just showed up in Liberia and scooped up a bunch of people and just dropped them off in Ghana. So yeah, it's a lot of instability over there. And I'm not anti anything. I'm just pro me. The sad thing is the foundational Black American, when we show love for ourselves, no matter how we do it, it is always perceived as hate towards somebody else. It's fucking crazy. Let's see,
Can
B
you give an
man.
example of that?
Huh?
Can you give an example
Give
of
an
that?
example of what?
Please
How it's perceived
don't
as
let them
hate.
pull you into
Just
this,
wondering.
man.
When we
I've
say
never
that
heard that before. That's all.
when we say we
Oh,
created
I'll give you
hip
a good
hop,
example. Oh, go
when
ahead,
we
Wani.
say we created, well, number one, when we say we created hip hop, that infuriates everybody around the world. Okay, they didn't have
Right.
anything to do with it. They don't have any music to prove that they recorded it before us, or dancing or anything. We've been doing this since before, like we started the dance moves in 1894, and all we get is some old dusty video from Kenya with some guy rolling on the ground and them telling us, look, this is from the 50s. We did it first. No, we said 1894. So try again. Okay. It doesn't matter. We created arguments off of that with Hispanic people, Caribbean people, white people. Everybody felt that they created hip hop and they got put in their place and they didn't like it. We created country music, we can prove that as well, and rock and roll, and we can prove that. And white people act like they're doing us a favor, okay, to put us in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You wouldn't have a fucking Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You don't even goddamn know what rock and roll stands for, stupid ass. They don't even know what rock and roll means. They thought they were slick, but guess what? We're slicker. Because that word is in the previous music that we created called blues. Okay? The word was in the blues songs and it rolls over and became a word to describe the next music genre. So they can't even segue in like they planned on doing. And they don't even know what rock and roll means or the meaning of it. They're running around thinking it's about Fred Flintstone. That's the stupidity that we have to deal with.
And to give another example of how our love for ourselves is perceived as hatred for other people, never forget that the Black Panther Party started out as a school lunch program. You know, how harmful is that? But immediately people say, "Oh, oh no, they're dangerous. They're dangerous." There's a group of people that really don't want to see us come together. B man, what you got, bro?
Hey man, shout out to the space. Shout out to everybody who's even stepped up and said something. I was just looking to build real quick off of One Love, B One, what's the
Hey,
other six?
man.
And there was somebody else up here, but in terms of the Africans, let me first state this. I'm half Tanzanian. So my African daddy came to the US in 1974. So when y'all talking about this stuff, we got to remember that there are some Africans with these new nations that were being built, and they're coming over here to learn agriculture, y'all. That's what my father is. He's probably the smartest man I know, smarter than everybody on this motherfucking app. The nigga can put together two bees and save a whole damn tribe. This shit's crazy. He learned some shit here, but he had to come here to learn that shit. Um, when I state that, I'm stating it from the standpoint that I was born and raised strictly Black American. He left when I was 5. He did his studies and he went back to his country. He had to do what he had to do. But B1 says something and he thought he was rambling, but he really wasn't. That stuff is really true from the standpoint that a lot of these folks, especially when we're talking about the West Africa or whatever, we don't ever hear anything happening around that 1880. They can't go deeper than that. I don't know. Is that there people that were there? Were they transported from other places? We don't know that What stuff. do you mean? I was specifically speaking from what's his name, Hamden. He had said he was talking about a culture of people that had started, but he didn't really. He was around. I think you said actually, wanting 1960 Berlin Conference was 1880s when the whole country, or I'm sorry, the whole continent of Africa started being divided up. If these folks ain't going back to where it is, we don't know who's being transported and who's being and done what with these colonizers. Even in my father's lineage, I can't go back to 1900. I cannot. Yeah, neither can Caribbeans, believe it or not. I had a Caribbean girlfriend, and she said there was no equivalent to like us doing our genealogy, and that's making a lot of people feel left out too. We're doing our DNA and we're doing our genealogy. They don't even have those records to do anything like that. And when they do their DNA, it's as expected. It's not some big surprise. Right. Yep.
And
And
also, B man, just if I can say this, sir, if DNA was truly sound, why won't they test our blood with the burials of the people who they're uncovering here versus starting in
they won't.
areas in
Right.
African countries because those countries are newly
Facts.
formed
These
in
in
the
a lot of these
1900s.
countries, a lot of these indigenous people won't give their DNA. And if you want to be a member of a Native American tribe, they don't do DNA. They do genealogy.
Right,
They,
Right.
but that's what I'm saying. That's why that is my entire that's
yeah,
part
they
of my
don't want to
premise is
provide those
because
samples.
that's why the African Ancestry organization really, gives me pause because you're not utilizing again anthropological, if that's a word, or you're not using archaeological digs to actually say, okay, well, we're going to start a database here and we want to start mapping people here and seeing if their blood, is somewhat similar more than it is from people from, different African countries. Their starting point is we need to go back to an African country. And I'm thinking, well, so my motherland is where my mother and grandmother and great grandmothers and great grandfathers are buried. That's my motherland,
Stick
fatherland.
to it.
Like
Stick
that's
stick to that 100%. I'm
right.
digging in my genealogy, and I'll tell you what, I got old I got elders from East Texas. I mean, we talking about we North Carolina, Louisiana, FBA foundationals that are admitting to me privately, yeah, when the Africans came here, they were told that they weren't supposed to intermingle with us. I mean, it's that conspiracy. I think I don't see the brother on here no more. But that conspiracy that was there where, you know, he said he wouldn't be surprised if it was X, Y, and Z, that very well may be true. That very well may have been the trick bag through education or whatever, through indoctrination of this system that we're in. But these African folks ain't, I mean, they still drinking the Kool-Aid. So um, we ain't going to get it from them. Bottom line, we ain't. So until they catch up to where we at, no, keep pushing with what it is that we doing right here. The original people are here. I never had nobody on my FBA side ever identify with me. Hey, I'm African. We come from Africa, especially the elders. I'm talking about born 1932 and before. Did nobody ever say that they was African? Not one time. So nah, we the original people here. That's just it. Bottom line.
Well, it says a lot about them that you are going to believe the same people who have colonized you, who have raped your continent and your countries, who have taken everything from you and tell you not to intermingle with people that your ancestors sold, and we were deemed their so called enemies as to why they sold us, and tell you not to talk to or communicate with us. Meanwhile, you dress like us, you listen to our music, you love our icons. It's just ridiculous.
That's the problem that I have with
Well,
the
well, it,
conceit of Africans. Because if you'll notice from the time that they sold us, that continent has never been the same. So when he said he's probably smarter than everyone on this panel, I highly doubt that. And the reason why I doubt that is we're not going to Tanzania to learn agriculture. He's coming here to learn
Mhm.
agriculture.
They always have to
yeah.
throw something in with
Bang,
the.
bang.
Well, back to the selling of Africans. I want to remind you that it wasn't just uh, war, the spoils of war that was being sold. According to Dr. Snyder, the trade not only commercialized the economy and changed everyday life of Africans, but also corrupted them. Allegedly, African kings sold wives with whom they were angry. So they sold their wives. African parents sold children whom they couldn't feed, and desperate Africans sold themselves. So, it was a whole lot of selling going on.
I've seen that in real time in East Africa too, where the young girls are being sold, or maybe even the boys too, at the beach. But they doing that shit for
Wow.
dollars. That is
Yeah,
that is I seen that in real time, y'all. That's a
I
culture.
did too. I did too. And I wanted to take one of them Europeans' heads off, but was told to just back up.
Right. I can't even go to Dar es Salaam. I refuse to do it because that's where the Europeans are going to do their degenerate type shit.
Yeah, I went to Dar es Salaam because I wanted to see the village museum. Is why I went. But yeah, you're right about that.
You can't do it. They white people cannot do anything degenerate alone. They go to the places where people are going to accommodate that, like Bangkok, China, where they sell children and let you kill the child to do a snuff film.
Jeez.
They go where they can go. So why can they go there? What's up with that culture? All of them, East Coast and West Coast, they do these things.
That's wild. Robbie Blue, talk to us.
What's going on? Peace. Hey, Professor, I wanted to ask you a question. When it came to selling some of our ancestors, what did they get in exchange for it? Was it rum? Was it alcohol? Because it seems like the Africans should have had plenty of precious resources. So I'm wondering, what could somebody possibly give them in exchange for a Broken human person? mirrors, broken
Yeah,
mirrors,
Wani's the one that asked about that.
umbrellas, broken mirrors, a jug of wine. They sold people for 40 a pop. So it's 40 people for one jug of wine and one broken something or some shells. But I also found that they were selling a lot of people that they just wanted to get rid of. So that was one of the motivations for them. It's like we're trying to get all these people that are going to turn around and slap us upside the head if we let them just out into the population. So these are captives or people they viewed as rivals and prisoners of war. But a lot of the people, like today, are little children that they just snatched up.
Yeah, they had something called spirits, and the spirits would hide out in the alleys, and what I'm saying, and they would steal little children. And matter of fact, I read in Dr. in Lerone Bennett's Shaping a Black America that the whole story of Lucky Charms came from a was used as a tactic to steal slaves, slave candidates. They would tell a family, "Hey, if you get on um, this boat is going to follow a rainbow, and at the end of the rainbow is going to be a place called America. They got a pot of gold, and you can live happily ever after." And once the family signed up and got on the boat, they would fucking throw them into servitude. Just wickedness. Men's, what you got?
Lord have mercy. Thank you for calling on me finally. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I've been waiting to respond actually earlier when I said when I had asked. I don't know if I asked it or I was just speaking off of the top about it would be. Oh, that's what I said. I said it would be freaky if the Africans brought was the ones sailing the slaves over to the east coast of America. And I wanted just to really elaborate on why I was thinking that. While y'all were talking, I started thinking about a lot of stuff that just really never made sense to me. I was thinking about how like Africans and Pan Africans always tell us that like we were, our ancestors were kidnapped. We were stolen from Africa, and that never made sense to me. So what they not only was kidnapping y'all from Africa, but they also built these places that I've been to in Lagos, Nigeria, and in Ghana, the walls of no return. They built these places, and then they walked into your land and just walked them through these places. And no, no, there was nobody kidnapped, and um, there was probably a few as far as that's what happens when you sell goods and stuff, right? Goods and services in the store.
Well, man,
So
men's, according to Dr. Snyder, it's weird you said that. I was looking at the word when you said that. It's like synchronicity. Dr. Snyder says on page 5 of her book, quote, to meet the demands of the market for more slave, traders stirred up wars among tribes. Tribal kings began to look for excuses to attack. Kidnapping turned into a business. As Zachary Malachi wrote in his journal in 1793, if a child, for instance, is devoured by one of these animals, a leopard, the local African king, glad of the opportunity, immediately brings action against the people of the town which the child belongs. It avails him nothing to protest their innocence, to give them assurance for their total ignorance of what became of the child. They are found guilty of making away with the child on the whole. On which the whole town, men, women, children, are condemned to slavery. So, basically, like if you got convicted of a crime, You were sold. You and your whole family was sold into slavery. Africa went wild with slavery, man.
So so yeah, thanks for that. So I was while everything was going on, I was thinking about that, and then I started also thinking about everything that was being traded for, and how merchants, how, like, if you looked at like medieval, or read like medieval times, or you read about like trade in other places and ports they had later. You read about like Wall Street in New York, you read about the Hudson River, you read about Jamestown, Virginia, you read about a lot of these places. You realize that like these were posts where merchants would come and select and pay and stuff like that, which money transfer occurred, transactions, commerce. It really makes more sense to me that the way that they would be able to bring massive amounts of people from Africa into different parts, not just North America, but all the way. If you notice the islands, the South America and North America, they all have one thing in common. It's all facing West Africa. You know what I'm saying? The East Coast. So they probably ended up in these other places. They probably was going for, didn't know what land they was going for, but it was going for other land, and they knew that they could trade. They were selling people. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a commodity. Um, so and perhaps the tides and the currents and everything brought massive amounts of ships from South America, and some ships ended up in America by way of the less. It was probably more difficult to hit North America, considering the perhaps the weather pattern and the season. Because if you ever went fishing, you know that currents change, tides change, and everything according to the moon and according to the season. So and so I wanted to land with this is it makes more sense to me that at some point, whether from the start or the ending, that Africans were bringing Africans from Africa and trading them, and stopping at the islands and stopping at other places doing a trade route, that they were actually the people doing themselves. It wasn't white people coming to West Coast Africa and finding these people and kidnapping them or anything like that. I think that the transactions really was occurring on the East Coast of these other places, the islands, North America and South America. Um, I haven't read anything to tell me different. Um, and Christopher Columbus, I can't account for him because he has no relation, to the transatlantic slave trade.
But when you
So,
actually
so
go
we can't
to,
connect those two stories.
but when you actually go to these slave forts, like in Senegal, like in Ghana, you can see within the fort there were things specifically for the Europeans. Like they had their churches, they had their governor quarters, they had things there to indicate that the Europeans were actually there. Um, and
Yeah, like I
and
said, that's
also the
that,
way.
but that would be something that happens initially. You know what I'm saying? Like they did that in Colombia and Mexico, they have Catholic churches. I had put a video. I will find a video at some point. But when I went to Colombia, and I had a video when I went to Mexico, which was a longer time ago, they had in these the poorest communities, but they were happy, very happy. Typically in third world places, they actually are very happy, and they're comfortable, believe it or not. But they had these churches, Catholic churches there, and nobody goes to the Catholic church. It's just there, and it's been there for hundreds of years. And the reason why they're there is to show that I guess subordinate, that they're subordinate, or that they are their submission. That's the way I look at it. But in their explanation, if they put the church there, and this is in both Mexico and in Colombia, parts of Colombia, that the Catholics, the Spaniards would not mess with them, would not basically take anybody, enslave them or anything. They will go untouched and unbothered, and they've been undisturbed for that period of time. The same people that was there over 100 years ago, 200 years ago, literally are still, the descendants are still there, the same exact people. And they have like a bunch of other historical stuff there. But that's one of the things I saw in common in South America. It kind of reminds me of like the Christian church and religion here in America. It's very interesting. Like there was a period where, and I learned this from a bright intellectual guy. Hopefully you'll get a chance to meet him. His name is Denmark. But we had this discussion, and he brought up like this period like where you were literally enslaved if you did not convert to Christianity or you weren't a Christian. You know what I'm saying? In certain places here. So I found that very interesting because the correlation of what they did with the Catholics, and you see how widespread
Could you say
Christianity is.
where? Where did they do that? I didn't hear that part.
Well, I know. Oh, you talk about the Catholic or Christianity in America?
When did they um put you into
When
slavery if you didn't do it?
this was
Not
when
when, but which country?
America. Catholic.
Oh, okay.
Cat, yeah, Christianity was America.
Mm,
Catholic churches that was Colombia and Mexico. Multiple
mm.
places in Mexico. There was different villages. If you go into like the real villages with so they have structures made out of horse manure, like sturdy structures made of horse manure. Like yeah, they're very I'm telling you, can't make it up. And that's consistent, not just in Colombia and Mexico. They have structures in the villages, very resourceful. They have a witch doctor, all this stuff. But here in America, when I learned that, I was like, yo, it wasn't hard for me to believe that part. Um, it wasn't hard for me to believe that portion of it, of the conversation because I seen it consistent with what learned in Colombia and Mexico. And I wanted just
But
to say that when I went to Ghana and I was in Nigeria, this is years ago. I have a book. Um, I'll tell you. I'll post a picture of the book. It's autographed. When I went to Ghana, and it talks about like slavery and from I guess their perspective. However, yes, you were right that there were structures there that showed European presence, but the way Europeans were in most places is that they built like something, they'll put something there, but they weren't always there, they didn't remain there. Let alone one thing that always bothered me is that Europeans could not survive malaria, which is why they really couldn't penetrate too far into sub-Saharan Africa. So I question even like how long were they present before
And the
Africans,
Africans
took over.
built all that stuff, by the way.
yeah, they did.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, just like they built the 10-foot Jesus statue. Did y'all see that? I bring it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And
All right.
yeah,
Well,
I
that's all I have for y'all.
Hold on.
well, my question is, well, here's the thing: if the Africans actually brought the enslaved people to the Americas, at that point, everything on that ship is cargo. It's like you're saying that there would be honor amongst the Europeans to let those Africans return back to where they came from. I mean, these are the same people that would capture free black people here and put them back into slavery. There's no way that they would let a ship of Africans leave because at this point they're all worth money. They don't, I mean, that's something that I would question.
Well,
Well, how about this? How can
that's why I don't fall into the trap of the Haitians using the term we're all just dropped off in different places. Well, when
Uh,
Santo Domingo was the soldiers were actually being used by the French. They weren't fighting the French to free the enslaved population that was here in the United States when they were here. So I don't know this term of we were dropped off. We were all just dropped off in different places.
we can talk
Uh,
about that in a few minutes. Can we let
okay.
yeah,
Ronnie talk because
yeah,
he's had his hand up?
yeah, I would like to. I just want to
Can
finish.
we?
I'd like to
You
finish.
okay?
Yes, I would like to finish. I just want to finish with what that woman said. What's the problem? Can I finish or not?
People
When
had
she
their
said,
hands up a lot.
I know, but it's only 30 seconds. It's not gonna hurt. When she said that she questions why Africans would bring other Africans over from Africa and not be enslaved. Well, there are accounts of Africans traveling and checking out the territory of America and enslaved. There are actual accounts of this. Like, so they knew that whole thing that they didn't know what they were doing. That's something else we heard. That's not true. They knew. They had people that went on a voyage, came to America, expected everything, and went back to Africa. All right, thank you.
And her name was Fenda Lawrence. Robbie, did you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just listening. I had a comment. I wanted to add a question actually. Maybe a professor could elaborate on it and separate fact from fiction. I remember a long time ago there was literature that I read in the '90s, and even this DVD that I seen one time with this one. I guess he was like a rabbi or something, and basically what he was saying was the Songhay Empire, although some of our
Hmm.
ancestors, they may say, converted to Islam, they say they initially were Hebrews. And on some of the early slave manifests, they identified them as Hebrews, which makes sense. Like they were enslaving an outsider tribe, right, with a different religion, different belief system. You know what I mean? And they were justifying it, saying like, well, these people are cursed. Going off the whole curse of Ham thing. I don't know if you're familiar with that, if you've heard anything about that. You guys just made me think about it in terms of their ability to delineate. It went a little bit deeper than just conquered people. They're like, man, these people are outsiders. You know what I'm saying? These people came from far east, because I've even heard some of the Ethiopian Jews and some of the people in South Africa that can trace their Hebrew heritage. I'm just curious, what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's real interesting. It's quite controversial. The members of that empire were not. They weren't Islamic. You have to think. The religion of Islam was created in 11. Oh, I'm just escaping me, but Islam is no disrespect to anybody here who is Muslim. It's a beautiful religion, but the truth is, it was created in 11 something, 1125. So they weren't. Islam was created after Christianity. Um, the short version, Robbie, is they were monophysitic. They were monophysitic. So basically, the the Holy Trinity, the story of Christ, which is actually the Karist, the Europeans got it wrong. It's not Christ. It's the Karast. That means the bringer of gift. Christ, Karist. The Karist is the bringer of gifts. So this is kind of controversial. I don't want to piss people off, but there's some thought process that the people called Hebrews, like that's a misnomer. The Hebrew referred to um uh it literally means her web, like whose web, the spider web, and the web is the universe, the known universe, which is separated into 12 gigantic sectors, known as the zodiac. So who is her? Her web, her is Mother Zudikias. So I'm not really answering your question, but you are talking about a group of people. I've read some scholarship that they weren't really, they were called something else. But yeah, it's all convoluted, and it's really complicated.
Can,
So
can you speak a little bit more on the giving part right there? Because I don't know. Everything that's gone on within the last 30, 45 minutes, an hour, or whatever about religion, they had to get into how else are you getting into these
There's
places
somebody with their
without
hand up.
religion?
Can we let JK talk?
oh, JK had his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh damn, he sure
He's
does.
had
Oh,
it
my
up
bad,
for
B
like
man.
2 hours.
I didn't even
I
see
didn't
it.
see it either.
Go ahead.
I couldn't
Go
bring
ahead,
him on the
GK.
stage half the time.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, something had somebody that had said something on the stage had caught my attention and wanted me to come up, and it was
One Love Black, and it was about the whole notion about Nigerians or whatever, right? And it's just like being that she's a woman and she notices what Nigerians, being that Nigerians aren't the only group that's ever done this in the history when it comes to Black Americans, but all immigrants when it comes to pushing you out and colonizing you in specific regions where you were the majority at a point in time, whether it be New York, Cali, places in Florida, when you talk about Miami with the Cubans, California with the Hispanics. What and this what pisses me off when I hear we can regurgitate all this shit or whatever about Africa and what we learned and all that, but it's like we don't learn the history about what's going on with these other groups, about the harms they cause to us, and the reason for, like, you talk about the position we're in and the dysfunction and the fucking discommunity and lack of cohesiveness, right? And the thing was when she said Nigerians or whatever in places like Texas and in the South, right, Atlanta or whatever, Georgia, being that when I talk to other Black Americans that's of my age group in my 20s, we're going back in history and in the present day and seeing what Africans and Nigerians are doing when it comes to when she said colonization. What they're doing is, so America, I want to say it was in the 80s at a point in time when America was hosting, I think it was the Olympics or some shit. And that was, I think, I want to say the first time or whatever Nigeria was represented or whatever in like international competitions, right? So a lot of them had came over here during the Olympics. You come over here, you probably get a visa in the country or whatever. They let you in the state for the Olympic Games, right? But what happened was, being that mostly Southern Nigerians, when you talk about it was a civil war, and that stills that tension today when you talk about tribalism and the tensions that you see happen going on there today. A lot of them Nigerians ended up staying over here simply due to the fact they had money, and I don't think people realize, right, a lot of women, being that they took money and they, the whole marriage certificate thing, how you, if you marry a national with citizenship or whatever, that was their access of a way of getting in here. To now, America's trying to crack down on all this fucking train migration. Also, another thing is, I don't think people understand when you mix your women or whatever. So breeding, when groups breed or whatever, or when they want to colonize a territory or a nation, 9 times out of 10, what often happens, oftentimes they kill your man and they mix with the women. So eventually, their children end on taking on the identity of their men. 9 times out of 10, when I come across these accounts that's bi ethnic, so they have Nigerian fathers but Black American mothers, Jamaican fathers, Black American mothers, they're identifying with their foreign father's side. So they're identifying either as a Jamaican or a Nigerian or whatever else, right? And it's like Black Americans haven't been paying attention to what these fucking groups are doing. You're being pushed out in some of the best GDP states that has the best jobs, the best paying wages. When you talk about New York, California, Texas, where it's a bunch of tech jobs, they're becoming doctors and stuff, and they're pushing you out of these regions. When you talk about, and this is another thing, right? Because I have a hatred for Jamaicans simply due to what the fuck they did. That can't, being that they worked with the CIA, and it's like I can't wrap my head around the affinity that Black Americans could have for fucking Jamaicans. And I see youngins now today wearing fucking dreads. My grandparents didn't have fucking dreads. We went to the barbershop every Sunday. So when you talk about what the Jamaicans did in the Shire Posse, being that they willingly worked with the CIA, and Black Americans having an affinity for them, you're going down there traveling to them, you're the highest spenders in the tourism sector. That shit disgusts me, because you don't even know your history, that Jamaicans came over here and committed almost a fucking genocide, trying to wipe off your fucking ethnic group across the fucking nation, targeting little kids to sell crack and elderly. And they killed 1,400 Black American children or elderly, beheaded, had CIA cooperation to do all this shit, to willingly go about they were doing this shit. And it's like, when I look at Pan Africanists, disgust me, bro. It's because you created crippled generations that didn't understand that they were an ethnic group and you were constantly looking out for a connection outside of America, not understanding what you had here. All you needed was to do was hit the fucking ground running and make something of the opportunities that you had here. But what immigrants do, what they come do, they come here and play on your defeatist lack of ethnic pride and identity. Not, I understand, hey, America has been fucked up for us, and horrors and terrors and all things, that atrocities that happen, but you have to understand that they play on your inferiority complex or whatever to uplift themselves. As soon as you put that American flag down, or you're not patriotic or whatever, don't care to be an American, they're going to pick that up and they're willing to take every opportunity you can. So you made yourself accessible through the Immigration Act, being that immigration, the whole point of immigration was to stifle Black Americans economically. It was to push you out of fucking everything and just give it to immigrants to begin with. So the hair, the businesses, all that shit, it wasn't to your benefit to begin with. They didn't give a fuck about Black Americans, and when I hear Black Americans say, "Yeah, we fought here," or whatever, in a way, I think to myself, "No, the fuck we didn't. I didn't, because I don't want their asses to fuck here," right? But it's like you have to understand all this indoctrination about Africa and Pan Africanism, all that is some, and skin complexion, that's some fuck shit indoctrination that Black Americans sooner or later are gonna have to fucking let go completely, because it's all of it is working against you. So when she said that Nigerians are in the South or whatever, in places like Texas and Georgia, right? You have to understand they have money. They're doing tech conventions. They're into crypto and stuff, and they're trying to buy up properties. When you talk about Igbos and the Southern Nigerians, the Yorubas, these are people that want to separate within a country of Nigeria, that don't want anything to do with it. They want a country of their own, Biafra and Oduduwa. And now they're over here lobbying in our politics, trying to be noticed as a sovereign nation of themselves and get America lobbyists to back them. And you're not paying and noticing how these people are moving. You have Black Americans funding these people, donating money to this IPOB organization, which pretty much is almost like a terrorist group, because they're over there assassinating people. They're over there trying to assimilate other Nigerian tribes within the southern region, that's telling these people that I'm not an Igbo. So just a few days ago, it was a so-called Pan-African Igbo chick that made a tweet talking about, wait until Black Americans realize that majority of them are Igbos and not Yorubas. And it got like 5,000 something likes or whatever. She made a tweet talking about, I'm the one recruiting. So they're trying to. So when people take these DNA tests and you have this Africa, what they're trying to do is fucking fracture you of being an ethnic group. That's why they don't like the whole Black American FBA 80 shit. Because once you stop identifying as an ethnic group and as a whole, then hey, once people start taking these DNA tests, you will start identifying as these tribes, as a fucking third. That's what they want you to do. So you people playing into this game of DNA tests and this Afrocentrism shit, you're doing us harm, and you're pretty much destroying and ethnicizing us, because these other groups want to assimilate you. These Hispanics, these Africans, especially these Nigerians, Biafran Igbos or whatever, Jamaicans. I fucking hate Jamaicans. I don't even like Jamaicans, and it's like I don't understand the fucking affinity for them, and I'm just youngins, these young kids having dreads today. That shit disgusts me seeing it. And it's like you have to understand and go learn your history, that every group that came to America in some way, they did harm to Black Americans to fuck us over and stifle us from coming up. And they want you erased.
That's the name of the game, my friend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. I really enjoyed y'all. Wani, you had any last words?
No. Good night,
May I
everybody.
say one thing, man? Is that okay?
Who is it? Go ahead.
Listen, as an African, not all of us believe in the notion of Pan-Africanism, or the idea that we need to claim African Americans. That's not true, man. That's the reality, man. Whether you put your hand down or not, it's the truth. So this notion that you guys state that the immigration is the cause of all your issues, I don't.
It
I
is
don't
though,
really.
but
What are you
Caribbeans
talking
brought
about?
Well,
drugs
yeah,
When
over
we
here
got
for
flooded with
real.
drugs, that was
uh,
mainly because of immigrants, because of Cubans and
but
Colombians.
That
that
was totally
but
immigrants.
yeah, that's him speaking as an outsider. He doesn't comprehend that that is the weapon that was used against us. It was always immigration. It started in the 1700s before this was a fucking country with what was it, John Oglethorpe, the Georgia Corporation. That was the European, the English prisoners and degenerates, not my words, words of academic canon. Then it was the Irish and the Italians and the Europeans in the 1840s and 50s. And then, I mean, that's the only weapon against us. But that's really, bro. He's identifying another problem that you're in a whole nother country, a whole nother continent, and you really just, with all due respect, mind your business because you don't know what our problems are. You have no business in our problems. You know what I'm saying? I mean that with the utmost respect. Mind your business.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, shut the up.
That's fine. So if you say it, okay, so is that the only issue you guys have, or is it one of the issues? I just wanted to clarify
Why
that.
what why are you concerned with our issues?
No, because
Like
you putting
that's
it all on us that you don't understand that
Yeah,
you
we
guys are
don't.
also.
Yeah, we are putting it on you. You're a burden. You're a ball and chain, the last ball and chain from slavery.
So we don't you don't believe that
No.
you guys that these American the government. I'm not gonna say the American people. I'm not gonna say the Black Americans. You don't believe the American regime is in our countries sanctioning us, attacking us,
What
killing
does
our
that have
people?
to do with what does that have to do with
well, sir,
us?
sir, that's your problem. That's your
We
problem.
have to deal with them and you have to deal with them too. Why do you get to come over and kick us in the teeth because you're getting jacked up? We're getting jacked up. We don't need you to be here jacking us up too.
And it goes the same way. Then get your governments to leave our land.
No,
Simple as
no,
that.
no,
Y'all
no, no,
willingly, it
no.
has nothing to do with our
What
government because y'all willingly welcome the European
what
within there.
country is he from? Let's talk about his
I think
country
he
real
East
quick.
African or something.
What
I am
country are you
African.
from, Hamden?
I'm from
What?
Somalia.
Yeah.
I'm from
What
I think
country?
Somalia.
he's
Okay.
My country
Somali.
has
Yeah.
been.
Oh,
Let me tell you.
didn't
Oh,
Oh
okay.
I'm
Got it.
sorry.
God.
Got it.
Didn't you guys
Yeah.
just take over an entire
Say, bro,
state?
you
I
gotta
don't
get up
even
out of
understand what
Minnesota,
this
bro.
conversation
I
is
can't
going in,
hear. I
Hampton,
can't
because
hear.
you guys literally
Why are you
voted
over
in.
here?
You're literally trying to take over an entire state in the United States. So
Don't give him no
let's
information because we
listen.
don't want
Yeah.
him to come over here.
Colonization is a detriment to the Black Americans, and it always has been through since our time. Professor is correct. If you do not
Yeah.
understand that, then you have to do your own homework. It is not
Did
our
did
job to
Somalis
string you
make
along to teach
did
you how colonization harms people, and then you turn around and say, "Well, get your governments out of our country."
he
You're not
has a
even there,
government in my country. You have a
Lord.
government in my fucking country. And did you make Minnesota better? Has your light bulb
Hell
headed
no,
group
they ain't did
makes
nothing
it
for
Minnesota
FBAs in
better?
Minnesota. No,
Not for
absolutely
us.
not.
Have they
Absolutely,
made
we
Minnesota
don't,
better?
we
Not
don't,
for
we
us.
don't
Matter of
fuck
fact,
with Somali
Not
at
for
Ilhan
all.
us.
B-Man,
Not my flow.
Professor and
Did you
Wani,
hear me
Ilhan
talking?
met with that guy that she was on the
Okay.
podium with, and he strictly said, make sure no black
We
and no
heard him.
white get into government. Only Ilhan, that we got to make sure she stays in office. And guess what she does? She blocks and speaks against Black Americans. You know how she got in office? She got in office the utilizing the pain and suffering that Black Americans were going through
Of
in
course.
in this country. Showing up. I got videos of her showing up in different places because I was doing a deep dive on her. I kept saying she is strategically
She is anti-black.
weaponizing.
She is anti-FBA, y'all. For
Yes.
real,
Yeah.
for real.
But
Yes.
listen,
I removed him from speakers, and then he ran away because
yeah,
he has no
yeah.
right, no business in our
It
business.
this
Ladies and gentlemen,
makes no
He's
sense,
got to
Professor.
go.
ladies and gentlemen, let's stop entertaining these people. Let's stop entertaining these people. You know what I'm saying? Coming up here asking us questions and interrupting our spaces, asking us why we're in their country when their country's complicit. You know what I'm saying? He needs to go ask his leaders why they're accepting those millions of dollars.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
They're
saying?
always asking for help. And then when they get jacked up, they want to complain to us and act like they can come over here and bother us. My question didn't get answered. Have Somali people made Minnesota a better, happier, cleaner place to live.
Hell fucking no. And
No.
I live in the state, y'all.
They are
No,
literally
it's
trash.
bad.
Hold on,
Literal
ladies and
trash.
gentlemen. I brought him back just for this. What was the question again, Wani? This directing at
Have
Hamden.
Somalis, and we, okay, so let me make it clearer. Okay, so you are positioning yourself that you are minding your own business, don't have any problems, and our country is bothering you, correct? And that's why you're here.
Yeah, I believe we are affected by Western hegemony and sanctions that are
That didn't
crippling
ask
our
you that.
nation.
You're saying your country does not have any problems, and we have interfered in your country, and that is why you have come to the country that has interfered in your country, correct?
Not me specifically, but yes, time and time
You're a
again,
group. You're a
your
group.
country does.
You're a
I'll tell
group.
you. I'll tell
Stay
you why.
focused.
Okay, ma'am.
Focus yourself. God damn, how many thoughts can fly around in that light bulb head? Answer the question. Are you saying you were in Somalia frolicking up and down the street and we came over and bothered you and you weren't doing anything?
100%.
And then you solved the problem by moving over here to the people that kicked your ass to the curb, correct?
You can say that.
Okay, so when you got over here, did you make Minnesota better or does it look like the shithole that you created over in Somalia?
I can't say that. I don't know.
Well, I can.
You can
Because
you
I
can
know
you can
what
make
a
up your mind about
clean,
that.
I already know. Because I know what clean American neighborhoods look like. And I know what shit looks like. And you made shit. Just like Mexicans made shit over here. And not one goddamn immigrant neighborhood looks better. We got people in Flushing standing out selling their Oriental ass all over the place. Yeah, that doesn't look good either, Flushing. There's not one goddamn immigrant neighborhood that has improved. You don't have any Black Wall Streets. You have garbage.
Okay,
You
so
are
Miss,
garbage.
what you're saying
You
is
are
because the
garbage. You are garbage, and you bring your garbage with you. You can't run away from yourself. With your third world garbage, you can't go anywhere. All you can do is make new garbage where you go. Are we finished now?
I beg you, let me ask you a question. Before America came and attacked Somalia in 1990, we had scientific socialism, we had free healthcare, we had free
Yeah,
education,
y'all were at
we
war with
had
each
good work.
other. Don't start that. No,
Ma'am,
don't start
this
that.
is there's proof of that. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm not gonna finish. Wells, and go ahead.
I just wanted to, good evening. I just wanted to add that it was the former Prime Minister of Somalia that came to Minneapolis to infiltrate the voting during the election for Ilhan Omar. It was a leaked video of him sitting with local Somalians in Minneapolis, specifically saying, do not vote. He said, I don't care if you don't like her. Do not vote for a black American. Do not vote for a white American. You're going to vote for Ilhan Omar. That this country allowed a former prime minister of another, a I don't even know what the right word is. Somalia. This is just a deranged, crazy country like that to come to this country to do that is amazing to me. Okay, it's amazing to me. And and they, they voted for her and to bring her back in, and it was amazing. And then he actually then had a rally in Minneapolis. I think a day or two after that meeting, that secret meeting. The former prime minister of Somalia, he should have been walked out of that Minneapolis and put back on a plane and brought back to his country. There's no way in the world. any former prime president of this United States could go to another country and do that. There's just no way. I was taken aback by that. I was
You
taken,
know what they did in the 50s when people did half of what these people are doing?
huh?
They put them on a rope.
Mm-hmm.
The Rosenbergs were on a rope. These Chinese spies would be on a rope
That's right.
in a month, not 13 years waiting to play games. They knew how to handle treasonous behavior, and the country was better for it.
And to Ilhan Omar, whose uncle, from what I understood, was a prominent military figure in Somalia and was problematic, that, as well as the fact that, you know, she, in front of the camera, is she comes off as being, anti-white, but she's married to a white man. And, it's she's there's no reason. I tell you, there should be a law in this country that anyone that comes to this country, they have to be here for 25 years before they could even run for a school board position. Because we're in trouble. We've got Chinese nationals that are spies. I learned something yesterday in your room, that there are more Chinese, or excuse me, I shouldn't say Chinese, more Asian employees in the military than ever before. Very scary, very concerning. And Wanda, you're right. Los Angeles is an expensive toilet. When I drive around all the time. Right now I'm in Chicago, but I when you look at Los Angeles, when I came here first in the late 80s to what it looks like now, it's a fourth world country. It looks like the worst parts of Tijuana. It looks like the ghettos of Guatemala. And when I went to Minneapolis for the first time for a client wedding in 2012, I wasn't I didn't I wasn't aware the how strong of a presence you as soon as I got off the plane, you could just see. I'm like wondering what the hell is this. I took a cab, and no, you're right. It doesn't look any better. They don't come to America to elevate themselves. You see, this is the difference between immigrants then and immigrants now, particularly immigrants, uh, you know, during Jim Crow and immigrants after civil rights. They don't come here to elevate. If they came here to elevate themselves, then they would learn how to speak English. They would expose themselves to be better in the way they live, in how they live, how they carry themselves. They're no different in America than they are in their own country. And you're absolutely right. You
I
come
don't
to a
think
great
they can elevate. They are just very, very low energy. I don't think they can elevate. All they can do is come over here and try to get a little strip and call it Little Ethiopia and be, you know, stay away from everybody and act like they're doing something. And everything they have looks like trash. It
you know
doesn't
there-
matter if it's
what's
Little
lost here,
Ethiopia. It
Wanda?
always looks like garbage.
What's lost with immigrants today is a true understanding of American history, which Black history is a great part of that American history. They know
Half of
nothing,
it.
and this is what drives me insane when they have the fucking nerve to come here. Look, when you travel, I have not traveled as much as you have, Wani, but I've traveled a lot. And when you go to these people's countries, whether it's in Europe, I've been to Asia. I tell you one thing, I traveled to Seoul, Korea so many times that I understand Koreatown in Los Angeles. They, for those who have not traveled, don't let these people tell you, oh, I come from, regality let me tell you something. They come from tin huts. They come from dirt. They are the niggas of their country. Trust me when I tell you that. But what they understand here is a couple of things: how to game this country in their own language. because they don't have to speak English. In America, I blame that. I blame America for not standing on their tens and saying, you're going to come to this country, you are going to learn, you better learn English before you come here, you better write English before you come here, and you have to have a skill set that's an asset. We're going to choose you. That's the problem. When you look at the Hart-Celler Act of 19, I think 68, and you look at the requirements, America has bastardized it, which is why we have the shit here right now, which is why you have people that come here to say, come here and benefiting off of the blood of Black American people and saying that Black American people have no culture. How fucking dare you? We couldn't come to your country and say that. How fucking dare you? That you know that, and I blame white people. That's why white people are getting punished right now because white people have tricked them into thinking that if you align yourself with me, then these immigrants, black or white, know that that is being American, which is to be anti-black American, and they have no common sense to understand that they're nothing but a fucking performance monkey. And when white folks are going to be through with them, they're going to discard them. I want to make one comment because I know everybody's tired. I listen to you guys with regards to Africans and the selling of slaves and everything like that. Look, they have no value for themselves then. They have no values for their fellow man. They have no value for themselves now. They have no value for their fellow man. I saw them celebrating in New York City. Okay, whatever. But what are you celebrating? Because I read a UNICEF article last month that said 48 million Nigerians practiced open defecation. If you're so educated and you got your ass on your fucking shoulder and you want to show off on Black America that you're educated, which does not immune you from white supremacy, why the fuck, if you've got all that pride, don't you go back to your country and fix it? That's all I'm saying. Fix your fucking country. Go back and and give your people the dignity so they don't shit in the goddamn street. They don't want to do that, but they want to come here and tell Black Americans you ain't shit. You don't have the culture. Who are you? You ain't nothing. And why you've been in this country for so long? Why you don't you do this? They don't know nothing. They know nothing. And it's not just them. It is a lot of these Europeans too. But again, these are the low class. This is a low class mentality. And I blame America because America is not doing the due diligence and they're not vetting, they're not doing the due diligence to make sure that who they're bringing in here is going to be an asset. Let me tell you, in Los Angeles, I don't need, there's enough garden people. There's enough of them. There's enough of all this, these tents with all this shit they're selling. I went to New York the other day with my mother. We were on Fifth Avenue. When I look, all of the on Fifth Avenue, in front of Saks Fifth Avenue and De Beers, you have these mats with all this fake bags and stuff. You never saw that, and all these halal meats and all this stuff. It stinks. There's no class coming to this country anymore. You got the degenerates that all they're doing is take, 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 take. And the number one source of economy for Guatemala is the money that's being wired back from America to there.
Mm,
That's the God's honest
mm-mm.
truth.
I believe it.
So at the end of the day, I resent I resent, and this is coming from a non Black American. I was born in America. I resent these foreigners that come here and talk about Black American people. I get pissed the fuck off because you don't have dry shit in your ass in your goddamn country. There's nobody that represents the fuck shit than that woman named Winsome Sears, who is a fucking gorilla who when she was elected lieutenant governor, the first thing she said out of her mouth, if you guys recall, was that Black American people need to get over slavery. Who the fuck
Yep.
are you? You come from mucka in Jamaica. You don't come from shit in Jamaica. You come from a side of Jamaica where my family hired your ass to fucking come and shine the goddamn floor, bitch. You have no right to come to this country and talk about Black American people when your ass would not be here if it wasn't for them. And then you said that, and then 2 years later, The
Don't
former
forget about the
talking,
Holocaust.
you go to the Holocaust Museum. You wouldn't say that to the Jews because you
That's why I
know,
don't believe there was slavery there. So you have to prove to me Jamaicans went through slavery because they seem to have forgotten it and
well,
we
you know what,
didn't.
Wani, I'm going to tell you something. As I said to you, and I could only draw this upon my experience. There's a different class, Wani, and I'm going to just say Jamaicans. We're talking about Jamaica. There's a different class of Jamaicans today than they were yesterday. Meaning, during Jim Crow, Wani, they're different. These people back during Jim Crow, they were highly educated, and that none of that shit would come out of their mouth. I'm telling you, none of that would come out of their mouth. So for her, this poor ass country girl who come from a tin roof house somewhere down in Mucka in Jamaica, or maybe in Spanish Town or Trench Town or one of them places down there, and you gonna come up in here and America was good to you. America was good to you and made you a success. And the first thing you had to say was that black American people need to get over slavery. Bitch, she should have been deported. She should have been deported. Throw her ass back in Jamaica and see how she could see if you survive down there. So you know, it just these new crop of immigrants coming into this country, from Spanish to white to the black diaspora, are ignorant. They need to go back and help their own people. They don't even respect them to even go back and do anything. And they're bossy. They're just they are the most ignorant kind. And I look at them, I don't even know what to say to them anymore. But I'm pissed the fuck
Well,
off. I'm pissed off because it
well,
shouldn't
I've
be that
enjoyed
way.
y'all. We're gonna
I'm
continue
sorry.
this
Good night.
tomorrow. You're
Thanks,
good.
Wilson.
I'm just
It
so
gets like that.
and I'm going
It
to have
gets
a
like
room.
that.
I'm going to have a room about allyship because you see, let me tell you something. I come from parents that were not Pan-African. They were allies. My father came here. They worked in this country. They didn't nothing was free for them. And they love these people. They love and respect Black American history, which is why I am the way I am. And that they come here. The history of Black America is so rich, is so not
Well,
even
be be
Shakespeare
be
could write it. And that they
be sure to send
uh
me a
okay,
invite,
yeah, all right. Let me just go.
and I'm
Okay,
about to
good
close the
night, good
room.
night.
I've enjoyed y'all. Y'all have a good night. See y'all tomorrow. Peace out.